Hi everyone, I'm Soumya, a software engineer at Red Hat and an educator. Today we are going to learn Kotlin from scratch. This is going to be a complete crash course on Kotlin. But before we deep dive into the tutorial, make sure you check out our free masterclasses by industry leading expert on Scalar's event page. Link is in the description. In this module, I will explain each and everything about Kotlin. If you already know any other object-oriented programming language like C++, Java, etc., or even if you are a complete beginner in the tech world, don't worry at all. I will make the concepts super duper simple for you. You will understand even the complex concepts very easily. So first of all, I will talk about what is Kotlin, why Kotlin, and where Kotlin is used. So let's get started. Talking about what is Kotlin. So Kotlin is a statically typed object-oriented language. It targets mainly three platforms, mainly three things. Number one, JVM, that is Java Virtual Machine, and Android as well as JavaScript. Okay, so in the Android domain, Kotlin is doing something crazy. Anything which Java can do, it can handle all those stuff, and on top of that it provides plenty of extra features. It's simple, sweet, precise, and many features are there. I will share with you the entire timeline of Kotlin, how it came into picture, why it is used, where is it used, and in 2023-24 is it a good idea for you to learn Kotlin or not. So it can do anything which Java can, and it combines object-oriented and functional programming features. So if you have already read about OOPS, that is object-oriented programming language, you would be knowing some of the features like encapsulation, inheritance, what are classes, objects, and so many things are there, right? So it somewhere combines the features of both object-oriented as well as functional programming languages. But remember that it is object-oriented language and not functional language. Okay, it was developed and maintained by JetBrains. It's open source. Yes, the code is publicly available, and it was released under Apache 2 OSS license. So this is kind of history of Kotlin when it was launched way back in 2016. So yes, it is a fresh new programming language in the tech world, and as soon as it was launched, about 156k, that is 1,56,000 developers were using Kotlin, and its use case has been rapidly increasing. You can see from 2016 to 2017 there is a significant rise, and this gap in just 1 year is just incredible. So you yourself would be thinking, if so many developers are adopting Kotlin, they are using it, so obviously there would be something special in this language, right? And one of the reasons of this significant rise from 2017 to 18 is in Google I/O. In Google I/O 2017, Kotlin was declared as the official language for developing applications for Android development. So that might also be one of the reasons of this significant rise. This language is modern, it is pragmatic. What pragmatic means is it is not very much based on theoretical stuff. It believes in practicality. It works on stuff like, if you notice old programming languages, maybe Java or any such thing for that matter, so they are somewhere heavily based on theoretical concepts, right? But it is pragmatic. It focuses on the practical use cases. If you go on developing application, right? So obviously as a developer, you want many stuff to be automated. You want something to be taken care of by the language itself, right? Maybe null safety or those crashes which we get in our application because of minor mistakes. So yes, it is based on practicality, and yes, obviously it is modern programming language. And this is the timeline of Kotlin. In 2010 the project was started, so the logo was also kind of not finalized. They started it with this something similar to Java. I mean, we use a kind of, coffee and that Java symbol, if you are aware of, right? So it was based on something, they were trying to make a logo something similar, because obviously Kotlin is based on kind of top of Java. It provides everything that Java provides you, and obviously there are plenty of extra stuff that Kotlin can handle for you. So yes, in 2010 it was started. In 2016 Kotlin 1.0 was released, and then in 2017, as I told you in the slide, that it became the official language for Android. I mean, official support for this was declared by Google in their event Google I/O. And then in 2018 Kotlin 1.3. And yes, I mean, year wise, every time new release keeps on coming, like in every programming language, or if we talk about frameworks as well, if you go in JavaScript, React, any domain for that matter, so obviously so many releases, updates are always there, right? The same is true with Kotlin as well. Kotlin is a programming language for JVM, for Android browsers, as well as native. So these are kind of main focus areas where Kotlin is heavily used, right? JVM, Java Virtual Machine, Android, your Android applications. So if you know, there are 3 kind of applications which are developed, that is totally based on the operating system. I mean, if you talk mainly, there are 2 types of operating systems, right? The first one is obviously Android, and second is iOS. So the application developed for Android platform, they are Android application. The ones which are developed on for iPhones, etc., they are called, they are called as iPhone applications. I mean, that go live on App Store, while the application that we develop for the Android platform, they go live on Google Play Store, right? So yeah, for both of these, for this one, Swift or Objective-C, such languages are used. And for developing Android applications, Kotlin, Java, these are used. And nowadays there is also concept of developing or writing code once, and yes, that application will run on all kind of platforms, all kind of operating systems. So if you code in Dart, Flutter, etc., so yes, I mean, you can develop application that works on cross platforms as well. All right, let's move ahead. And yes, again summarizing, it is object oriented. Kotlin is object oriented language and a better language than Java, but still it is still be fully interoperable with Java code. I mean, there are plenty of big live projects which have mix of both the files, the Java file as well as Kotlin file. I mean, many of my friends who are working in some of the startups, Indian startups like Myntra, Paytm, etc. So what they are doing, their Android application, the big softwares that they have written are heavily in Java, and now they are slowly migrating from Java to Kotlin. Why? Because I mean, you will understand yourself after the end of the module 1. It provides a lot many extra features. It's so crisp, simple, precise. If I am writing any piece of code in 10 lines using Java, then I can do the same thing in Kotlin in maybe 5 or less than 5 lines. I mean, it is this much precise and developer friendly. As a developer, you will love this language, Kotlin. It is sponsored by Google and announced as one of the official languages for Android development in 2017. So I already told you that Kotlin is pragmatic, it has good tooling, and yes, it is from JetBrains. Toolings like it has code completion, navigation, refactorings, inspection. So all those features which are there for any old any industry standard programming language, everything you can get with Kotlin as well. So in Android Studio, which is used for developing Android application, you will get some inbuilt facilities, inbuilt options of converting the code into Kotlin. Let's say if you wrote something in Java, you save the .java file, right? You will get the option to convert that .java file directly into Kotlin with the help of those plugins, with the help of those options which are provided to you in the software in the Android Studio. And yes, it can be easily mixed with Java code. You can have Java and Kotlin, both the codes, both the files in just one project. It is possible, and that's why and how so many people are able to use it. Because if, let's say, it was not possible to keep both the files together, then obviously those big softwares, those big open source projects and the companies like Myntra, etc., who are changing themselves, who are slowly migrating from Java to Kotlin, they would have not done that, right? It is only possible because they both support each other, and they both can stay in the same project. Yes, it is modern, concise, safe, and expressive. I will explain each and every concept, why it is concise, safe, everything soon. So this is the extension, the plugin which I was talking about. So you can easily convert your Java file into Kotlin with the help of these inbuilt functionalities. Okay. And yes, it is concise because it drastically reduces the amount of boilerplate code that you write. And it is safe. It avoids entire classes of errors like null pointer exceptions. So if you have been writing code in Java, if you have been developing Android applications, especially in Java, you would be knowing about the pain that the null pointer exception errors give you. So with the help of Kotlin, you will stay safe there. And it is interoperable as well, 100% with Java. It supports Android browser as well as native. And yes, it is tool friendly. It provides excellent tooling because obviously it is coming from JetBrains, and JetBrains has a good history of providing good IDEs, good languages, etc. So it is concise. Then Java, you would need to write approximately 40% fewer lines of code when compared to Java. And yes, it is interoperable with Java, and you will never face any difficulty using Kotlin in any Java project. It is feature rich as well. It provides several advanced features like operator overloading, lambda expression, string templates. So down the line in the coming modules, I will be explaining all the advanced concepts as well. So yes, stay tuned. And it is very easy. It is easy to learn programming language if you have come from maybe Java background, C++, etc. You would find it very, very easy to learn Kotlin. I mean, everything is almost same as compared to those languages. A bit of here and there syntax changes. It's much more simple, smooth, and developer friendly. Now that you have a bit of idea of what is Kotlin and how it is better, the entire timeline history of how it came into picture, how many developers started using it, and in 2017 it was announced as the official language for Android, all those things. You have a basic idea of Kotlin, right? Its features, everything. Now let's talk about where Kotlin is exactly used. So if you remember in the earlier slides as well, I told you there are three major applications of Kotlin, the programming language. So you can use it to build Android applications. Kotlin can also compile to JavaScript, making it available for the front end, and it is also designed to work well for web development and server-side development as well. And if you remember, I told you it works well for JVM as well, that is Java Virtual Machine, right? Awesome. Kotlin used by industry giants. So these are some of the organizations that are heavily relying on Kotlin as the programming language: Pinterest, Coursera, JetBrains, Atlassian, Gradle, and the list is really very long. So the application of Kotlin, the programming language, is vast. I mean, when I was in university, so I contributed to several programming projects, open source projects, and they were heavily using Kotlin. I mean, they were kind of slowly migrating from Java to Kotlin in GCI, that is Google Code, in 2019. I was one of their mentors for the two projects, Mifo's organization and NitaB.org. So both of these organizations, the open source organization, had a good number of Android projects, mobile app projects, and they were written in Java. So in that competition, in that open source program, basically Google Codin, a lot many issues were there which were just about converting the feature written in Java into Kotlin, and like developing new enhancements, adding fixes, fixing bugs, etc. A lot many issues were there, and heavily Kotlin was being promoted. So yeah, I mean, Kotlin is now in 2023-24, it has been already well tried, tested by so many developers. And yes, it's a good decision to go ahead with Kotlin, especially if you target to learn how to build native application, native Android application. So now let's talk about how we can set up the Kotlin development environment. Okay, so there are two things. Number one is the Kotline Playground, which is so simple and easy. It's just a URL which you can click, you can open, and you can start writing your Kotlin code there. So you won't need to download anything in your laptop, in your system. And yeah, I mean, it's very fast. You just write your code to just understand the syntaxes, like how variables are created in Kotlin, how this thing, that syntax, everything is done. You can try test everything in the Kotlin Playground. And apart from that, the second way is obviously IDE. So any IDE which supports Java, on which you can write Java code, that will perfectly work fine for Kotlin as well. You can either use IntelliJ, you can go with Eclipse, any IDE for that matter you can use. Okay, yes, I mean, let me first help you take a tour of Kotlin Playground, and after that we will do the IDE thing as well. So if you open up your favorite web browser and just type Kotlin Playground, so the first link that you will get here, Kotlin Playground, that is play.kotlinlang.org. This is the official link from the Kotlin language, the platform itself. And if you scroll down a bit, the second link that you see here is from Android. Why? Because I already told you that in 2017 Google I/O, Kotlin was announced as the official language for developing Android applications, right? So they also are popping up that try Kotlin and practice what you have learned so far. Type your code in the window below and click the button to run it. So we will first go with this one, the official Kotlin Playground. So this is the interface. It's pretty simple, and UI UX is also quite appealing, right? So here different versions of Kotlin are available. You can see it is for JVM, for different things. You can try it out. So basically, let me explain you what is written over here. So fun is a keyword in Kotlin. Like in Java, you would have heard about the final keyword, right? So in the same way, fun is a keyword to create functions in Kotlin. To create functions, we have this keyword fun, okay? And then main is the name of the function here. And here in the braces, we can pass parameters. Don't worry at all if at this point you are not understanding these words like functions, parameters, etc. So I'll explain it when we go back in iPad. So right now I'm giving you a tour of Playground, the Kotlin Playground, okay? Fun is a keyword, main is the name of the function. You can give it any name for that matter. And then this is the curly braces to pass the parameters, right? So meanwhile, in the comment section, do one thing. Let me know if you already know any other programming language. If you already are aware of any programming language, then it will be very easy for me to explain things. I mean, you already would be knowing what are functions and why do we pass parameters in function, etc. If you already know, then let me know in the comment section, okay? I'll read all the comments. So fun, the keyword, name of the function, and then we'll pass the parameters. This is the opening and the closing curly braces, okay? Basically, this is the body of the function. To write comment, you can just follow the old method, just 2 slashes, yeah. And this is the body of the function, and then I want to print hello world. So whenever we learn anything new, so the first thing that we do is hello world, be it if we are going to learn app development, so hello world application or hello world code in C++, Java. So in school days in 11th standard, I learned C++. At that time also, the first code that I wrote was hello world, right? And yeah, I mean, this is kind of the standard culture of the tech world. So print ln, with the help of this, I'm telling it that okay, I want to print something, right? And then I am giving it the message that I want to print hello world. Okay, so if I run it, you will see a simple message here that is hello world. Okay, because obviously right now I just have this print ln line. So as you can see, it is showing you the message hello world. If I change it to, let's say, hello from scalar, and if I run it again, so it should now show hello from scalar. So yes, this is the output message that you are able to see here. So you got a basic overview of the playground, right? So maybe in the other modules, when I'll teach you everything, we'll start with variables, what are variables, what are functions, everything we'll discuss in detail in Kotlin, the syntax. Okay, so before that, let me also help you understand the ID part as well, just in case you don't want to do stuff here on the Kotlin Playground. Then you can also install any ID. So let's say I want to install IntelliJ. So install IntelliJ. So basically I had IntelliJ installed already, but I uninstalled it to show it to you, I mean, how you can go about it. Okay, so this is the official website from JetBrains. Installation guide is available here. Depending upon which operating system you are using, Windows, Mac, you can follow the instruction. Okay, for Windows, this is the set of instruction that you can follow. Right now I am on Mac, so I have the experience of using all the 3 operating systems, and yeah, like all have their own pros and cons. So since I am on Mac OS, so I will follow this instruction. So I will download the disk image from the toolbox. Alright, so I'll go here, and the DMG, this is available here. I'll just click on download. Thank you for downloading, and just click save. So it will do the download for me. And after that, one thing that you must have is install Java. So if I go and type here terminal, so if you open up your terminal and type Java version, so right now Java is installed in my machine, in my laptop. Java 19 is installed. So if it is not installed in your laptop, make sure you install Java as well. Okay, so install Java, just write this, and yeah, man, after that you will get plenty of handy articles, blogs. So this is from java.com, how do I install Java. So you can follow either of this. Okay, if I click this one, so I mean, for any installation, be it IntelliJ, be it Git, Java, anything, you will get a good number of resources available, because before you already thousands of developers have written code, right? Perfect. So this is the instruction to download Java for Windows, and like, yeah, based on again which operating system you are using, you can install it. You can go ahead and read this documentation as well. They have explained it quite in detail with the screenshots, etc. Right, so right now I'm not on Windows, so I can't show you exactly how to go about installing on Windows, but obviously these tips are pretty much simple and easy to understand. Like on the IntelliJ, the official website itself, you will get all the details based on your operating system. Okay, so if I open it up, the file that I installed, so I just have to drag it into the applications folder, and after that I will search for IntelliJ. IntelliJ. Okay, let's maybe come in the launchpad, and here, okay, it installed the toolbox for me, the complete toolbox. Let's see. Okay, so right now I have a Studio by this JetBrains, the toolbox install, right? I want to install the first one, that is IntelliJ IDEA. This is Ultimate, right? If you scroll down, this community edition is something which we want. Okay, so IDE for Java and Kotlin enthusiasts, install. Okay, so it is downloading. It is installing IntelliJ for me. Okay, once the installation will be done, I'll open it up and write a short quick program in Kotlin to explain everything to you, so that everything is crisp and clear in your mind. Okay, so IntelliJ is now installed in my laptop, in my machine, and now I will try to create a new project, and I will write the code in Kotlin programming language and run it and show you the output. Okay, so I hope till now everything is clear. You got to know what is Kotline Playground. It's super duper simple. I mean, the website is there. You just have to write your code, right? Quite easy. And after that, if you want to do the same thing in IDE, for that you can install any IDE. If you already are using any like Eclipse or anything, you can write your code there as well. And make sure you have Java installed in your laptop, in your system. For installing, let's say if you want to code on IntelliJ only, IntelliJ IDEA, make sure you download the community version only. All these tips are explained here in detail. Now I'm not sure which operating system you are using, so let's say if you are on Linux, you can download the Torpor, extract, and like everything. This is step by step, everything is written here. Here you have to download .exe, run the installer, and wizard would be there. You just have to follow the next steps kind of thing. So I hope this much part is clear, right? And you can do a standalone installation as well directly, like instead of the IntelliJ, the JetBrains, the toolbox. Like right now what I did, I installed the toolbox app, and from there I installed the IntelliJ community version. You can do direct installation as well of IntelliJ IDEA. You can just use these set of instruction, the bullet points which are written here, right? A lot many options are available here, right? Perfect. So after the installation, let's now click on new project, and here you can see, I mean, a lot many options are here, generators are available here. And before that, let me show you a brief of this as well. So here customization options are available. If you want to change the theme to light, dark, to anything, you can do that. For now I prefer this. And this is the font size, like the size of the code which you will be writing. Plugins are here. You can install plugin based on your needs. And then this is learn section. You can learn to program, you can start and blah blah. A lot many options are here, tip of the day, etc. So for now, let's click on new project. Okay, I will name it Hello Kotlin. Hello Kotlin project. This is the location wherever you want to save your project, you can do that, right? And this is the JDK. So basically in my laptop, I showed you earlier as well, when I write Java version in the terminal, Java 19 is installed, so it picked up the same JDK. You can add JDK as well. You can download JDK as well. You can do multiple stuff here. And yes, then Android, ID plugin, Kotlin multi-platform, a lot many options are available for you here, right? You can go ahead with this as well. For now, I want to keep it simple. Okay, they are expecting. So if you see here, it is expecting some like Maven archetype, etc. That is because we selected here the generator Maven, right? For now, we don't want to go ahead with any generator. We just want a simple new project in Kotlin. So I just have to go here in new project, and here I will write Kotlin hello Kotlin, or anything. You can give it the name test as well, because it is your maybe the first program written in Kotlin, right? So hello Kotlin, this is the name of the project, and after that this is the location. You can change it based on your requirement. Language, I want to write code in Kotlin this time. Build system, and JDK is 19. If you haven't yet installed Java, you can do it directly from here as well. Download JDK and it will do it for you. And it's up to you if you want to add sample code or not. For now I will. And let's go ahead and click on create. So this will create a sample project for me, a sample Kotlin project, in which some sort of sample code will be present, because I clicked yes in that option, right? So if I maximize this, they are telling me what's new in IntelliJ. For now I'm not interested in that. So this is your project, right? This is your simple Kotlin code. So you saw the similar thing here in Kotline Playground as well, and you are doing the same stuff here in IntelliJ. Till now, if you have faced any issue, any bug in installing, in downloading the IDE, or while creating the project, let me know in the comment section. I'll help you in resolving the issue, okay? So here, if you see, there are multiple options available on the, just notice the cursor of my mouse. So here you can see hello Kotlin, the directory is there. Inside that you have multiple folders. .idea folder is there. For now that is of no use for us. This one, the src folder, is very important for us, okay? Inside this you have main and then Kotlin folder. Inside Kotlin folder we will be creating all our new files, okay? New files. For now only one file is there, main.kt, okay? So yes, you have mainly these options here inside hello Kotlin src, and then main. This is the most important one, okay? Main.kt is there. So fun again is the keyword, main is the name of the function, and then we are passing some argument here, argument or parameter here, and that is, name of the parameter is args, and that is of this type, okay? I'll simplify it, don't worry at all. Then this is println, to print something. Try adding program arguments via so for now I'm removing this, and this is your hello world code. Now if you want to run it, you can see here multiple options are available. This is the run button, run main.kt. If I click on it, so you can see here, let's click on cross. So here it is trying to build something, and this is your output. This is your simple crisp output, okay? So if I write here, maybe if you want to create, let's say, another function, you can do it fun test. You can pass parameters and body, and like that you can go about it, right? And I can just call this function here, like main is the driver function. So whenever I click on run no, so the compiler that searches for this method, the main method, the main function, so it will line by line go and execute everything. So as soon as I click on the run button, the compiler will check for, hey, where is the main function? Main function, here it is, here at line number 1. So it will execute the line number 2, that is, it will print hello world, and after that I'm calling the test function, right? So it will call the test function. I will say learning is fun and rewarding. I mean, when we learn something new, then only we get results out of it, right? We get some good projects, internships, jobs, scholarships, and so on. So again, I will click on run, and yes, so you can see hello world. It executed the second line, and after that it called the test function here, and it executed line number 7, that is, learning is fun and rewarding. Process finished with exit code 0. That's it. I mean, you got a basic idea of how to run the Kotlin code in Kotlin Playground, as well as in an IDE as well. So simple, no? If you are facing any issues, once again I'm saying, just pause the video, go ahead and write down in the comment section what is the issue you are facing, and we are here for your help. Okay, awesome. So now let's move ahead, and what I will do is I'll do this screencast again and try to explain you even more significant, even more advanced concepts around Kotlin. Okay, so let me do this screencast. So we have got the idea of what is Kotline Playground. IDE also we are aware. So development environment, for development, as I told you, Java is needed and any IDE. So we installed IntelliJ IDEA Community Edition, right? Perfect. So you would be thinking, why is Java needed if we are writing the code in Kotlin, right? So if you are maybe a non-technical person, or maybe from the tech domain only, and you are for the first time learning Kotlin, I can understand you, I can feel you. You'd be like, hey Soumya, like we are going to learn Kotlin, we are going to write code in Kotlin, then why are you asking us to install Java? Because Kotlin is a JVM language. Now this is going to be very interesting for you to understand. I mean, if you're going any interview, etc., also this is very important concept. So listen to me very carefully now. So this is kind of usual process. If we write code in kotlin.kt and if you compile it, it is converted into bytecode. It is converted into bytecode. And same thing happens with Java. If you write code in Java and if you compile it, it is converted into bytecode. Okay, it is converted into bytecode. And after that, if you run it, like JVM can run it and so on. The kind of the process is very much similar to how we do in Java. Basically JDK is Java Development Kit, and JDK is a mix of, it is a combination of JVM and other libraries, etc. This is just for your theory knowledge, don't get confused too much. I'm just going to explain why we install Java, I mean why we install JDK. Okay, it is short answer, long story short, is because Kotlin is a JVM language. Now let me help you understand what is a JVM language and why is Kotlin a JVM language. Okay, so what is a JVM language? Java Virtual Machine is a virtual machine which enables a computer to run Java program as well as other programs written in any other language which can compile to bytecode. Okay, which can compile to bytecode. So basically JVM is a machine which run any program. JVM is a machine which can run any program, that is compiled into bytecode. So we just got to know that Kotlin code can be compiled into bytecode, right? So JVM is that machine which run any program which can be compiled into bytecode. So obviously indirectly it means JVM can run Kotlin code as well. If you save any file in Kotlin language, if you write code in Kotlin and if you compile it, so it will be converted into bytecode. And JVM is one such machine which can run all such programs which are present in bytecode. So Kotlin also when compiled is converted into bytecode, and Java as well when compiled is converted into bytecode. So Java and Kotlin, both of these can be converted into bytecode, and JVM just need bytecode to run the program. That's it. I mean, a JVM compatible language is a programming language that can execute perfectly on JVM, or indirectly you can say which can be compiled into bytecode, So JVM language is any language which can be compiled into bytecode, and we know that Kotlin can be compiled into bytecode, and therefore Kotlin is a JVM language. It's so simple and so easy. Okay, JVM can run anything which can be converted into bytecode, and Kotlin can be compiled into bytecode. Perfect. So here are these steps which I already did. This is a kind of summary for you if you are facing any issue in installing, etc. So the step 1 is you have to install Java. Java 8 is not mandatory, but like yes, kind of minimum you should have is this. And then IDE installation is step number 2. You can install any IDE. I mean, this is not only these three, any IDE. Okay, if you already are using any IDE, you can check that as well. This is a bit of theory here. You can just take a screenshot of this. We wrote the hello world program, right? We wrote the hello world program. Let me explain you what that was. So fun, I already told you, this is a keyword. This is the name of the function, and then inside parameters we can pass, inside the braces we can pass some parameters, right? We can pass parameters. This is name of the parameter, and after the colon, this is the type. This is the type of parameter. Then inside curly braces you have the body of the function, inside which you can write anything, whatever you want it to do. So main is the entry point. Main is the entry point of any program written in Kotlin. Okay, JVM looks for this method, the main method, while running your program. I already explained this to you, that main is the driver function. Okay, I mean, whenever you will compile it, the JVM will look for main method. Then it will line by line execute everything. Perfect. So now let's talk about variables. How can you create variables in Kotlin? So let's say, let me give you a simple example. We recently did a shifting, right? And the company which we had, Agrawal Packers and Mover, what they did is they kind of created boxes, and they wrote some stuff on that, like kitchen, study, books, something like that. So kind of some data was present in the box, and they gave a name to that. Let's say 5 is present or some stuff is present, and if I call it with the name of a score, so kind of this is the purpose of variable. I mean, to hold data. I mean, some data is present in this box, this box, this box. How will I know that? I mean, how will I call them? So I have to give them some name. I can call them A, B, C, D. Like you have a name, right? Soumya, Rahul, Akanksha, Kritika. So many names are there, right? Everyone is known by their unique name. So in the same way, to store data, we have variables. Okay, simple box that holds the data. Each variable has a name to access the data. Now the question is, can it be reassigned or not? So here is the real thing. In Kotlin we have two things, var and val, to create variables. Okay, let's say I want to create a variable name and give it the name scalar. Okay, give it the name scalar. So name is a variable and the data is a scalar, right? I can also create variable marks. Okay, let's say this is your marks in mathematics out of 100. I'm giving you 99. Okay, so variable and value, right? This is the data. This is basically your data, and to access this data, to access your name, I'm creating a variable. Okay, this is your variable. To access, I'm giving it a name, like to the boxes I am giving names, right? In the same way, to access some sort of data, I'm creating names. So there are two things, as I told you, var and val in Kotlin. So if you create a variable using the keyword val, so it will be kind of constant. You won't be able to reassign it. You won't be able to give any new name. Let's say if I write val name is equal to scalar, right? Scalar. So I can't do like name is equal to scalar academy. Why? Because val is constant. I mean, if you are creating something using val, that means in the entire project, the data, the value of this variable will not change. If you want to make it changeable, then var name is equal to scalar, and then maybe later in the project you can name it scalar academy, something like that, right? Perfect. So var and val, that is a very important concept in Kotlin. Let me quickly show you with the help of code as well. So let's say if I am writing here, let's remove these extra functions for now. I'm removing it. Yeah, so let's say I want to create a variable name, and I want to give it name scalar. Okay, I want to print the value of this, print name. Okay, print name. That's it. So as of now, if I, let's say, give it the name scalar, it will print scalar, very obvious, right? If I want to change the name later to maybe Scalar Academy, I can do that very easily here. Now if I run it, you will see here, I will see Scalar Academy, right? If I change it to val, it will throw error. What it is saying? It is saying that val cannot be reassigned. This is what I just told you, that val cannot be reassigned. If you are creating a variable using val keyword, you cannot change its value in the project. If you are creating a variable using var keyword, you can change the value anytime. I mean, right now you named it name Scalar Academy. You can again change it to maybe Kotlin from Scalar, learning Kotlin from Scalar. Okay, learning Kotlin from Scalar, and if you run it, you will see that only. So learning Kotlin from Scalar. So as simple as it looks. And now let's get back and see some more advanced concepts here. Basically, these are not advanced, these are fundamentals. I mean, how to create variables. Talking about data types. Now there are types of data. Right now what I did, I created name variable and gave it the value Scalar Academy, right? That was of type string. If I want to store marks, if I want to store my marks, let's say in physics 97, so this is of type integer, right? So these are the data types in Kotlin: integer, floating point, boolean, character. If you just want true or false, boolean is there for integers, short, int, long, byte, float, double, floating point, and then in character char, string, right? These are the data types. And these are some quick facts about Kotlin. Let's quickly check it. So once we will go on and on, create more and more projects or files in Kotlin, we will write more code in Kotlin, you will understand these data types in detail. Let me show you one more thing. Like there are two things basically that you can do in Kotlin. You can specifically tell it the type as well. You can tell it that, hey, you are of type string. You are of type string. Even if you don't tell it, it is smart enough. If you are writing something in double quotes, then obviously it's obvious that, okay, you are giving value of type string, right? Let's say I want to create here marks variable. So I can either explicitly tell it that, hey, you will be of type int, and then give it a value 98 and then maybe print it. Okay, so here I am explicitly telling it that you are of type int. If you won't do it, it will automatically understand that, okay, this is of type integer. If I do 98.0 decimal, right, so this is floating value, right, floating point, double, float, etc. So yes, let's get back. You will understand more about data types as we write more projects and files, okay, in Kotlin. So Kotlin does not need a semicolon to end statements. You would have noticed by now. It is null safe. So I'll show you some real example that will help you understand better how it is null safe. So in Java, if you have the experience of writing code, if we call something which has null value, like let's say if I'm calling test dot object or something like that, and if something is null here and there, it will throw null pointer exception, right, and that will crash your application. So it is null safe, and it has no primitives, no properties, fields. You can take a screenshot of this and you can study the quick facts about Kotlin from here. These are kind of theoretical stuff, and yes, as of now, till now, you have created your Hello World project in Kotlin. You have compiled your first project. You know what is JVM language. You know the basics of it, how to create variables in Kotlin, var, val, the keywords, right? If we talk about operators in Kotlin, there are three types of operators in Kotlin: arithmetic operators, relational operator, and increment and decrement operator. So talking about arithmetic, you have mathematical modulus, like modulus is for, quotient. Like let's say if we are doing 13 modulus 2, right? So 13 divided by 2 is 2, 6, 12, 1. So 1 is the modulus here, remainder. Okay, remainder. So yes, I mean arithmetic operators, very much simple. I'll show you by writing the code. Then there are relational operators, greater than, less than, etc. And there are pre and post increment operators as well. So let me show you the concept of operators by writing code. Okay, so let's jump into the IDE now. IDE. So let me remove all this piece of code and show you like how we can deal with operators in Kotlin. Okay, so let's say I have a variable a, it has value 10, variable b, it has value 5. Okay, so I can do multiple operations here, like a plus b, whoops, inside this a plus b, or you can do println a minus b. Okay, a minus b, and the same way you can keep on writing, like you can write other operators as well. You can try multiplication, division, everything. A into b, multiplication, right? Println a divided by b, a divided by b, and if we run it, so it should show us the value of all these. You can see 10 plus 5 is 15, it is showing us 15. Then 10 minus 5 is 5, then 50, and division 10 by 5 is 2. You can also print here a modulus 5, that will, a modulus b, sorry, that will give you the value of the remainder, right? You can see here it is 0 because 10 divided by 5, 0 is the remainder, right? Perfect. And yes, that way you can try out other operators as well. These were arithmetical operators. Relational operators are also kind of same. Let's say you want to check if a is greater than b or not, right? They are telling that this is obviously like true because 10 is greater than 5. So let's check what it prints here. So it is printing true, right? You can in the same way test out other relations as well, like is a less than b. So it is obviously always false because 10 is not less than 5, right? So in this way, I mean, multiple relation operators are there. You can check if this is equal, a is equal to b or not. That way you can check out other operators as well. Relational operators. So these were arithmetical operators. These are relational operators, right? And now let me show you the magic of increment and decrement operator, right? So if I do a plus plus, this will do exactly what a is equal to a plus 1 will do. So basically a plus plus or maybe a minus minus, these are increment and decrement operators. Okay, and here as well you have two things, post increment. Okay, let me explain you here. So pre-increment, pre and post. Okay, let's first understand what is pre. Pre means before, right? So if you write plus plus a, so what it will do is println, let's say println and plus plus a. Okay, whoops, plus plus a. So here as soon as you write plus plus a, it will quickly increase the value of a. It will print 11 here. Okay, it will print 11. Let's run and check. So it printed 11, right? If you write plus plus after a, that is your post increment. Let's write it here only. This is your pre increment. Okay, whoops. This is pre. This is coming before the variable name, right? If I write plus plus after the name of the variable, so what it will do, as of now it will remain same, I mean a plus plus. So at this point it will show me the exact value of a, and if I print it later, then it will tell me that hey, the value is now 11. I mean it will increment the value but after some time, right? Println, so see here it printed 10 and then 11. Okay, and once again if I do here plus 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 a, so it will at that point only immediately it will increase the value. Here also it will print 11 and here as well it will print 11. Right now it is 10 and 11, you can see, right? 10 and 11. If I run it again, so it will tell me 11 and 11. Okay, so basically that is the power of pre and post. Okay, and plus plus means it will increase the value by 1 and minus minus means it will decrease the value by 1. Very simple and straightforward. Nothing nothing confusing here. Let me know in the comment section if all the pointers still here are clear. Variables, you now know how to create. Var a is equal to this, right? Val also you can use if you want the value of b to not change in the project, you can call it val. That's it. And then we talked about 3 types of operators as well: arithmetic operator, relational, and these are pre and post increment and decrement operators, right? So yes, I mean, I hope by now you have got a basic idea of Kotlin. We talked about the basic stuff, and in the coming modules we'll deep dive into more advanced concepts. Classes and objects in Kotlin. Kotlin is an OOP language, object oriented programming language, and it is a paradigm which allows us to solve problems with the help of objects, which represents the real world entities. This is object oriented programming language, and in such languages objects play very significant role, and classes and objects are kind of integral part of such programming languages. So if you talk about classes in general, so class is a blueprint or a template, you can say, and objects are the real thing. You create objects in your program and they interact with each other to complete the work. This is a bit of theory and might be right now you are not clear of what exactly class is, what exactly objects are, right? So I'll give you some examples and that will help you understand things in a way better manner. Okay, so if you see this picture, it contains mobile 1, 2 and 3, right? And all these are different in terms of their size, color, battery type and features, right? Might be this is phone from MI company, Oppo and so on, right? But can you imagine what is the general thing about all these 3 types of phone? So yes, all these 3 are mobile phones, right? If we want to put all of these in one category, we can say mobile phone, and these 3, the Oppo phone, MI, all these are mobile phones, cell phones, right? So if we have a class of mobile phones, then we can have objects 1, 2, 3 which are of different companies, right? So this is how the concept of classes and objects are. To make it more clear to you, let's say if you have a class of car type, then inside this you can have multiple objects, right? You can have object of type Ford, you can have object of type BMW, you can have object of type Tata, etc. I mean, so many cars are there, right? So yes, I mean, that's how the concept of classes, and inside that objects, all the objects will be somewhere related to that class. Like all these are related to this class mobile phone. These all are mobile phones only, right? In the same way, all these objects, object 1, 2, 3 are of the same type. They are car only, but obviously the features, the color, everything will be different, the price and all those stuff, right? Perfect. So before you create objects in Kotlin, you need to define a class. A class is a blueprint for the object. We can think of class as a sketch or prototype of a house. It contains all the details about the floors, doors, windows, etc. Based on these descriptions, we build the house. House is the object, okay? Since many houses can be made from the same description, we can create many objects from one class. Might be in 2 objects, the only differences of color, they are all same, but they are of different colors, right? Perfect. How to define a class in Kotlin. Now let's see the syntax of classes in Kotlin. Very important. So we use the keyword class. Okay, we use the keyword class, and after that class name based on your need. Let's say if you are creating a class for car, you are creating a class for people, for objects, anything for that matter, right? So class keyword, this is keyword, and then this is the name of the class, right? And then inside this you can have multiple properties, you can have member functions, you can have variables. Like for people class, you can have name as one of the variables, age, gender, and so on, right? Awesome. So I hope the concept of class is a bit clear to you now, right? You would have got a basic overview or of idea of what classes are. If car is a class, then you can have objects of objects like BMW, Ford, and so on, right? In the same way, if you have person as the class, you can have multiple objects, object person 1, person 2, and so on. Awesome. Here is an example of the same. This is class lamp, and inside this you have some member functions as well as some variables, right? So this is var is on, this is of type boolean. Private is the modifier, visibility modifier. I'll talk about it shortly. So var keyword you already know, is on is a variable, and we have given the value false to it. So lamp is on a kind of variable which tells if the lamp is on or off, right? True means is on, false means it is not on. And then we have member functions as well. We have turn on function. So obviously if you'll call this function, then the lamp will be turned on. If you will call turn off function, then the lamp will be turned off, right? Perfect. So here we defined a class named lamp. The class has one property, is on, defined in the same way as variable. Obviously we just saw this. And you have two member functions as well, turn on and turn off. These two are the member functions. These two are functions. And here we have one var, one variable. Alright, moving ahead. Classes, objects, properties, member function, etc. can have visibility modifiers. Obviously, like we just saw private here, private, by default they are public. So for example, the is on property is private here. This means the is on property can be changed from only inside the lamp class, that is that variable is private, that can only be changed from inside that class in which it is created, in which it is declared. Other visibility modifiers include like private, obviously you just used, visible from inside the class only, public, visible everywhere, protected, visible to the class and its subclasses as well, internal, any client inside the module can access them. So you will understand more about these modifiers, etc. once you will start writing code, more and more code, right? So if you do not specify the visibility modifier, it will be public by default, as I just told you. And in the above program, turn on and turn off member functions are public, whereas the is on property is private. So basically they are saying is on property is private, but these two member functions, turn on and turn off, are public because we haven't given any visibility modifier to them. Now let's talk about Kotlin objects. Before that, I hope you remember the syntax of classes. Basically you just have to do like this. A class keyword will be there, and then the name of the class, name of the class based on your needs. And inside this you can have data members, or you can call them data variables. And apart from that, you can have data functions as well. Moving ahead, let's now talk about Kotlin objects. When a class is defined, only the specification for the object is defined. No memory or storage is allocated. So we just created this class lamp, right? So when the class is defined, there is no kind of memory or storage is created for that class. If you want to access the members, defined within the class, like is on, or turn on, turn off, if you want to access these, you need to create objects, okay, objects of the class. And the syntax is pretty simple. So you know that this is the class, okay, class lamp. One second, yes. So this is the class lamp till this point. This is main function. Whenever I'll compile the program, so the compiler, what it will check, it will first of all check the driver function, that is the main function. Now if you see the first piece of code here, first line of code here, number 1, val, which is a keyword, L1 is equal to lamp. Basically here I created L1 object of lamp class. Okay, what it will do is it will create some storage for us. I mean, if I want to, let's say, access the property is on, so I can say L1 dot is on, L1 dot is on. If I wanted to access, let's say, this function turn off, so turn off, something like that, using the dot operator, using the dot operator, this one is called dot operator, I can access the data members and the member functions inside the class. Okay, awesome. So this is the way we create the objects, val or var, anything, name of the object, object 1, 2, whatever you want, and after that the class, whichever class you want to call, something like this, like lamp. Okay, this program creates two objects, L1 and L2 of class lamp. The is-on property for both the lamps will be false. The is-on property for both the lamps L1 and L2 will be false, because obviously in the starting, while we created the class lamp, we set the value of this variable is on as false. Moving ahead, how to access members, I already explained you. You can access properties and member functions of a class by using the dot notation, dot operator. For example, L1 dot turn on, this statement calls turn on function for the L1 object. Let's take another example. So L2 dot is on is equal to true. So basically what we are doing is we are calling the is on variable from the L2 object, and we are setting its value as true, because initially it was installed as false, right? So here we try to assign true to is on property of L2 object. Note that is on property is private, and if you try to access is on from outside the class, an exception will be thrown, right? Now here is an example of Kotlin class and object again. So this is the same example. If you see, so this is the content of the class lamp. We have turn on function, we have the turn off function. Apart from that, we created a new function, that is display light status, right? Depending upon, like, we'll pass some string variable, and then we'll check if is on is equal to true, then it is on, otherwise it's off. So here it's important to understand what we are writing. Okay, let's see. So function main is the first thing to be executed when the compiler runs a program, right? So val L1 is equal to a lamp. Basically we created L1 object of lamp class, and then we have L2 object of lamp class. So L1 dot turn on, we are calling L1 dot turn on, so it will go and do this, is on is equal to true. So for L1 the value of is on is true, right? So when I will do L1 dot display light status, so is on is true, so it will print that this lamp is on, right? L1 lamp is on. And for L2 I am calling turn off, so the value of is on will be false, and therefore when I will call display light status by passing the L2 object, then obviously is on is not is equal to true, so it will print lamp is off. Perfect. It's very simple. I mean, behind the scenes also is very important to understand. So let's say when you are creating an object like Mustang, Beetle, anything for any of these classes, like if the class name is car, so as soon as you create the object, memory is given, memory is allocated to the particular class, depending upon how many member functions, how many variables are present in that particular class. And let's now write some classes, some objects in Kotlin to understand this concept in even better manner. Perfect. So now let's create a class of name. Maybe you can create my class, in which we will create objects and classes and see the syntax of classes and objects in Kotlin, right? So I'm going to create new, and here is Kotlin class in file. I will name it my class, and it should be of type file. Then I'll write function main, because obviously main function is the most important thing. I mean, whenever you will click this green run button, so main function is the first thing which the compiler executes, right? So here we will create object of the class. Object of the class, we know the syntax very well. Before creating the object of the class, obviously the very first thing is we have to create the class itself, right? So the syntax of creating class is very much simple and straightforward. You have to use the keyword class, and after that the name of the class. So right now I want to create a class of name person, and here what you can do is, like we in the syntax read that we can have curly braces, right? And inside the curly braces we can have data variables, we can have member functions, and like variables as well as functions, right, of that particular class. So here if you see, I can have curly simple parentheses as well, and inside that I can pass on values while creating the object of the class, right? So what I will do, I have the person class. So person class can have variables like name of the person, age of the person, gender of the person, and so on, right? So let's say I want to create a variable name, okay? So var name, which should be of type string, okay? And after that var age, and that should be of type int, and so on. You can create multiple variables here, right? Name, age, and depending upon the person class, what kind of variables, member functions it can have, you can go on and on, right? These are the properties, the data variables, and you can create these inside the class as well. But for the ease, I passed these here itself. Just in next few minutes I'll teach you why I did that and why it's important in Kotlin, and how it's related to the concept of constructors as well, okay? Perfect. And here I will create one function, can vote, okay? Can vote, can vote, and I will accept the age variable, the parameter, and inside this I'll check if age is less than 18. Then I will print here, I will print cannot vote, else if the age is like I can simply go on writing else. If the age is greater than if it's less than 18, then cannot vote, otherwise print ln, I will say can vote, okay? Can vote. Awesome. So I have the person class ready, and inside that I have one function can vote, and the two properties, two data members are name and age, okay? Either you can pass these variables inside the person class, or the way I have done it in the parenthesis as well. So I'll create object of the class person. So var object1, or you can say person1, so obj1 is equal to person, and here I have to pass some properties, right? So the first name I'm giving here Soumya, and I'm giving here age 22, okay? And after that, to call other member functions, variables, I'll say object1 dot, you can see here I have multiple options. I can call name, age, or can vote. So I want to call can vote, and I'll pass here 22. So if I run this piece of code, you will see that it will print can vote. Why? Because the age passed here is 22, right? 22. So what it will do, it will call this function, and it will check here if age, if 22 is less than 18, it is not less. So we'll come here and print can vote, okay? So it's as simple as it looks. Creating a class, the syntax is very simple. The class keyword is there, name of the class. Inside parenthesis you can pass some variables, and you can do the same thing like after creating the class person, and inside like function can vote is here, right? So you can similarly have some variables here as well, name and so on. So it depends on you. I did it because I wanted to pass values here via the object only. While creating the object, it looks better. I mean, depending upon the use case, you can change the way you create the class, you can change the way you create the objects and so on. And now let's get back to the iPad, and I'll teach you some more important concepts around OOPs, around classes and objects. So now let's talk about constructors in Kotlin, yet another very significant concept, right? So Kotlin constructors. A constructor is a concise way to initialize class properties. Like I just now created the person class, and inside that I had properties like name, age, can vote, etc. So if I want to, let's say, initialize the values like name, age, and there can be like multiple values. So for those, constructor is very important. If anyone asks you what are constructor, so they are very handy. They are concise way to initialize the class properties. It is a special member function that is called when an object is created, when the object is instantiated. However, how they work in Kotlin is slightly different. In Kotlin, there are two types of constructor: primary constructor and the secondary constructor. So talking about primary constructor, the primary constructor is part of the class header itself. This is a good example here. Class person, and then we have variables here, first name and age, and this is the class body. So the block of code surrounded by parentheses is the primary constructor itself. This much block of code, this much piece of code which is surrounded by the simple parentheses, that is primary constructor in Kotlin. Okay, so I just created the similar kind of class, right? So in that, the class header itself is containing the primary constructor, right? The constructor declared two properties: first name, read only property, as it is declared using the keyword val, okay? And then we have age, that is read write property, since it is declared with the keyword var. I hope you remember var and val, which I taught in the starting of the course in module 1, right? So this is again example of primary constructor. Function main is here. I created person1, the object of the class person. I passed Joe 25 as the value of the parameters first name and age, right? So here I am trying to get the value of the person and the age as well. So person1 object dot first name and object dot age, it will print the value of the variables, right? Perfect. Primary constructor and initializer block. So the primary constructor has a constrained syntax and it cannot contain any code. So as you just saw, the syntax of primary constructor is quite like restricted, kind of. Only this much part. I mean, after the name of the class, in parenthesis you can pass parameters. That is the primary constructor. It is in the header of the class while creating the class. So it cannot contain any code, we just saw. To put the initialization code, not only code to initialize properties, initializer block is used. It is prefixed with init keyword, and if we try to modify the above example, so it will look something like this. Function main, right? We created one object person1 for the class person, and we passed two values. So here we passed Joe and 25, right? Then I have first name and age as the data member for the class person. Then I have initializer block in it, and inside this what I am doing, I am initializing the first name. You can see here first name is equal to fname dot capitalize, and then age is equal to person age, whatever we are passing here. So the value of first name will be like, if assume this is the value, so Joe in capitals because we are capitalizing here, and 25. right? And if you print here, so obviously you will get the value which we passed, right? Perfect. So I mean, it is the example of initializer block in it. If you want to initialize something, not only initialization, but you can do much more than that. You can use init block, because we saw that the kind of freedom given to primary constructor is quite constrained, right? So you can use the init blocks as well. And moving ahead, when you run the above program, the output will be first name Joe and age is 25. Age is 25. So here parameters f name and person age, inside the parenthesis accepts value Joe and 25. Obviously these f name and person age, they accept the values which we pass from here, right? And after that, when person one object is created, however f name and person age are used without using var and val, they are not properties of the person class. They are not properties of the person class. The person class has two properties, first name and age, as declared here inside the class person. And when person one object is created, code inside initializer block is executed. So if you ask when this init block is executed, it is executed as soon as you create the object of the person class. When a person one object is created, the code inside initializer block is executed. The initializer block not only initializes the property but also prints them. Okay, but also prints them. So I hope the concept is clear now. The f name and person age inside the parenthesis, that is this one, they accept the value that we passed from here while creating the object, and when the object is created, it executes the init block which is here, right? Awesome. And here is another way to perform the same task. So we have the function main, and in this we are creating person one object which is of type which is for the person class, right? And we are passing two values here. And if you come here, you can see f name and person age, they are here to accept the values that we are passing while creating the object. And here first name and age, I am initializing them. Inside init, I'm just printing stuff. To distinguish the constructor parameter and property, different names are used, like f name and first name, person age, etc. It's more common to use these kind of variable names. So when you will run the program which is written here, so output will be something like this. And when the object of the person class is created, Joe and 25 values are passed as if the person is a function. And that's the beauty of classes and objects in Kotlin. Like here we created the class in the way a function is created, right? And that's why it was able to accept the values when we passed while creating the object. The same thing is written here. This initializes the first name and age properties of person one object to Joe and 25 respectively. Moving ahead, primary constructors, they are very simple and easy to understand. They're kind of inbuilt. I mean, in the class header only the primary constructors are there. If we talk about Kotlin secondary constructor, so in Kotlin a class can also contain one or more secondary constructor. They are created using the constructor keyword. Secondary constructors are not that common in Kotlin. They are not heavily used, but yes, it's important that you understand what are Kotlin secondary constructors. The most common use of secondary constructor comes up when you need to extend a class that provides multiple constructor that initializes the class in different ways. So here you can create a secondary constructor in Kotlin this way. Here is the syntax. So let's say the class name is log, right? If you want to create secondary constructor, use the keyword constructor, and then you are passing one parameter, then constructor keyword, and you are passing two keywords here, parameters here. Here the log class has two secondary constructor but no primary constructor at all. You can extend the class in this way. If let's say class log is there, it is having two constructors, right? You have auth log, another class which is inheritance is basically going on here. It is inheriting from log class, right, which is created here. So you can see, that can inherit the constructors as well from the parent class. Here the constructors of the derived class auth log calls the corresponding constructor of the base class log, and for that super keyword is used here. As you can see, super keyword is used, right? So secondary constructor in Kotlin is not that heavily used, very less, and to create you have to use the constructor keyword. That's it. Apart from that, primary constructor are very common, and you just saw multiple examples of it. It's kind of primary constructor. It is one of the concise way to initialize the class in Kotlin, and the syntax you understood already. Moving ahead, by now you know how to create class in Kotlin, how to create objects, and when objects are created, then only some storage is allocated, right? And you can call the data members, the member functions of the class using the object only. You know what are constructors and types of constructors in Kotlin. Moving ahead, let's talk about Kotlin getters and setters. So in programming, getters are used for getting value of the property, and similarly setters are used for setting the value of the property. If I want to, let's say, set the value of some variable to maybe a scalar, right? So I can simply do that with the help of some syntax, and that's what we are going to see, what are getters and setters in Kotlin. So in Kotlin, getters and setters are optional and are auto-generated if you do not create them in your program. So if you do not create them in your program, they will be auto-generated, right? So how getters and setters work? The following code in Kotlin, if you see. So class person and var name, we are creating a variable of type string and we are giving it default value, right? This one is equivalent to this piece of code. Class person, we have name variable of type string and we have some default value here. So if we are not creating getter setter, by default it is being created there. If you see here, get is equal to field getter and setter in this way, set value and field is equal to value. So if you write this much piece of code, you can assume that getters and setters are by default created in the background in Kotlin. Example, let's understand this one. Quite lengthy piece of code, but it's very, very simple. Nothing difficult is there. Whenever you feel that any piece of code is difficult, just start executing it. Start doing dry run of it and it will become very, very simple for you to understand. So obviously, fun main, the compiler will start from here. Val Maria is equal to girl. So basically what we are doing here, we are creating Maria object for the class girl, right? Maria.actual age is equal to 15. So I am calling the actual age parameter. So let's see how many parameters are there in class girl. So age is there and then actual age is there, right? For age we have written some piece of code, getters and setters, right? So here get is equal to field and set is equal to value and field is equal to 18 if value is 18, otherwise something like this, right? They have written a lot of getters and setters code, right? So let me erase this and now let's see here. So Maria.actual age is 15. So if I'll print this, obviously I should be getting 15 and I'm getting 15 only, right? I'm getting 15. But if you see here, Maria.age is 15 and for age I can see I have getters and setters available here. So it is doing some change here. If value is less than 18, so for me it is less than 18 only. So it is saying that field is equal to 18. It is changing the value, and that's why when I am later on printing Maria.age, I am getting 18 as the output, right? Same way, let me again do a dry run of the other piece of code that will help you understand better. So here what I am doing is I am creating Angela object of type girl, right? Angela dot actual age is equal to 35. I'm calling actual age and I'm setting its value as 35. So when I will print it, it should give me 35. It should give me 35, right? This much part is clear. After that, Angela dot age is equal to 35. But here if you see, 35 will be passed, right? So if value is between 18 and 30, this will be the case. Otherwise, I will fall in this case because the value here is 35, right? And 35 is neither less than 18, it is neither between 18 and 30. So obviously this piece of code will be executed. Value will become value minus 3, that is 35 minus 3, 32. So when I will do Angela.age, so 32 should be printed, and yes, 32 is printed at the end, right? So basically what we are trying to do here, we are trying to write getters and setters on our own. By default, getters or setters are obviously always there, but here we are trying to do some extra piece of stuff using getters and setters. These are also not kind of heavily used, but yes, you must know what getters and setters are. Basically, getters are used for getting value of the property and setters for setting the value of the property. Moving ahead, late init in Kotlin, it's very, very important. I mean, in one of my interviews as well, I was asked about this. What is late init in Kotlin? Okay. So if you see here, I'd prefer explaining this with the help of one practical code. So basically late init, if you try to break it down, late meaning later, something which is done later on, and init means initialization, right? So it means we are somewhere telling the compiler or the system that I will initialize this late. Now I'm saying I will initialize this late. What is this here? So whenever we create variables, right? Whenever we create variables in Kotlin, so in the class, they ask us to either initialize them, either give them some value, else they will throw error that the variable is not initialized, right? So if in case I don't know the value of the variable in the starting of the program, in the starting of the project, but later on maybe I'll give it some value. So in those cases, I can put late in it. I can put late in it that, hey, I will give it some value. I will initialize the name variable, but later on in the program, later on in the project. Let me quickly give you an example, and that will make things better and easy for you to understand. So let's say I'm taking this example only, okay? I have the main function and I have the class person. Inside class person, if let's say I want to create one variable profession, okay? Profession. So you can see it is throwing some error that property must be initialized. I should give it some value. This is of type string. Still it is throwing the value, right? That it must be initialized. But at this point, I don't know the profession, right? And I don't want to keep it empty. So I can add here late in it. And the error is gone, right? Basically, I told the compiler, I told the system that, hey, I will give some value to profession, but later on, late in it, I will initialize it, but later on in the project. So later on when I'll feel like, okay, I can give this value to profession, I can give that, right? So this is the use case of late init. If you break it down into two parts, late and init, it will become self-explanatory for you. Perfect. And now let's get back here and try to understand some more significant concepts. Let's talk about inheritance in Kotlin. Now let's talk about inheritance in Kotlin. Inheritance is one of the key features of object-oriented programming. It allows user to create a new class from an existing class. The existing class is called the base class and the new class is called the derived class. The derived class inherits all the features from the base class and it can have additional features of its own as well. So for an example, let's say if you are creating a person class, or maybe if you are creating a vehicle class, a better example. So inside the vehicle class you can have not inside exactly, but if let's say let me write here, if base class is your vehicle, so you can have multiple derived classes that can inherit stuff from the vehicle class, like car, bus, truck, etc. All these are vehicles, right? So these can also be some classes which will be derived class of the base class, the parent class, right? So why inheritance is so important in programming, or in general in this language as well? So suppose in your application you want three characters: a maths teacher, a footballer, and a businessman. Since all of the characters are persons, they can walk and talk. However, they also have some special skills. A math teacher can teach maths, a footballer can play football, and a businessman can run business. You can individually create three classes who can walk, talk, and perform their special skill, right? Like math teacher, talk, walk, and teach math; footballer, talk, walk, and play football; and businessman, talk, walk, and run business. These three are the methods here. So in each of the classes, you would be copying the same code to walk and talk for each character. If you want to add a new feature, eat, you need to implement the same code for each character once again, right? This can easily become error prone, while copying or while doing duplication of code, etc. It would be a lot easier if we had a person class with basic features of a person, like walk, talk, eat, sleep, and so on. And apart from that, if there are any special function, if there are any special feature of any character, any class, then you can add the extra function just in that class, right? This is done using inheritance. How? So this is now person class, the base class. It has the basic things that every person needs, like talk, walk, eat, sleep, and so on. Apart from that, you can have maths teacher class, play football class, run business, these maths teacher, footballer, businessman, these classes. And inside this you can have such method: teach math or run business, play football, etc. Basically what we are doing here is, person is the base class, and all these maths teacher, footballer, and businessman, all these are the derived classes. So instead of implementing these functions in each and every class, math teacher, footballer, businessman, what I did, I created a single class. That's it. And every time you will create something, you can just inherit stuff from there. You can inherit these functions from there. So using inheritance, now you don't implement the same code, walk, talk, and eat for each class. You just need to inherit them, right? So for maths teacher, that is derived class, you inherit all features of person, and you add a new feature, teach math. Similarly, for a footballer as well, you inherit all the features of a person and add one more extra feature, play football. And same goes with the businessman class. This makes your code very clean and understandable and extendable as well. It's important to remember, when working with inheritance, each derived class should satisfy the condition whether it is a base class or not. In the above example, maths teacher is a person, every footballer is also a person. You cannot ask something like businessman is a business, right? I mean, obviously the concept is clear here. When you are creating subclasses out of the base class, it's important to understand that while working with the inheritance, each derived class, like maths teacher, footballer, businessman, each derived class should satisfy the condition whether it is a base class or not, right? So here is the example. Person is the class here, and then basically we are writing the same thing in code as well. We have class person, and inside this we can have multiple function. Then we have class maths teacher, which is inheriting stuff from the person class. This is also inheriting, this is also inheriting. This is the syntax of inheritance. if you are creating a class XYZ and you want to inherit from class base, so you will write something like this, and then inside curly braces you can add extra stuff for XYZ, right? So notice the keyword open before the base class person. The keyword open here is important. It's important. By default, classes in Kotlin are final. Final means cannot be changed or are constant, right? If you are familiar with Java, you know that a final class cannot be subclassed. By using the open annotation on a class, compiler allows you to derive the new classes from it. So if I remove open keyword, so you cannot create or you cannot derive things from here. I mean, you cannot use it as base class. Okay, so you now know the significance of open keyword as well. So employee is one class. It is having name, age, salary as functions. Inside this you have some more classes, I mean some separate individual classes which are kind of deriving stuff, which are derived class of the employee base class. This is the base class here, and all these are the derived class. So these derived classes like web developer, Android developer and iOS developer, these derived classes will have all the features of the base class employee. They all will have name, age, salary, and apart from that, on top of that, they will have some special features of their own as well. Like web developer will know how to design website, they know how to design Android apps, and they know how to design iOS applications, right? So here is the example. You can take a screenshot of this as well. Let me tell you what we are trying to do here. So this is the main function T1. We are creating object of math teacher class. We are passing here 25 and Jack. Then I am saying T1 dot teach maths. So it will print I teach in primary class, right? I teach in primary class. And if you notice here, we are before that we have these two extra lines as well. My name is Jack and my age is 25. How and why it is coming, it's very important. It is coming because whenever you create object of this math teacher class, so obviously, I mean, alongside the math teacher, it is a derived class of this base class person, right? Of this base class person. So here as well, you are kind of passing 25 and Jack. And whenever the object of this class will be created, so obviously they have init block. And we know as soon as the object is created, the init block is executed. That's why we are printing this. And after that, we are printing whatever is written inside the math teacher class. So when the object T1 of math teacher class is created, when this is done, T1 object of math teacher class is created, the parameters are passed to the primary constructor. In Kotlin, init block is called when the object is created. I just told you. Since math teacher is derived from the person class, it looks for initializer block in the base class person and executes it, right? Let me repeat it. Since the math teacher is derived from the person class, it looks for initializer block in the base class. In the base class, it tries searching for the init block and it also executes it. If the math teacher had init block, the compiler would have also executed the init block of the derived class, right? Next, the teach maths function for object T1 is called using this statement. The program works similarly. When object F1 of footballer class is created, it will execute the init block of the base class, that is the person class, and after that the play football method is called using f1.playFootball. Same story is true here with this as well. If you create F1 object, for footballer, then it will search for init block in the parent class. The parent class is person and the init block is this, right? So it will execute my name is this and my age is this, and after that we are calling f1.playFootball, right? So it's simple. It's just that you should know the theory part of it, right? If we are performing inheritance, then what is the order of calling which function when? If two init blocks are there, if the init block is in parent class as well as in the derived class, then init block of the parent class will be executed first, and after that the init block of the derived class will be executed, right? Important note for Kotlin inheritance: if the class has a primary constructor, the base must be initialized using the parameters of the primary constructor. So both derived classes have two parameters, age and name. So they are giving the they are explaining with the help of the example. So if you look at this example, f1 is the object. We are creating one object for footballer class, and footballer class is basically derived class of the person base class, right? Of the person base class, and footballer has init method of its own as well. So here the primary constructor of the derived class has three parameters. Primary constructor of the derived class has three parameters, right? Age, name and club. And the base class has two parameters, age and name. Note that both parameters of the base class are initialized. So when you will pass value for the footballer class, so this will also be initialized. Whatever value you are passing here, accordingly it will take values for the base class as well. In case of no primary constructor, each base class has to initialize the base or delegate to another constructor which does that. And here is an example of that again. Here they are using the concept of secondary constructor, and which once again is not heavily used in Kotlin, but you must know the significance of it, right? So if you look at the function main, we are creating p1 object for auth_log class, and we are passing here bad password, the value, right, the constructor. So here you can see we don't have any primary constructor. So in case of no primary constructor, each base class has to initialize the base using super keyword or delegate to another constructor which does that. So in this case, because no primary constructor was associated with auth_log, you can see in the constructor, in the secondary constructor, we are passing values, right? So that if we are giving values while creating the object, it can process it somehow, right? So by now you know the concept of inheritance as well, right? And now is the time we talk about Kotlin visibility modifiers as well. Earlier as well you would have seen us using private, public, all those keywords, right? By default all the variables, member functions inside a class are public, but yes, explicitly if you use private or protected keyword, then obviously they will behave that way. So visibility modifiers are keywords that set the visibility of classes, objects, interfaces, constructors, functions, properties and their setters. You cannot set visibility modifier of getters, as they always take the same visibility as that of the property. So these are visibility modifiers inside classes and interfaces. You can take a screenshot of this. Public, private, protected, internal. The words are somewhere self-explanatory. Public means visible to any client who can see the declaring class. Private means visible inside the class only. And protected means visible inside the class and its subclasses. And internal, visible to any client inside the module that can see the declaring class. Basically, you should have an overview of what these keywords are. And if you override a protected member in the derived class without specifying its visibility will also be protected. So yes, I hope all the concepts that we studied in this module are clear to you. We started with classes and objects, right, which are literally very important concepts in any programming language. We understood what are constructors, type of constructors in Kotlin, secondary and primary constructors, right? After that, we also understood the theory part of getters and setters, right? Getters and setters, late init, very significant keyword in Kotlin, late init in Kotlin. It is the keyword is self-explanatory, late init, whatever we want to initialize later, not immediately, right? So if you want to create a variable and you want to give it a value later on, you can use the late init keyword in the class. And apart from that, we talked about inheritance. We talked about inheritance in Kotlin, which is very much same as in any other programming language. And then visibility modifiers as well, visibility modifiers. So yes, I hope these concepts are clear to you. And in the coming classes, in the coming modules, we'll be creating some exciting projects as well using the Kotlin programming language, Kotlin standard libraries, and Android application development. Today, I'll teach you about this concept in Kotlin programming language. So let's get started. The very first thing is, and the very basic control flow is if else. So let's say if you are writing code and you have to print something, you have to perform a set of operation based on certain condition, like if XYZ is happening, then perform this piece of code. Let's say if it is raining, then print it is raining, or maybe show an image which tells the user that it is raining. So something like that, right? So it is completely based on condition. If something is happening, then perform these actions, else otherwise if another action is happening, then perform other piece of execute other piece of code, etc. So if it is raining, take umbrella, otherwise no rains, you can enjoy your day. So if you have to write piece of code which are about these conditions and actions, then you can use if else. Now let's look at the syntax of if else. That's very easy. So this is the syntax of if else. If certain condition is true, then run this piece of code, otherwise else you can run other piece of code, right? So it is very simple. If you want to write if else, you just have to do if this piece of code is correct, if this condition is correct, then execute this much line, otherwise else you can execute this piece of code written over here, right? And you can put multiple conditions as well, like if this is true, then execute this, then again you can put some condition, else if this is true, else if, you can keep on adding else if, and then in the end if none of the conditions are true, then you can simply write one else block in which if none of the if conditions are true, then that will be executed. Perfect. Let's move on, and I want to quickly show you how you can write your code in this way if we want to use if else. So I'm using the same project that we created in the last module, module 1. Okay, new page, new file, and I want to name it if else, or you can name it control or something like that, control flow, anything, whatever you feel comfortable, you can name it that way. So I'm writing if else, and now what I will do is, once again, class if else, and what I will do here, like if you check at the main function that we wrote yesterday, so we had one function main, and inside that we simply did some print operation, we did increment and post increment, pre increment, etc. So today let's do one thing. I want to remove the class, and here I will write all the code. Okay, perfect. So I want to write here how if else works. So if I'll create one variable where animal, okay, where animal, in the beginning I will pass empty string, okay, and maybe I can ask the user as well to give some input, that if the animal is dog, cat, anything like that, you can right now predefine on yourself as well, right? So if I can check if animal is equal to, let's say, cat, then we can do println, print the animal is a cat, right? Else if animal is dog. So you can see it is giving me many hints that, hey Soumya, you can improve this piece of code or that piece of code, right? So I'll tell you, what hints it is giving us. The animal is a dog, right? That way you can go on and on, like depending upon the condition, depending upon the use case, you can add more and more conditions. So first thing here, it is saying that you can make this variable val, because the value is not getting modified in this project, in this piece of code, but it depends on me. I might change its value, so I want to keep it var. Okay, now if you see here, so it is saying that condition this is always false, because obviously animal is not is equal to cat, and here it will say it is always true. So let's try to print and see if it's working, if this piece of code is working. And you can see here we got the output. The animal is a dog, obviously, because the value of animal, the variable is dog, right? If I write here cat, so obviously it will print the animal as a cat, right? So this is very simple. I just wanted to explain you the syntax of if else. This control flow syntax, if else syntax is too easy. Okay, now let's get back to iPad. Let me do a screencast again. And here if you see, so there are some kind of rules which you should follow. They are not exactly rules, but a good programmer should always follow these standard rules and regulations, right? You should avoid cascading if else in Kotlin. Let's say if you have multiple conditions, like if animal is equal to this, then if animal is this, like let's say 5 to 6 if conditions are there, right? Depending upon the value of a variable, then you should use when instead of if else. So if you see here, if number is equal to 0, then they are printing 0. If number is 1, then 1, something like that, right? So instead you should use when keyword. When is a keyword in Kotlin, and instead of multiple cascading if else in Kotlin, you should prefer using when keyword. Perfect. So the syntax is something like this: when number is 0, then print 0. If number is 1, then print 1. Else you can print -1, right? It's so easy as compared to if else. In if else you were writing long piece of code. You were saying if number is equal to 0, then do this. So it's very easy as compared to if else, cascading if else. So you can be you can simply write, I will tell you the syntax here as well. So when this condition is true, when this value is there, so you can be like, when x, let's say I have x variable, right? So if x is equal to 0, then perform this operation. If x is equal to 1, then perform this. If it's 2, then this. If it's minus, otherwise, like I can be like, if the value is completely different, else you can print any value here, right? So this is the syntax of when in Kotlin. And here they have decompiled the same concept in Java. So in Java, instead of when, we have switch. If you are coming from the Java background, you can relate to this very much. So basically, switch in Java is very very to when in Kotlin. Perfect. I hope the concept is clear now. So in Java, we used to write something like this switch number. So here it will check the value of number. If it is 0, it will execute the case 0. If let's say it's 1, it will execute case 1, and it goes on, right? In the same way, we have the when keyword in Kotlin. It's a kind of switch in Kotlin. Okay, so you have switch in Java. So the same concept is implemented in Kotlin using the concept of when. Perfect. All right. Awesome. So it's pretty much it. And moving ahead, now let's talk about loops. Loops are again very significant concept. If you have studied any object oriented programming language, you would have studied loops indeed. I'm pretty much sure about it. And the syntax is, the concept is very much same as in other languages. So if you already know any other language, it's going to be super duper simple for you. You will be like, okay, Soumya ma'am, like it's so easy. I can write the code before you even teach, right? It's literally that much easy. So yes, we just finished decision making, like if you have to perform some operation based on some decision, you will be using if else. You can use when as well. And if you want to perform a set of operation multiple times, I'm repeating, in that case you use loops. The word loop is self-explanatory, right? If you have to execute a set of a statement multiple times, then in that case you have to use the concept of loops. For example, if you have to print hi developers 5 times, or if you have to print I am learning 10 times, then in that case you will use the concept of loops, because it doesn't make sense to write print ln hi developers 10 times like this, right? You can do the same thing instead of 10 lines. Instead of 10 lines, you can do this in 2 to 3 lines, right? So if obviously we want to be smart developers, right? We want to write code that takes less piece of code and less piece of lines. I mean, you want to do something in less number of lines of code. Like in Java, we used to write 7 to 8 to 10 lines for the same concept, but in Kotlin we are trying to squeezing it so that the developer experience is good overall, right? Perfect. So now the very first thing is Kotlin while loop. This is the syntax of while loop. While some text expression is true, then you keep on executing the code which is inside the body of the while loop. Okay. If you are a beginner in coding, obviously right now you'll be feeling like this is tough concept or something like that, but trust me, I mean, I'll tell you the like example and everything, it will become super duper simple for you. Okay, so here is an example of Kotlin while loop. Let's say you want to print something 5 times. They are printing some line, something like that, 5 times. Okay, so this is the function main. Okay, inside this we are going to write our code. So we created a variable where I is equal to 1, and then while I, that is this variable, is less than or is equal to 5, you have to keep on printing this thing. And every time you are inside the while loop, you are incrementing the value of I as well. So let's quickly do a dry run of this, and that will make the concept very easy for you to understand. Okay, so the very first thing, in the first iteration, what will happen? I is equal to 1, right? So in the first iteration it is 1. Here it will check while I is less than equal to 5, is 1 less than 5? Obviously. So I'll come inside this loop, I'll print line, and what is the value of I? It is 1, right? It is 1 right now. After that I will do plus I, that is the next time I will check like I did plus I, it is pre-increment, so the value of I now is I is equal to 2. So when I will again, after this I'll come again here, right? I'll come again here, it will check is 2 less than equal to 5? Yes, it is. So I'll come inside the while loop and I'll print line, the value of I right now is 2, right now it is true. And then after executing this, I'll execute this plus I. So now the value of I is 3. Plus I means I is equal to I plus 1, right? Basically I am incrementing the value of I, that's it. Now it is 3. I'll again go here, I'll check while I is less than equal to 5. Is 3 less than equal to 5? Obviously. So I'll come here, I'll print this line 3 and then plus I. Now the value is 4. I will again come here. Is 4 less than equal to 5? Obviously yes. So I'll print here line 4. Okay, and after that, after executing this, I'll increment the value of I. I will be now equal to 5, and again I will come here and I will check is 5 less than or equal to 5. Obviously it is equal to, so I'll come and execute this line. So it will be line 5 and then plus plus I. So now the value of I is equal to 6. I'll again check is 6 less than or equal to 5. No, the condition is now not true. So I'll come out of this while loop. I'll execute that line of code which is just after the while loop, right? That's it, you are done. So the output of this piece of code will be line 1, line 2, line 3, line 4 and line 5. To quickly check, let's write this piece of code in our editor as well. This is our Kotlin directory. I'll create here a new file and I'll call it, we were studying while loop, right? So I'll name it while, and I want to create a file. Okay, so function main, and after that let me increase the size for you. Function main, and after that inside the curly braces I want to write the while loop, right? I want to write the code for while loop. So I just executed while loop. I used a very simple example, right? So let's say I want to use the same example that we had last time. Okay, you can use the concept of that animal thingy as well. So I want to teach you with the help of let's use this only concept, function main. So where I, or we can create any variable like a, b, c, anything. So in the starting, let's give it the value 1, and I want while a is less than or equal to 10. Okay, while a is less than or equal to 10, I want to perform some set of operation. The operation is I want to print something. Line is $a. Okay, so basically this is a very this is beauty of Kotlin. I mean, if you are under double quotes, right, if you are using a string and you want to print the value of a variable as it is, so you can use the dollar symbol. Okay, you can use the dollar symbol. So line is this, and after this I'll increment the value of a. That's it. Let's execute this piece of code and see if we did the execution correctly. And yes, we did. So line is 1, 2, 3. This is exactly how we executed this piece of code. So in that sample code we were given 5, right? So now let's run it. Yes, this is exactly same as what we did, right? This is exactly same as what we wrote. And now let's get back to iPad screencast, and so I hope while is clear now, how while loops are written. The syntax is very simple. Okay, the syntax is very simple. Once again I'm writing while this piece of code is correct, this piece of code is correct, this statement is true, this condition is true, you can execute whatever is written inside the while loop body. This is the body of while loop, okay? So usually whenever we have some variables or something like that, let's say you want to execute some piece of code till the till it is true, right? I mean, let's say if you have a variable a and you want to execute it till it is less than or equal to 100, then you should have some, you know, increment or decrement, some sort of expression here, maybe plus plus a or minus minus a, something like that. Otherwise there will be no end to the while loop. I mean, just imagine it, just do a dry run of this. It's very important if you want to understand some concept. No, it's important that you do a dry run of that. It helps you understand the concept in a very easy manner, in a very clean and crisp manner. So after while loop, I mean, here is another example of while loop only. If you are writing a program to compute the sum of natural numbers from 1 to 100, so this is function main again, and inside this we have some piece of code, right? Some piece of code. So in the beginning, sum is equal to 0 and I is equal to 100. So they want to compute the sum of natural numbers from 1 to 100. So while I is not is equal to 0, what they are doing sum is equal to sum plus I, and every time every time it is inside the while loop, they are doing decrement. So this is shorthand, sum plus is equal to I. This exactly means sum is equal to sum plus I, okay? And then in the end they are printing the value of the sum. So if you try to do a dry run of this is exactly this will exactly do what we were doing in the last example of while loop. So let me give you 1 or 2 dry run of this. So in the beginning, sum is equal to 0, I is equal to 100, right? So next time it will come here, it will check, is I not is equal to 0? Meaning, is 100 not is equal to 0? That's obviously true. So I'll come inside the while body, and now sum will be equal to sum plus I. So that is 0 plus 100 is equal to 100, and then minus I, so I is equal to 99, okay? Then next time I'll go here, I'll check, is 99 not is equal to 0? Obviously true. So I'll do here s is equal to sum plus I. So sum right now is 100 and I is 99. So it will do this summation, and then plus minus I, that is 98. So it will keep on doing this till the value of I becomes 0. So starting from 100, it will do it till I is equal to, I is not is equal to 0, right? Till I is equal to 1, it will do it. So we will get the sum of first and natural numbers, first 100 natural number, from 1 to 100 we will get this sum. Perfect. Moving ahead, now we have another important thing. After while loop we have do while loop, okay? This is exactly same as while loop. There are few changes here and there. The do while loop is similar to while loop with one key difference. The body of do while loop is executed once before the text expression is checked. So you will understand this once you see the syntax of do while loop. So do this piece of action, execute this piece of code action, whatever is written inside this body of do while this text expression is true. So in while loop, what we were doing, we were checking the text expression before executing the body, right? Here we will execute the body first and we will check the text expression if it is true or if it is not true later on, right? Here is an example of Kotlin do while. The program below calculates the sum of numbers entered by the user until the user enters 0. And to take the input from the user, we are using the readLine function. The readLine is inbuilt function, and with that we are taking the input from the user, okay? Alright, so here if you see, this is the piece of code, right? So this is function main and these are the arguments. This is the opening and closing braces for function main. So here we have a sum variable which is equal to 0. Then we have input variable which is of type string. So we are performing this piece of this set of action while input is not is equal to 0. So until the user will enter 0 as input, we have to perform this action. So we are printing enter an integer, then user will print it. We are getting the input in the input variable using readLine function, okay? And then we are doing sum is equal to sum plus, we are converting the input into integer. So whatever input user will keep giving, we will keep adding it. Let's say if I enter 5, so 5 plus next time 10 plus 1 until I press 0, it will keep on adding. So in sum, what will I have at the end? I will have the value of all the input that the user has given, right? And then finally at the end I will be printing the value of the sum variable. So it's as easy and as simple as it looks. Let's quickly write do while loop so that it becomes clear, okay? Let me keep the iPad here and we will write do while loop as well as while too. So while you have already seen how the concept of while is, right? So here we are testing the value before executing the piece of code, right? That is the only difference between while and do while. We write the text expression at the end in case of do while. Okay, perfect. So let's say I have a variable var index and the value is maybe 7. Okay, so I want to perform some action here, do something while a certain condition is true, while index is not is equal to 0. Till then you have to perform some set of action. Okay, perform a set of action till, or you can say until, or while the value of index is not equal to 0. Okay, perfect. And that action can be anything, like you can just go on printing the value of index. Okay, so the value of index is dollar. I will use the dollar sign and then index, the variable. Perfect. And as I told you, in case of loops, we always have to deal with the values of the variable as well. If you are checking the value of index every time and in the beginning it is 7, so it's important that somewhere inside the body of the do while or the while loop you have some increment or decrement operation with that particular variable. So here the value is 7 and I want to print this line at every value of index, like 7, 6, 5 until it becomes 0. So what I will do here is I will simply do minus index. I have to decrement it. Okay, if I execute it, so you can see and the other piece of code, this one is also getting executed. Here in the beginning the value of index is 7, then the value of index is 6, 5, 4, 3, and it keeps on going, right? Perfect. And moving ahead, now let's check the other loop as well. So mainly there are 3 loops in any programming language. We have already checked while and do while, right? And now is the time that we check for loop as well. So the syntax for loop in Kotlin is again very simple. For is a keyword. Okay, for some item in collection, you can I'll teach you. I mean, this is the basic syntax for this piece of statement. You have to execute these many lines of code. Okay, let's see some example and that will make it clear. So let's say you have to iterate through a range of values. Okay, through a range of value. So this is the main function. Inside this, for I that is in between 1 to 5, right? If the value of I is between 1 to 5, then go and keep on printing I. Okay, if the value of I will become, let's say, -1 or 0 or 7, 6, anything, then I will not execute this piece of code. Okay, in this case the value will be from 1 to 5. Okay, because obviously I'm telling it that, okay, if the value of I is between 1 to 5, we have the for loop here, and inside that we are telling that I is in this range, then only this piece of code will be executed, right? Perfect. And here is another example of for loop only. So we have a text Kotlin. Okay, we have a text Kotlin. This is a string, right? This is of type string. So for every letter in the text, for every letter, like for Kotlin, what I'm doing is I am iterating over this string over Kotlin. I am printing each and every value for letter in Kotlin. Okay, letter in this text. So for the very first time it will have the value K, then it will have the value O, then T, L. I'm just printing it. So for loop is heavily used in iterating as well, iterating over a string, iterating over arrays, and so on. Okay, So let's quickly write for loop as well, so that the concept is very crisp and clear in your mind. Okay, so here let's say I have a variable, okay, where name is equal to a scalar. Okay, and here what I will do is, for each text in name, I want to print it. Okay, print ln I want to print this, whoops, each text. So if I run it, you can see SCA, the name is spelling is correct, and here you can see SCALER. okay, it is one by one printing the value of each character which is there in this given string. Okay, in Java or in other languages, what we used to do, we used to do something like this. Like I have this habit of creating variable I is equal to 0. Okay, and I mean, we used to learn for loop in this way only. I learned in the first language was C++, so I learned this way only, I is equal to 0. Or maybe you can initialize it here as well. Let's say, whoops, so where I is equal to 0 and till I is less than or equal to so basically the syntax won't be true for this Kotlin, right? Let's try it. Okay, and then so we used to have 3 kind of statements here, but this is not exactly how in Kotlin we do that. If you go and check on the net as well, the syntax of for loop in Kotlin, so you will see, I mean, earlier we used to do it this way. We used to have one initialization, then control, and then increment kind of variables. But in Kotlin, this is exactly how you do things. So if you look at the standard syntax of for loop in Kotlin, so as I told you, it is like this only. For, let's say you have an array of cars, right? This is a cars array, and I haven't yet taught the concept of array to you all, but in the coming modules, in the next topics, I'll teach about array as well. So let's say if you have a cars variable, that is array of Volvo, BMW, for these are some car names, right? So for X in car, for each car value, you are kind of going in the for loop and printing each and every value of the car, right? Whatever is there inside the array. Perfect. And let's now come back to iPad and I'll teach you some more concepts around it. So I hope by now you know the syntax of while loop, you know how to use do while loop, and as well as you know the concept of for loop, right? For loop is also very much straightforward. It's very simple, right? For each letter in this string, we can be like printing each, we can go on printing each letter, right? So it's as simple as it looks. So if else you already know now, and after that you have 3 main loops: while loop, do while, and the last one is for loop. There is a very small difference between while and do while loop. In while loop, you check the test condition in the beginning, and in do while, you test that condition at the end after executing the body of the do while loop. Perfect. Let's now talk about functions in Kotlin. If we are learning any new programming language, then obviously function is a very important concept. Function is a block of code to perform certain functionality. It helps in reusing the code. Let's say in your project, in your application, if there is a set of a statement which you want to write like more than once, then the function concept comes very handy. The syntax is like this: you have to write the fun keyword and then the name of the method, whatever the name is. Like in the previous examples that we just saw, we were writing main function, right? and then inside curly braces we can write whatever we have to write, right? Like print ln hello world, hello from scalar, something like that, right? Moving ahead, this is again in brief the syntax of function. Fun, the keyword, and then name of the function. You should always try to give meaningful names to your function, and then in curly braces you can give it parameters like variable var a, var b, var c, whatever based on your use case, right? So you can pass here parameters, and then there will be return type of the function. Okay, you have, this is the basic standard syntax of function. You can take a screenshot of this as well, and then inside curly braces you have some piece of code, some statements to execute, and then finally return the result, return return a value which is of type this. Let's say if you are saying here that you will return int, so the type of result variable should be int only, okay? So an entry point of a Kotlin application is the main function. Main function is very, very important, okay? Whenever you will click on that run green button in the IDE, so that IDE, the virtual machine, that will search for the main function. So this is the main function. It will come and it will see, okay, println hello world is written, so it will execute that line, okay? After that, let's say you are making a function call, you are calling a function, and the name of the function is add, okay, add. So it will go and check if there is any function fun add or not. So it will go and check if add function is there. Inside that, whatever you would have written, that println hello from add function, everything will be printed, okay? So another form of main function accepts a variable number of a string argument. So this was a function in the parameter list, we had nothing, right? So here fun main, and inside parameters we are passing a variable. The name of the variable is args, the name is args, and this is the type of the variable. Type can be either int, it can be a string, it can be boolean. So here it is array of strings, right? And then in curly braces we are printing something, Moving ahead, we have a function with two int parameters and int return type, okay? So fun, the keyword, the name of the function is sum. Inside simple braces, inside parenthesis, we have two variables, variable a, variable b, okay? These are of type int, and the return type is also int, right? So what we are returning here, we are returning the sum of a plus b. We are returning the sum of a plus b. The return type is also int, right? So if I have to, let's say I have a function fun main, okay, fun main, and inside this I want to call the sum function. How will I do that? I will say sum, and let's say I want to do a sum of 7 and 5, so I'll call it this way. So it will go here, it will pass here 7 and 5, okay? Then it will return 7 plus 5 is equal to 13, right? 7 plus 5 is equal to 12, okay? So this way it works, right? A function body can be an expression as well. Its return, so a function body can be an expression as well. Its return type is inferred. So basically here what you saw is inside the body of the function we just had one line of code. So you can write fun, sum is the name of the function, two variables a and b of type int is equal to a plus b, So it's as simple as it looks. I mean, if you have one line of code inside your function, go ahead and use this syntax, write equal to, and that's it, okay? A function with two int parameters and int return type. So here you have another example. Fun, sum is the keyword, sum is the name of the function, not keyword, sorry. And then you have two parameters here, return type is also 2. This is exactly same what we saw here. So they are writing complete code. We have main function, we are printing sum of 3 and 5 is, then we are calling here what we are doing, this is how you call a function. So whenever you click on that green run button, so it will search for main function, right? It will search for main function. It will execute this line, that is it will print sum of 3 and 5 is, and then the next line is line number 7 will be executed. It is saying println, print whatever this method sum 3 5 returns, right? So as soon as the compiler will see this, that okay, it is the main function is calling sum function, it will directly jump here, and it will pass here 3 and 5, okay, and then it will return 3 plus 5 8. So here what will be printed, the value that you will get here is 8, so it will print 8. So sum of 3 and 5 is 8. As simple as it looks. A function that returns no meaningful value. So you can use unit as well. Let's say if your function is not returning any value, you can either leave it empty or you can ask it to return unit. Print ln sum of A and B is this much, okay. Unit return type can be omitted as well. So this and this both are same, okay, both are same. You can see here the fun keyword is here, fun keyword is same, print sum, the name of the function, and then both have two parameters A and B. It is saying that the return type is unit, that is it will not return anything, and if you don't write unit then also it's the same, and then you are printing here sum of A and B is this. Perfect. All right, so now let me teach you function overloading as well. It is another very significant concept, okay. So if in the function the name is same, name of the function is same, but parameters are different, let's say if in this example, right, print sum, the name is same. If let's say the type of this is float and not int, the type is float. So this is the best example of function overloading. The name of the function is same, but either the parameter type, the number of parameter like A, B, you can have one more C here. So either the number of parameter is different or the type of the parameter or the return type is different, then that will be the function overloading example. So either number of parameter is different or the type is different, okay. For example, this is one of the best examples. You can see here function name is same, list of parameters 1, parameters 2, and return type. So I mean the function name will remain same, either the number of parameters or the type of parameter or the type of return type will be different. Perfect. Now let's quickly write some code to understand the concept of functions in even better manner, okay. So what I will do here, I'll create one more file here, Kotlin file, okay, Kotlin file. I'll name it function fun main is very important, okay, main is very important, function main, and I will say here print ln I want to perform addition operation, okay, addition operation. So what I will do here is, might be that I might need to add two values multiple times in my project. So I'll instead of writing here A plus B or something like that, what I will do, and I have two values here, where A is equal to 9 and where B is equal to maybe 19, okay. Perfect. So I can either do println, I can go here, I can write A plus B, okay, A plus B. But what happens is, let's say you have to do addition again in your project, right? So again, many times, I mean, you will need to do the same thing, A plus B. So what I'll do is, I'll use the concept of function. I'll create a function, fun sum. Fun is the keyword, sum is the name of the function, and I will here pass some parameters, pass some values. So if you remember what was the syntax of the function in Kotlin, let me show you again. Screencast. So this is how you write it. You simply have to pass the parameters this way: name of the variable and then the type of the variable, right? So let's do that thing here. Let's do that. So let's say the name of the variable is var1, var1, that is of type int, and var2, that is of type int again. So, and I want this function to return integer value only. Okay, so it will return var1 plus var2. Let's say if I create one more function sum, and I have var1 again, but this is of type float, and var2 again, and this is also of type float, and I want to return float. Okay, and return here, return var1 plus var2. Okay, so these two functions, and they are the best example of function overloading. The function name is same, the type of the variables, the parameter is different, and return type is also different. So what I can do here is, I want to call sum method. I will say println whatever value you are getting, sum. So if I'll pass integer values, so automatically this one will be called. Okay, if I pass here some float value like 9.8 and 166.9. okay, so what it is saying is none of the following functions can be called with the arguments supplied. Okay, so basically this is of type, this is also in decimals, this is also in decimals, right? Let me see here. If I change it to double and double, so this one will execute this sum method, and here you are passing integer, so this sum method will be called. Let's run it and see if it's working fine or not. And you can obviously, because you are manually giving the value, so you can remove it. So I want to perform addition operation 17 and 26.6. perfect. Alright, so you got to know here the concept of function overloading, the concept of functions in Kotlin. It's very simple. I mean, the syntax is literally very simple. Let me know if you are facing any difficulties till this point. Now let's talk about arrays in Kotlin, another very important concept. Whenever you're going to learn any programming language, arrays are very important. So how do you create or write arrays in Kotlin? Var, you already know the keyword, name of the array, then array of 1, 2, 3. So basically this is syntax, standard syntax, var, name of the array, then array of, this is keyword here, this is keyword here. So what are keywords here? This is keyword, this is also keyword, and then you have to give the name to the array and the values. It depends on you, right? These are not keywords. So it's as simple as it looks. So here what will be done? 0 index, 1 index, 2 index, 0 index, 1 index, 2 index. At 0 index the value is 1, at 1 index the value is 2, at 2 index the value is 3. Okay. To create an array, use the function array of and pass the item values to it, so that array of 1, 2, 3 creates an array 1, 2, 3. Alternatively, the array of nulls function can be used to create an array of given size filled with null elements. Okay, Kotlin array declaration using array of function once again. So this is my array 1. Okay, these all are keywords. These are the name of the array that you can decide. Array of is again keyword. Okay, and then values you have to give. So my array 1, array of 1, 10, 4, 6, 15. It is like 1, 10, 4, 6, 15. Index 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. And then array of int, same thing. Array of a string, in curly braces you can pass the type as well. So here you have the array of a string and then array of mix of integer and string values. Perfect. And here array set function example is given to you. So basically this is your function main, right? Some argument here, args is the name of the variable and this is type, opening and closing. So array 1, array of 1 2 3 4, array 2, array of long type, okay, 11 12 13 14. So it is saying right now it is 11 12 13 14, okay, 0 index, 1 index, 2 index, 3 index. I am saying, and this is array 2 and the array 1 is 1 2 3 4, index 0 1 2 3. Now I am saying array 1 dot set at 0 index set 5. So I will remove 1 and I will set 5 here, okay. Array 1 2 is equal to 6. So at index 2, that is this one, you have to write 6. So I will remove it and I will override it, okay. Array dot set 0 index. So array 1 dot set at 0 index set 5. So I did that. At second index set 6. So I did that, okay, perfect. Then array 2 dot set at second index 2. So here I will write 2. I will write 10 at second index. They are asking me to write 10. Then array 2 at third index write 8. At third index write 8. That's it. That's it. And to iterate over the array, I can write for each element in array 1 curly braces and println each element. That's it. This is what they have done. For each element in array 1, print an element, okay. For each element in array 2, keep on printing the element. So one by one they will print each and every value of the array, okay. So this is the array 1. So first is 5, this will be the output 5. Then print, then I'll go here again, this is 2, then 6 and then 4. This is how it will traverse over your array using for loop. For each element in the array, print each element. Perfect. And here is another example of Kotlin get function, okay. Let's say you want to get the value at index 1. So this is array 1, right? Array 1, 1 2 3 4. And I am saying here array 1 dot get 0. So it is asking me to print the value that is at index 0. So 0 1 2 3. So I will print 1, okay. I will print 1, output 1. Then I am saying println array 1 2. Print whatever is there in the array 1. This is your array 1, okay. Array 1. Whatever is there in array 1 at index 2. So 0 1 2. I will print 3. That's it, right? Perfect. So I hope you have got the set function dot set, as well as if you have to directly retrieve the value, you can say name of the array and then inside a square bracket you can pass the number, the value of the index. So now let's quickly understand array concept by writing code as well, right? Practice makes a person perfect. So let's quickly write array code and yes, function main, and inside the function main I will create an array. So var, okay, and then name of the array, you can name it my array, okay. My array is equal to array of, now this is keyword, var is keyword here, array of is keyword, my array is variable, I can name it anything, I can give it any name. Array of, let's say 1 2 6 9, anything, whatever you want, 7 5 blah blah, like that. You can go on about it, right? Now if I want to, the very first thing, if I want to print all the values of my array, how I will do, for element in my array, I will create curly braces, and inside for loop I will say println. I can just keep on printing the elements one by one. If you run it, you will see 1 2 6 9 7 5 in the output. You can see 1 2 6 9 7 5. That's it. If let's say I want to change some of the values, so we just saw how we can do that. My array dot set and index, you can see here it is telling me if you press command P, so give index and then the value. So I want to change, let's say 6 to something else. So 0 1 2, the index is 2, and I want to change 6 to 15. Okay, 15. And also I want to change, another way of changing is, let's say I want to change the value of 5. So I'll check what is the index of 5. So 0 1 2 3 4 and 5 is the index of 5, right? Maybe I'll create one more value here, one more value, and call it 77. Okay, I want to change 77. So 0 1 2 3 4 5 6. So I want to change the value which is at 6th index to 87. Okay, and again I want to check if these actions were performed in the right order, in the right way. So I'll say here println new values of array, new values of the array, and then I will run this file. I will run this piece of code. So you can see here 1 2 6 9 7 5 77. Okay, for the first for loop, and after I ran the set method, after I changed the index 6, right? So you can see here the new values are like this. At index 2 it is now 15, and at index 6 it is now 87. Okay, you can again do something like this, println, if you want to get value at a given index, right, at a given index. So the value at the value at index 4 is, and you can simply write here dollar, and then let's not go in dollar, I mean let's do it this way, my array dot get, and whatever the index you want, what you can write 4. Okay, so you can see the value at index 4 is 7, and you can see it is 7, right? Perfect. So let me do a screencast once again, and let's summarize everything that we have learned so far. So we studied the control flow. For decision making, we have if else, we have when, right? For loops, we have 3 things, that is while loop, then do while, and then for loop, right? After control flow, we studied the concept of functions. We talked about function overloading as well. And then finally, we saw how arrays are created, how we traverse over array, how we get set array in Kotlin, right? Alright, so see you in the next module. Till then, keep writing code in Kotlin. The more you will write, the more fluency you will achieve. And yes, over time, you will feel that these syntax, these pieces of code are very, very simple. Okay, so go ahead, write the code and push it on GitHub and show the internet, show the world that okay, you are learning something new. Tell on LinkedIn, tell on Twitter, tag Scalar, tag me. So yes, when you learn in a community, you will see more people around you as well posting things, and that will keep you motivated, right, to learn things. You will see that okay, other people are also doing things. You can accept 30 days of Kotlin challenge as well, and every day you can post that okay, today I learned this, that day I learned this, something like that, right? So in today's lecture, let's talk about Android development and Kotlin. So Android development is basically developing mobile applications. Android app development. Android is the operating system and app is the applications that we use, and development. So basically Android development is about developing mobile applications for specifically Android operating system. Okay, like we have mainly 2 operating systems. Android, if we talk about OS, then Android is there, and we have iOS, right? So there are Android applications, and for that we have Android operating system. We have iPhones, for which iOS operating system is the significant part, right? So in mobile domain, in mobile application development, these 2 are the main kind of operating systems. So we have Android app developers, we have iOS developers, and there is cross platform as well. That is, you write the code once and it will run on all the platforms. But many of the native feature and specific to operating system specific feature, native feature that are called generally, they are kind of compromised in the cross platform domain. Perfect. So today we will talk about how you can create applications, how you can use Kotlin language, specifically how you can use Kotlin language to create applications. We will understand this part, and this will help you in making many projects as well using the Kotlin language. So let me tell you a bit of history as well. So in the beginning, Android applications, and like if you are using an Android phone, you would be having many applications like Gmail, Zomato, Amazon, YouTube, and so on, right? So in your phone you have so many Android applications. So when I was in university, so I was a bit confused like how these applications are created, how these are developed. And out of curiosity, like I did a lot of research on how to develop such application. When we click on a button like send, so the mail is sent. When we click on pay or complete order, then we are able to make order as well on Zomato, Amazon, and so much more, right? So I was curious since the beginning how to go about it, how to create an application which has so many exciting feature, game apps are there, etc. So basically I was doing mainly I was learning Java programming language in the beginning for DSA, etc. Then when I did research, so I realized that okay, for developing Android applications also Java is used. And later Kotlin was announced as the official language for this. So basically they are very much like brother and sister. If you already know Java, so Kotlin, as I told you earlier as well, it's very easy to learn. And after the last 3 lectures of this series, you would have already got a good understanding, a good idea what this language is. Kotlin is so simple, so easy to understand. You now know how to write the basic stuff, val, var, for loop, while loop, so many things you already know, right? Now if you start making projects, you will even deep dive into that language. You will have something to show in your resume as well to the interviewer that okay, I have created this project in this particular language, right? So let's get started and see what all softwares are needed if we want to create project or if we want to create an Android application using Kotlin language. The beauty of Java and Kotlin combined together is that you can have .java as well as .kt, .kotlin file in the same Android project as well. So today what we will do is we will use the software. This is very popular very popular software for developing applications, Android application. It is Android Studio. And apart from that, to run our application, to see how the application is looking, either we will use emulators only. I'll teach you what these are, or you can use your Android phone as well. For this you will need to connect USB in your with your laptop. Okay, perfect. And if you are going to use phone, then you will need to make some changes in your settings as well. Let me quickly show you what changes. If you are going to use your mobile phone to run the application that you will be developing, you will be creating with me in these tutorials, then for that you will need to make some changes in your phone. Very simple changes, obviously. Just go in settings, about phone, and you will see an option build number here. Click on build number multiple times. It will show you a toast like this. You are 3 steps away, you are 2 steps, 1 step away from becoming a developer, and then it will finally show you you are now a developer. That is when you have to stop clicking on build number. Apart from that, also click on developer options and enable debugging, USB debugging, so that you are able to easily connect with your laptop and run the application directly from Android Studio, the software that we will use to create applications. Perfect. Alright, so now let's get started and install the software that we will be using. I'll show you quickly how to go about it. So you just have to write install Android Studio. So if I open up my Android Studio, so that is right now electric. I mean, there are multiple versions. So this is electric AL 2022 something, right? So I would highly recommend using that only, so that you have the same experience, because in every version, in every new release of Android Studio, they make some changes here and there. And I mean, the UI also, I have heard like recently few developers were complaining that okay, the new launch by Android Studio, that is so different from the old ones, etc. So let's do one thing. Android Studio install, Android Studio install, install, and you see you will get the official link here, right? They have code labs as well. Using code labs also you can understand the process of installing. They have multiple steps here. It's very simple. It's like downloading or installing any other software in your laptop, like you would have installed any other IDE like IntelliJ, Eclipse, Chrome, Google Chrome, right? So in the same way, it's very simple and easy to understand. What you can do is, if you open up this first link, so they are explaining everything here, okay? So if you want, you can read it based on which operating system you are. Right now I'm on Mac, so I have used Android Studio on all operating systems, on Windows, on Linux, on Mac, everything, okay? So if I go here, so they are showing me the latest, which is Giraffe, I guess. Yes, Android Studio Giraffe. This is the latest release. But I mean, it's my habit. I give some time to the latest release. I want other developers to use it, and once I'll see less complaints about it, then only I switch the new ones. So right now I have electric EL only, EL, and I'm happy with that. So what I'll do is, you can go in, more downloads are available in the download archives. So let's click on this, and they are showing some stuff here. So I'll say I agree to the terms, and now they are showing me the list of all the releases. So if you see what I have right now, so that is Android Electric EEL. Let me search Android Studio, and this is electric EEL 2022.1.1.patch1, this one. So this year only, this was released in Jan, so I did an update from that time, since that time. So if you click on this, you will see for all the operating systems, they have the zip, they have the files available. You can install from here. Installers are available here for Mac, Apple, Silicon, Intel. For Windows, everything is available here for you, right? So you can just download it. For Windows 64-bit, you can just click on this zip file, you can do the download, you can do the installation. So I would prefer, I mean, if you use the same version as I'm using, otherwise you will see a bit of difference here and there in the software. Perfect. So now after you will be done installing this, after the installation is completed, you have to open up your Android Studio. So I opened it up, and it looks something like this, okay? It looks something like this. If I click on new project here, so you will see multiple options available here, alright? Basic activity material 3, bottom navigation activities. So you would have used many applications with bottom navigation. So what does it mean is, if you remember using Amazon or Zomato, so they have multiple options at the bottom, like profile section is there, and then Amazon Pay is there, a lot many stuff, 4 to 5 are there, I guess, as far as I remember, in the bottom navigation of Amazon app, right? So in the same way, there are multiple activities. If there is something if you want to just create Google Maps kind of stuff, location stuff, then you can start with Google Maps activity as well. Here you will get all the default code itself. You just will need to change the logic, whatever you want to make in your application. For now, what I will do is I will choose an empty activity and click on next. Okay, click on next. So this is the name of your project. You can change it the way you want. Okay, so right now this is kind of your first application, right? Step number 1 is you have to install Android Studio. Okay, and already if you have been following these series of lectures, so you would have already installed Java in your local machine, I assume, right? If you want to confirm, you can open up terminal. Just click on search and open up terminal, and there you can write Java version and it will show you the version. If you have not installed Java, it will show you it's not installed, right? So yes, basically you have to install Android Studio. The steps you just saw, you have all the guide, you have all these steps available here, right? You can install the same as I have right now in my system, or you can choose any other as well. That's completely fine. So what you have to do after this is, so this is your empty activity, right? You have to give name to your project like shopping app, music app, and so on. So today I will write first app. Okay, perfect. And then this is the package name, this is the package of your application, and this is the location where your applications, your Android apps code base, complete code base will be saved. Okay, you can change it if you want by clicking on this, but right now I'm happy where it is saved because I myself created this directory. Language, we are going to use Kotlin today. Yes, not Java, Kotlin, because we know the reasons. I mean, I have been teaching you these reasons only since the last 3 lectures. I won't repeat it again. This is the minimum SDK. I'm leaving it as it is, and let's now click on finish. So once you click on finish, so it will take some time to prepare the project. For me it takes less time because the storage, the internet is good depending upon how your hardware is, how your laptop is, and how is the internet speed. It can take 1 to 3 minutes, but usually it is fast. You can see here, I mean, in the backgrounds many things happen, a lot many Gradle builds, lot many processes. So if you are seeing this software for the first time, if yes, first of all, go and let me know in the comment section below that yes, you are seeing this software for the first time, and I can completely relate with you. If you are a first timer, if you are first time opening this software, Android Studio, it will be very confusing for you to understand which component is where, what feature is where. A lot many things are provided here, you know, so many icons are given, so many options are on this side, everywhere, so many features are there. So let's do one thing, leave everything on me, don't take tension. I'll explain you each and everything very clearly. Just keep looking at the cursor of my mouse. Okay, I'll make everything super duper simple for you. So right now you can see we have 2 files open here. I'll close them for now. Okay, I'll close them for now. And now if you look at the left side, at the top left, this is the right side, right? And this is the top left. So here you can see multiple options are given to us, right? Right now I'm in the Android section. Okay, and I have 2 main directories here. One is the app directory, the other is Gradle scripts directory, right? If I open up the app directory, I can see there are 3 more directories. What they are? So these 3 are very important. Let me tell you. In manifest you will have Android manifest.xml file. So basically all the important information like the icon of the application. So if you use some software, some application in your Android phone, so you would have seen they have a bit of, you know, a stylish kind of icon, like Zomato has its own unique icon, and sometimes during sale season they change the icon as well. They change it to show the sale word or something like that. So in manifest directory you will get to see the icon. You can change the name of the app from there. And you would have seen, if you have installed a new application, an Android application, so you would have seen many times they ask the user for some options like do you want to give location permission, do you want to give gallery permission, this permission, that permission. So all those things are added in this file, that is your Android manifest file. How will you add user location? Let's say in my application I'm using location or maybe internet. So I'll ask the user if they can provide me with such a specific permissions. So I can ask user for camera permission, right? Uses permission and then camera permission. Apart from that, this is your application tag, and inside you have multiple stuff. You can see icon, label, and then depending upon how many screens are there in your mobile application, we will have them here. This is one activity. One activity means one screen, okay. If I'll create another screen, let's say on clicking a button I want to go to another screen, then I will create one more activity. I mean, it by default it is created and you don't have to do anything. This is the name of the activity, main activity, and then there are some intent filter. So this intent filter says that this is the launcher activity, that is this activity will open up the first, it will be the first to open up whenever you click on the logo of the app, okay. If I'll keep this intent filter in any other activity, then that will become the first activity to open up. Perfect. So I hope the first directory is clear to you. In the app we have 3 directories. Manifest is clear to you, how it's so significant, why it's so significant, right? Moving ahead, we have the Java directory now. So in the Java directory, as the name is a bit self-explanatory, all the code part, everything related to code, the logic will come in this directory. Inside Java also you can see you have multiple directories, right? This is the name of the package, com.example.firstapp. If you remember, first app is the name of your project, name of your application. So this is your first directory. Then they have Android test directory, then test directory, another. So basically inside this Java directory, the first and the most important one is this one which you see at the top. Inside this you can see right now we have main activity. In the same way, if you click on right mouse button, you will see you can create more activities here, like new Kotlin class, new Java class. You can go on about creating new activity in this directory as well. Perfect. So let's now do one thing. You now know that okay, Java is for the logic part, for the code part, and inside this first directory you can keep on adding multiple Java files, Kotlin classes, etc. I mean, all the new screens, the logic of all the new screens will come in this particular subdirectory. And now if we talk about the resource directory, so here as well you will see so many options. Drawable is basically for keeping stuff, for keeping your pictures, values, designs, all those files. Let's say if in my application I want to put images, multiple images, and I want to use those images maybe as icons or something like that, then all those stuff will come here in the drawable directory. After drawable directory, you have the layout subdirectory. In the layout, all the design part will come here. So right now you can see you have activity main.xml which says hello world, right? So in the same way, as we will go on creating more and more designs in our application, like you would have seen multiple screens while using any application. If I take the example of maybe Spotify itself, so the very first is the splash screen activity, and then they have the main page, main activity, where they have bottom navigation, multiple options are there, like search icon. If you click on search button, then a new page, new screen is opened up. So that way, I mean, all the design screen will come here in the layout subdirectory. Okay, right now only one is here. I can go on and I can keep on creating more layout resource file in this. Okay, perfect. So in the resource, drawable, where we keep icons, pictures, etc. Layout, all the design, all the XML files will be inside layout directory. And then you have a map. You can see I'm in the
logos that we are using right now. Default logo is this. So different ratio, different pixel aspect ratio, all those stuff are added here. So I'll close it, map, and then values. In this you have colors.xml, strings.xml. So what happens is, let's say in your application, in your design, you are somewhere using the app name, right? So instead of writing the app name every time, if there are some values which you feel will be used multiple times, then you can just put it here and you can call this name and the value will be here. This is key and value, if you know key value pair. So this is kind of the name and the value is this. Okay, so I can just use this thing, and whenever, let's say if I right now the name is first app, and later on if I want to change the name to my first app maybe, so if let's say the name of the app is used multiple times in the logic part, then I won't need to go on and change everywhere my first app. If let's say I'm using app name only, this keyword, then whatever change I'll make here, it will reflect it itself, right? I hope you got the point, that I will not supposed to change the name everywhere. I can just use the keyword this, and if I make the change here, it will be reflected everywhere wherever I'm using this particular keyword, right? I'm closing strings.xml now, and this is your colors.xml. Kind of same story. You can't and you are not supposed to remember all the hexadecimal codes, right? Whatever is the hexa code for purple, blue, red. As a software engineer, as a developer, Android application developer, obviously no one expects you to know all these codes, right? So this colors.xml is here. You can add all the colors which you want to add, which you want to use in your application, and then you can directly pick it up from here with the name. So this is same as string.xml. This is the name and this is the value, key and value. And once you use the name, you won't need to write the value everywhere, right? Perfect. Let's close this as well. This is the theme, and you have one more XML. This is not much, this is not very important. Closing the values directory now. After values XML, not of much use. So right now, till now, you have studied what is manifest, right? Inside that we have this file, very important. It contains all the user permission, activity details, icon, everything, logic part in Java directory. In resource, mostly design stuff. Specifically in layout, the XML part will come, the design part will come, drawable pictures, images, etc. And after that, let's now see what's here in Gradle scripts. In the Gradle scripts, all the important dependencies, all the details about which dependency you are using in your app will come. For an example, like if you open the build.gradle, this one, so it contains all the plugins that you are using in your application. Okay, for now you don't have much to do with this, but yes, I mean it's important for your application. And this is again another build.gradle module that was for project, right? So here if you see all the important information like what is the target minimum SDK, what is the version name, version code, and so on. And here is the list of dependencies that you are using in your application. Let's say you want to use some third-party library to beautify your application, to make it look more aesthetic, to make it look more beautiful, simple, clean. Then in those cases, you can add here your own dependency. You can add implementation and whatever the name of the dependency is. You can search for such dependencies on the internet. Like if you want to add onboarding screen, some tutorial kind of stuff for your application, you can use such dependencies. Okay, let's now close it, and after that some more files are there. I'll not talk about many of those which are not of that much use in the beginning, in the starting, otherwise you will get overwhelming. That will become confusing for you. Right now the knowledge that you have about these, whatever we have in the app directory, in the Gradle scripts, that's more than enough. You have a basic idea of which directory, which file is used for which purpose, right? And in the same way, if you see here these options, right? So this is your make project button. If you want to run your application, then you can use one second, you can either use emulator or you can use phone as well, your Android phone, right? So if you want to add emulator, right now I have Pixel and Nexus, these two available devices, these two emulators. If you want to add more, then you have to go in device manager and you can see option create device here, right? If you click on create device, so this will create a virtual device. Emulator is basically same as your phone. It looks like your phone, but it will run here in Android Studio. And if you have less RAM in your laptop, like maybe less than 4 GB, then I would recommend not running emulator, because that will slow down or that will hamper your development experience while using Android Studio. Okay, and yes, you can choose whatever phone you want to choose here. Pixel, you have Nexus, so many options are here. You have to click on it, whatever you want, and then click on next. After that, you have to choose a system design, you have to download it, and then next, and finally finish will be there. Okay, so I'm clicking on cancel because I don't want a new device right now. I'm happy with these two. Okay, I'm closing this, and yes, this is the run button. On clicking this, you will run your application. So for now, these are good enough. I mean, apart from this, you have multiple other options, like if you want to debug your application, you want to run your application with coverage, or I mean, these are kind of repetitive options. Again, I'll teach you, I mean, in other lectures, how to debug application, how to add debugger, coverage, etc. For now, you don't need to worry so much about that. This is sync your project with Cradle files, device manager, and so on. And at the bottom also, you can see multiple options are available. Version control for Git, for people who are working with their team. Git is obviously very important, so this is for that. And the most important thing here is this logcat. So if you run your application and you see it is crashing, so you can see the log report, everything, all the details here with the help of the logcat. Okay, perfect. Right now I'm closing it, and yes, you should know how to read logcat. That's very important once again. So if I go ahead in my Java folder, this is my main activity, right? So it is saying real files have changed, sync now. Let's sync now. All right, sync is done. So you can see now this run button is enabled as well. So if I, without doing any changes, without making any changes, let's see what is in the main activity. So it is hello world, right? So without doing anything, after creating a new empty project, if you click on the run button, it will run whatever it has. That is, it will show you this thing in your screen, right? In your screen. So once again, this is your design part. Let me show you what all is here. So basically, this is your XML part. This entire code is written in XML. Okay, like we have multiple components, we have views, each thing like button, text view, image, these are views, right? So we will add all these design components in our application to make it look beautiful. There are layouts whenever you have to design your screen. So you have multiple layouts, like constraint layout is there, frame layout, or you have linear layout, relative layout. Lot many layouts are there. They have depending upon use case, you can use either of them. Okay, so inside the constraint layout, right now you have one text view, and that text view is having the text hello world. You can see the text here. So if you see the just look at the cursor of my mouse, so you can see here at the right top there are 3 options. Code, if I click on code, only the XML part will be there. Split, I can see the design as well as XML part, and if I click on design, just design, so I will have the design. You can drag and drop stuff as well from there, right? For now I don't want a button, so I left it there. And here as well you can see multiple options are available. These are for dragging and dropping the design components directly into your screen if you want, or if you prefer doing the code here, writing the code here, and then looking how the changes are happening in your in your screen. Then you can use the XML part as well. Both are good, both are simple. For the first time, obviously it will be a bit confusing, it will be a bit difficult for you, but over time, with time, it will all become very simple. You will get used to see this software. It's very obvious. I mean, when we were in the first standard in nursery, then even ABCD was so difficult for us, right? But now it seems so easy. I mean, ABCD, we know how to go about it, right? My nephew is in nursery, he finds all these things so difficult. I mean, he's having trouble learning A for apple, all those stuff. So it's the same story. I mean, with time, once you will know what the software is, how these features work, then it will become very easy for you as well. Okay, in the beginning it looks difficult, I completely understand, because the software is a bit overwhelming. I mean, there are so many options here that it's obvious for anyone to get confused. If I click on run button here, it will use this emulator Nexus 5X API 31, very old looking phone. This is very old looking phone. But yes, let's see if our application is working fine or not. So you can see here at the bottom, some background tasks are going on, some Gradle builds are running, and once it will be completed, then I'll get to see my project, my application here on the emulator. It takes some time to perform the tasks, like Gradle builds are running right now in the background, and you can see they are now launching the app. Okay, install is successful, finished in 1 second, and yes, this is your Hello World application. So congratulations, you just ran your Hello World application. So if you have installed Android Studio, if you have got a basic idea of what Android Studio is, you now know that which directory is used for which purpose. If these many things are clear and you are done running your Hello World application, go ahead in the comment section and let me know that you are done till this point. And till this point, if there are any doubts, any concerns in your mind about this software, about Android app development, let me know and I'll try to answer it. I'll myself check the comment section and answer it. Okay, so I'm minimizing this one. And now what's coming in my mind is, now that you have a basic idea of what this software is, how the software works, so let's use the knowledge and build something interesting, right? You just build Hello World application, right? So how about building something new? I mean, something simple and creative, with the help of which you will get the knowledge of few extra important topics as well in Android development. So let me do a screencast and share my thoughts with you, what I'm planning. So I'm thinking to help you build your application, your Android application, in which we learn some important concepts, starting concepts of Android development as well. So what I'll do is, I'll create an application. Okay, I'll create an application. I will add 2 buttons here. Okay, one will be cool, the other button will be hot. So when I'll click on cool, the background color of this screen will become blue. When I'll click on the hot button, then the background color of this app should become red. Okay, makes sense? Red or maybe black, whatever you feel better, red or black. Okay, and after that, what I will do is, I'll have another button. Okay, I'll have another button because that will help you understand one more significant concept. So if we'll be left with time in this lecture, then I will add one more button, and on clicking this button, it will show the text next. And once I'll click on this button, then I will be directed to a new screen. and this is one of the most significant, one of the most important learning for you in your Android app development journey. If you're writing the code in Kotlin or even in Java, so it's very important in Android application development, how to move from one screen to the other screen. Very significant. Okay, so you will understand that as well. So first let's try to create this much, and after that, if we'll be left with time, then I'll show you this part as well. Otherwise this will be covered in the next lecture. Perfect. Okay, so let's get back to Android Studio, and here you can see this is the small piece of code that we have, right? So this is the class main activity, name of your class, and this is extending app compat activity. You studied inheritance as well, right? So app compat activity, if you click on this, this is inbuilt class. This is already there in the Android Studio. They have multiple methods, they have multiple stuff here in this class. I'm closing it now. So I'm extending this class, and if you notice, this is main activity.kt. It is Kotlin class, but it is extending app compat activity, which is .java. It is a Java class, right? So you can see the beauty of the compatibility between Kotlin and Java. They are literally like best friends, right? So this is your first line class main activity, and which is extending app compat activity. Your class begins here. This is the opening braces, this is the closing braces, and after that you are overriding a function. Obviously you are overriding from this method only, from this class only, which is your parent class. You are overriding on create method. Fun, you already know the syntax. I mean, I don't need to go deep into the syntax. Fun means this is function, name of the function is on create. Inside this you are passing a parameter. The parameter is of type bundle, like you have float, double, int. Name of the parameter is saved instance state, and then you have the opening and the closing braces again, right? This is super.onCreate. Basically you are using the super keyword to call the constructor of that particular method, right? And then the most important thing is the set content view and r.layout.activity main here. So basically what's happening here, you are telling that, hey main activity, hey you class, I am attaching you with a layout. Okay, so whatever logic I'll write here in your class, that should be linked with activity main.xml. This will be your design part, and I will be the logic. Okay, set content view. I mean, you are setting the view for the content, that is r.layout.activity main. Okay, perfect. And one more quick thing is, whenever you open up your application, whenever you run your application, so the first method that is called is the onCreate method. Always remember this. Whenever you run your application, the first method to open up, the first method to be called is the onCreate method, and after that you have onStart, on whatever, however the flow is. Multiple methods are there, like onPause, onResume, onDestroy, and so much more, right? The life cycle of Android application is very important concept, very important in terms of theory as well. If you're going to give interview for software engineering role for, let's say, Android team of any company, then obviously you must know the life cycle of an Android application. That's very important. Okay, awesome. And these are some packages here which we have imported, and as of now, like whatever you are using, the app compat activity is imported, bundle is important. This is app compat activity, this is the bundle, the type of this parameter. All right, so now what I will do is I will write some code here. Before that, I want to create stuff in this design, right? First, obviously, I'll design, and then I'll write logic for that particular design. So I'm going to remove this text view. Okay, and this is your constraint layout. I will change it to linear layout because that is easy, especially while teaching, because in constraint layout you have to spend a lot of time in constraining the views. Like if you have a button, you will spend time in putting it in the right position, dragging, dropping, etc. So I'm using linear layout here, and linear layout should be in the vertical orientation, not in the horizontal orientation. So orientation vertical. Okay, perfect. After that what I have to do is I will drag a button here, drag and drop a button here, and this is the button 2. That's it for now. So this is the button 1 which says cool. Okay, and this is the button which says hot. So here in every view you will see one ID parameter. Okay, you will see one ID option, right? So what basically this ID is, it is a unique name for that particular view. Like you have a unique name of yours, I have my unique name, Soumya is my name, right? Everyone has a unique name, your friends, your relatives, everyone call you by that name, right? In school as well, you are given a specific unique roll number 1, 2, 23, 29, 39, and so on. So in the same way, this is the ID, and every view has its own ID. Why this is so important? Because I will call these views. If let's say I have to say on clicking this button I want to perform this action, then I should know the name of the view, right? Name is BTN cool. Okay, so on clicking BTN cool, I want the background of this app to be changed to blue color, right? So I'll write that code with the help of this ID only. And this is BTN hot, this is BTN hot. Oops, perfect. And after that I want to change a bit of its look. I don't want it to be at the top, so gravity center, whoops, layout gravity center. After that I want to give it some margin top, 100 dp or even more, 250 dp. Okay, a bit better. And this is the width and the height. This is again very important. Like match parent and wrap content are the two most significant values for width and height. So width means if width is match parent, that means it will occupy all the space available. If I change the width to wrap content, it will only occupy the space which it wants. I mean, cool only needs this much of a space. If I change it to, let's say, cool something like this, it will expand accordingly, right? So basically wrap content is something which will take only that much amount of a space in which it is fine to show the data, right? Match parent, it will take all the space available. Okay, and I can give it a fixed value as well. I can make the width let's say 200 dp, fixed value, like this, right? I can change the in the same way I'll do the same thing with this as well, so that consistency is maintained, right? Width is 200 dp. Okay, it is not reflecting the change. We need to change the gravity as well for that. 1 second. Okay, cool. So this is cool button, this is hot button. You can give some spacing as well between them. You can put some padding, more margin, all of this stuff. There are so many interesting things when we talk about Android development. I mean, it is in itself a very detailed and very vast topic. Design in Android development contains so many things. I mean, you can create designs, you can be a pro and use Photoshop, etc. as well while using XML. So yes, I have worked with several startups as well for their Android projects, done freelancing as well. So I know, I mean, it's very fun to do this stuff, creating design using Photoshop, using a lot many platforms are there which assist you in creating beautiful designs, right? So for now I want only these stuff in my application. I'll come here in the main activity. Now the very first thing is I want to find where my activity is. So there are two things. Either you can use find view by ID or you can use the binding concept. Both are good. Modern and fancy is the binding thing, which is specifically for Kotlin developers, right? But another way is generic way is you can create a variable, okay, var, or we can keep val as well because we don't want to change it, right? So val button hot, okay, whoops, button hot is equal to, I want to find the button, where the button is, so find the view by its ID, and this is a button, and then r.id.btn hot, okay, and then val button cool is equal to find view by ID, this is also again a button, and then r.id.btn cool, okay, perfect. This much is done. Now what I have to do is, it is showing some error. It is saying that the activity main does not contain the ID button hot, but we know it does contain. If we do click on this, it is directing me to it. So once you'll run it, it will be fine. I mean, it takes some time to process this. It's completely okay. It will not throw any error. Button hot dot set on click listener. Basically, when I click on this button, I want to perform some action. So button hot dot set on click listener. In the same way, button cool dot set on click listener. So on clicking these, I want something to be done, some action to be performed. So on clicking button hot, I want to change the background color. I want to change the background color of the app to blue, okay, and again on clicking the hot on clicking button hot, I want to change it to black. Whoops. And I want the background color to become blue when I click on button cool, okay. So let's write the logic for this. When button hot is clicked, button hot dot set on click listener, I have to change the background color, right? For that we have a specific method, set background color, but we can't directly use that method. I mean, we have to tell on which view do we want to apply that particular method. Like button hot dot set background color, I can change the background color of my button using this. Right now I want the background color of this whole screen to be changed, that is this complete layout, right? Button is only in this much area, this linear layout is occupying the whole area, right? So I'll give it an ID linear layout, okay, linear layout, and after that I'll come here, I'll create a variable for this as well. Linear layout is equal to find view by ID, this is my linear layout, and then r.id dot linear layout, okay, perfect. So now I will say linear layout, I want to change your color, I want to set your background color to something specific. To pick the background color, either I have to remember the hash, the code kind of thing, or I can use the r.color dot whatever color I want to use. For this I want to use black, right? So I have that was the purpose of this resource, then values, then colors.xml file. You don't have to remember all the codes, you can just directly use them, okay. And then again linear layout dot set background color, and here I want to give r.color dot, so on clicking button cool, I want it to change to blue, right? I want to change it to blue. They have multiple options here, I don't know which is correct, which is not. So I'll click on the run button, okay, the app ran successfully. If I click on button hot, so it is changing its color to this, okay, it is changing the color to this, and if I click on cool, it is changing it to blue, okay, looks good. And if in case you want to hide this action bar, you can do that as well. Support action bar dot hide, and if we rerun this, So now it shouldn't show. You can see it is not showing me the action bar. Support action bar dot hide. Okay, cool and hot. Okay, if you want to change or use other color, you can do that. It takes some time to pick these. I mean, now you can see the r.id, these errors are gone, and the same way these will be gone. It takes some time to process, to understand that where these layout files or where these IDs or colors are located. Okay, so yes, with this you created your second application after Hello World, right? You added a bit of logic here and there, and you changed the color as well. So I'll see you in the next lecture, where we will do a bit of more advanced things around Android application development. I'll teach you more advanced stuff. This is very basic, and we are on top of the hour for this lecture. So in the next one, we'll see you again, and we'll create some amazing applications. Until then, show it on the internet, whatever you have created. Tag me, tag Scalar, tell us what you are learning, and we will be happy to help you always. If you have doubts, queries, anything around these topics, drop them in the comment, and I'll check the comment myself and will try to answer as many questions as I can. Now we will see how we can use this language, Kotlin language, to create projects. How will we write code for some real world kind of applications and projects using Kotlin. So the idea in my mind is to create a travel kind of application, travel app. So basically the thing is, I am from Delhi, and being a Delite, a proud Delite, I would say, I would love to show you all the top places to visit in the capital of India using an application. So it will be very much like a gallery kind of application, you can say, a dynamic photo application, photo frame application. So what I will do is, we'll have name of the app or title, something like that here, a text view here. Okay, this will be your text view, and apart from that, I will have pictures here, pictures of the top places to visit. Okay, which will be changed dynamically. Like we'll have some button picture, as well as here we will have text to explain a bit about the place, or maybe just the name of the place. Okay, so this will be the place. We can show maybe top 5 or top 3 places to visit in the capital of India, and then here the name of the place. Okay, and after that I will have 2 image buttons. Image buttons are also views. Okay, so they have some icon associated with them. So here I will have 2 image buttons, one that will ask me to go ahead, I mean click on next. So when I click on next, the image 2, then 3, 4, like that will be shown. Okay, and this will be the previous button. When I'll click on the previous button, then I expect my code to work in a way that it shows me the previous image. Okay, so let's say if I have 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, like 5 top places images, right? So on clicking, if let's say current image is 1, current image is this one, when I'll click on next, I want to go on 2. When I click on previous, I want to go on 0. If I am at 3, then on clicking next, 4 should be shown. On clicking previous, 2 should be shown. If I am at 0, this is very interesting case. If I am at 0, on clicking next, 1 will be shown, and on clicking previous button, I want it to show 4. Okay, I want it to behave like a circle. In the same way for 4 as well, if previous will be clicked, if previous button is clicked, I want third image, this image, to be shown. And if next is clicked, I will not say like no image was present. I will then show the image number 0. Okay, sounds good. I hope this much part is clear. So this is the plan in my mind. I want to create an application like this, which is like a travel photo app, you can say, travel photo app, which changes picture dynamically on clicking on button, etc. Perfect. So let's write the code. This will be more about, I would say, logic and less about design, etc. Like design will be also there, but you need to understand the core concepts which I will be teaching today. They are very significant. So let's create the project and write the code in Kotlin. Okay, so let me keep the iPad here and let's go on. So a new project. Okay, after a new project I want empty activity, only empty activity, and here we will write the name of the project. Okay, I can call it travel photo app, travel photo app. Okay, and then this is the package name, save. Look, I won't change anything, and this is Kotlin. Click on finish and it will quickly prepare the stuff for you. It will prepare our default main activity for you, main activity.kt, activity main.xml, and here you can see at the bottom some downloads were happening, and that's done. So I'll close this, and now what I will do is, let's first create the design. Okay, so I'll go in activity main.xml, and here I see that right now I have a constraint layout inside which I have a text view, right? So my aim is to create a simple image photo album kind of thing, right? Travel photo app. So here I will change the layout to linear layout first, and then I will have orientation vertical. Orientation vertical. The very first thing I want is one text view here. Okay, and in this text view I'll write travel photo app or something like that. Travel photos app. Okay, and you can put some styling here, not some, a lot, many stuff. Text style, you can make it bold, you can increase the size of the text. Right now it's so small that it's not even readable, right? Text size, I want it to be 25 dp. Okay, and I want to change the gravity as well, gravity as center. Perfect, and let's give a margin of 3 dp. Okay, so that some breathing space is available for it. Okay, travel photos app, and after that what I will do is I will create one, I'll pick one constraint layout. Okay, constraint layout will be in the layout section. So constraint layout, drag and drop, and inside this I will put one image view. So this is the image view, I'll put it here. I want to collect the images, right? I want to show the images of the places. So once again, let me copy and paste the images into my drawable. So my drawable folder, how can you open the drawable folder? So if you click on project here, resources and drawable, so here if you right click and open in Finder. So this is my drawable. I will paste all the images here. Pick 0, pick 1, pick 2, pick 3 and pick 4. Okay, so this is of India Gate, this is Qutub Minar, it seems, Lotus Temple, Red Fort, and okay, this is Lotus Temple, and this one is I guess Akshardham Temple. So we'll see it zoomed as well in the application. Okay, so on previous and next I want different images with different names to be shown, right? What can we do is, let's again pick image view, and now I want to show pick 0 first. Okay, this is the pick 0. I will constrain it in a good manner, in the right way. So like this, and this one should be attached here, and this one the bottom should be constrained there. Perfect. Now what I will do is I want to give a specific width and height to my constraint layout. Okay, right now it is taking too much space, or what can I do is I can create the buttons. In linear layout, okay, so I want to keep those two image buttons in horizontal linear layout. Okay, for that what I will do is I'll go in layouts and linear layout horizontal. I'll put this here at the bottom. Okay, I don't want it to be inside the constraint layout, so undo this action and I'll put this in here, but it should not be at the top, it should be at the bottom, right? It should be at the bottom here. Cool. And inside this I want 2 image buttons. Okay, and let's give it a fixed height. Okay, maybe 300 dp. Looks okay, or maybe you can do 350 dp. All right, and then after this I'll go again in the design section. This is my linear layout horizontal, and I will drag and drop 2 image buttons here. Image button, let's search for it. Image button 1. So in this I will show the next arrow. Okay, next and previous. So we have multiple options here. This is there. Okay, and then I want another image button, and I want to show here previous. For previous they are showing this. I want double back arrows. Okay, so this is forward button, right? This is the one I want, I guess. Perhaps yes. Okay, cool. So I think we swapped it, right? It should be in on this side, on right left we'll change it. Okay, and after that at the end what I'll do is, this is your linear layout. It should not be match parent, it should be wrap content. This should be in the opposite order, this and then this. Perfect. This is your BTN next. Okay, and this is your BTN button. This is your BTN previous. Okay, BTN previous and BTN next. All right, and last but not the least, we want a text view at the bottom. This text view is again very important. It will tell us the name of the place. TV text view, name of the place. I'll try to pick the same styling as we had for this. Okay, text size, maybe I want to make it 20 dp only, and margin 10 dp. Cool. And here this is India Gate, so I will write India Gate. Awesome. So I think we are good. What else you can do is you can maybe put a background for this text view, dark colorish kind of color, something like that, to make it look better. Okay, background, if we say black, then text color will need to change to white. You can give some corner radius, all those stuff as well. That is usually an attribute for image for buttons, normal buttons, but here also you can create, you can create an extra XML for that. Okay, cool. So if I run this much, I think it should look good. It should look the way we want it to look, and after that we will jump to the logic part. Okay, so let's run it and see if this much part is working fine or not, and then we will come in the main activity and write the code here. So it is running, launch succeeded, and woohoo, it's looking good. And now we have to write the logic. If we click on next, then next button should be visible, next image should be visible. If we click on previous, then last travel image should be visible, right? Okay, so let's get into the logic part now. So the very first thing, I want a variable which tells me that which image are we on. So what I'll do is not val, I'll create val current image is equal to 0. So in the beginning, I'll assume that I'm at the 0th image, and depending upon on which button we are clicking, next, previous, blah blah, we'll keep on changing it. Okay, we'll keep on changing it. Now let's come here, and we know that we have to perform some action on clicking previous and next button, so let's create them quickly. Val next is equal to find view by ID. This is your image button, right? So write image button, then r.id dot btn next, this, then val previous is equal to find view by ID. This is also your image button, right? So create image button here, and then r dot, if you see here, do command P, you will see this is of integer type. So let me tell you, this is very important. So all the images, or maybe all the views, like this is your text view, this is your image view button, or like whatever these are, so each and every thing here, they have their unique name. We know, like this is your pick 0. Okay, this is your pick 0. So they have their unique ID, they have their unique name. Apart from that, when we do this, right, when we do this, so r.id.button next, this is an integer address that is associated with that particular ID, with each ID. Like pick 0, I'll try to show pick 1 as well, pick 4, 5, or maybe if you look at this is btn previous, btn next. So each and every ID has its own address, with the help of which it understands, and that address is in integer format. That is in integer format, r.id.previous. Okay, btn previous. Sounds good. This much part is clear. Now on clicking next dot set on click listener, I want to perform some action. I want to get the next image. And in the same way, when previous is clicked, previous dot set on click listener, I want to see the previous image. Now it is all going to be very, very interesting. If you are scared of logic mathematics, don't be. I'll make it all super simple. Okay, you just have to think smartly, and I'll explain everything. How can we go on the next image and all those stuff. So if you notice in our drawable folder, where is the drawable folder? So in our drawable folder, the names of these pictures, it is like pick 0, pick 1, pick 2, pick 3, pick 4, like that. Okay, so right now in the beginning of the program, the current image value is 0. Sounds good. What I'll do is I'll here get the ID of the current image. Okay, I'll get the ID of our current image. To get the ID of the current image, what we will do, we know the IDs are like pick 0, pick 1, pick 2, something like that, right? So I will create a variable where ID of the current image, ID current image, and this is obviously the string value, like pick 0, pick 1. This is not the integer address associated with that particular design component. Like we know that each and every component has ID, their unique name, like button pre, btn pre, btn next, right? This is the string ID, this is their unique name, but this is not integer address, right? So this is ID of the current image in a string format. So it is pick, and along with that the current image, whatever the value is, that will be there, right? So they are saying it, you can shorten as well, you can put it in, yes, they are saying that you can shorten it, you can put it in a stylish modern way as well. You can use the $sign. So if you click here, convert a string concatenation to template, basically they will put everything in double quotes and use a $sign. Okay, so convert a string into this format. Basically they remove the extra code, and this is what Kotlin is about. $sign is one of the stylish and modern syntaxes. Okay, so this is the ID of the current image. Okay, it can be pick 0, pick 1. One more thing here which is very important is I have other image views as well, right? So I'll quickly make 3 or 4 more. This will be pick 1, and here I will show pick 1. Okay, but what I will do is, you'd be thinking, I mean, why there is so much of weirdness? I mean, you can see like all the images are overlapping on each other, right? So for this, what I'll do is I will first of all concentrate it in the right way. Okay, make it look good, and I'll put alpha 0 for all the other picks, pick 1, 2, 3, 4, all the picks. If I'll write alpha as 0, then you will see the image is gone, right? So alpha is very significant attribute, you must always remember this. So in the same way I'll create more, but before that, well, let me see if we can do something about its orientation. So for pick 1, let me make it look better. Okay, because obviously I picked images, I grabbed the images from the web, from the internet, and they were all from different websites, so the dimensions, everything is a bit distorted. Let's make it look good. Okay, my focus right now is not on the design part but on the logic part. But indeed, I mean, when you will work in startups for clients, obviously everything will matter, right? So alpha as 0, and I'll again put pick 3, and this was pick 1, right? So this should be pick 2. Okay, this is a bit better. Okay, and alpha for this one should also be 0, right? In the same way I'll repeat the same thing for all other images, pick 3 and pick 4 as well. This is your pick 3, and this also looks good, right? And alpha should be 0. Awesome. And the last one, that is the one with the ID pick 4, pick 4, and here as well pick 4, and alpha should be 0. Now let's come back here. When I click on next, the very first thing I did is I grabbed the ID in the string format, like if the ID is pick 0, pick 1, pick 2, like that. So I grabbed all the IDs, and after that what I want is I have to get the integer address associated with each design component, with each view, you can say. Okay, with each view I want to get the integer address, whatever is associated with them. So I'll create var ID current image, ID of current image, but not in a string format. I don't want pick 0, pick 1, all those stuff. I want integer value, okay, so that I can perform the logical operations on top of them, right? So I will first of all get this, I mean the context of this screen, this activity. After that, this dot get resources dot like if you see here, instead of writing get resources completely, if you see the first one, it is saying resources, but it will help us in getting all the resources, right? So get resources dot get identifier. I can get the integer address with this as well, but we have to do everything programmatically, logically here. Why? Because I mean, I can't go on hard coding things. I can't be like find view by ID, pick 0, then pick 1, pick 2. No, we can't do it that way, right? Based on the value of the current image, we have to find the integer address associated. If it is pick 0, then get me the address using the value of the current image. I can't be like find view by ID and then I will pass the r.id. I can't hard code it. I have to do things programmatically, right? Because when next will be clicked, I am not sure which will be the current image, what will be next, what will be previous. Right now I only have five images, but might be I will have 100 images, 1000 images, and so on, right? So I got the ID in the string format very easily, pick 0, 1, 2, whatever, and then I have to convert the same ID into integer format. That's it. You don't have to think too much. You have got the string ID. You have to get its corresponding integer address. So for that, this is the simple one-liner syntax. You don't have to worry too much, okay? Resources dot get identifier. And here, if you see, you have to give 3 parameters. You have to pass 3 parameters to it, right? What those parameters are? So the very first thing, you have to give the string ID, okay, which you are getting here, okay, this. After that, they are asking you for def type. So you are playing with IDs, right? So the def type is ID here. And after ID, what they are asking for is, they are asking for the package name. So you can get package name using the method get package, okay, get package. So if you write package name, so the second one will help you get the package name, okay? So get package name like this. Perfect. That's it. I mean, that's all you have to do. So easy and simple to convert the ID which you had in a string format into integer. Now, why I am doing so much? I mean, there would be some reason, right? Might be I want to use this integer address somewhere, right? I'll tell you where. So now what I want to do is, I want to get the actual image. And make it invisible. I want to get the current image and make it invisible. Set it alpha to 0. That's why I'm doing so much of a struggle, right? First I got the ID in string format, pick 0, pick 1, whatever the value would be. And then I'm converting the same ID into integer address, into integer format, so that I get its actual value where it is. After that, I will... So one more thing that I have to do is, I have to create one image variable, which will be of type image button, okay? I'll tell you what's the use of that. So val image of type image button, and because I don't want to declare, I don't want to initialize it right now, so I will use late init var, okay? And now here I want to get the image. I want to know what the image is. So find view by ID, and here I will pass the integer address. This also gives me the integer address. This also will give me the integer address. Obviously I don't know the ID. I will not be knowing the ID. Like I can't write r.id.pick0 here, right? It will not work for... It's not the best logic to write. I mean, this way I'm hard coding things. But here the value can be anything. It can be pick 0, pick 1, pick 2. So I'll get the integer associated with that respective ID, and then I will pass the ID of the current image and its integer address. So basically I have got the image now. Let's say for an example, if you go here, okay, if I am at this picture which is of Akshadham, I got the very first thing I am doing in the program is I'm getting its ID, right, which is pick 2, and then I'm converting that into integer address associated with this image. I got the integer address of that. Then I'm saying find this view by ID, right, and I'm passing the integer value which it wants. So I'll exactly get this image. And now what I want to do is, I want to make it invisible, right? 0. Set it to 0. It is expecting float value, I guess. Yes. So write F. That's it. That's all you have to do. And because I clicked on next image, so I want to see pick 3, right, which is of red font, I guess. So for that, what you will do is, it's so simple. You have to repeat things. like whatever the value of current image was, you want the next image, right? So current image is equal to current image plus 1 plus 1. After that you have to repeat all these things. I mean, the very first thing you will do is you will get the ID. This is number, right? This is right now only 3. If let's say I was in second image, so current image value was 2. So I'll do current image is equal to current image plus 1. So 3 is the value right now. I want to get pick 3. So var ID of this is image I want to show. Image to show and a string ID. Okay, a string ID. I want it to be like pick 3, right? So how will I do that? I'll do it in the same way as I did here. That's it. Yes, I'll say pick plus the value of current image. I incremented it, right? I incremented it. Perfect. And all of everything will be same. I mean, then I want to convert this string into integer, right? I want to convert this. Let's do it. So ID current image, ID of not the current image, it is ID of image to show, and this is its integer address, right? And this is the ID of image to show string. Then image is equal to find view by ID, and I want to get the ID of this image which I want to show. I want to set it to 1 because I want, when I click on next, so the current image should become invisible. That's why I did 0 alpha. And the next image, for the next image I want it to be visible. So I set its alpha to 1. That's it. That's all you have to do. It's as simple as it looks. Go through the code once again. You will understand it in even better manner. We can make it private as well. Basically what I'm doing is when I click on next dot set on click list, now when I click on the next button, I want to see the next image. So I am setting the current image's alpha to 0 and I am making the next image alpha to 1. For that I am doing a lot of struggle. I am first of all getting the ID of the current image pick and whatever the value is. After that I am getting the integer address associated with that particular ID. Okay, and then I am passing that ID in find view by ID method so that I can get that image, and then I will set the image alpha to 0. Perfect. And I want to get the next image, so I will say current image is equal to current image plus 1. But if let's say I am at image number 4, current image value is 4, so 4 is equal to 4 plus 1, that will be 5, and I don't have image 5. So what you have to do, a very simple mathematic trick. Whatever is the total number of image, right now it is 5, so you just have to add that 5 plus and you have to do modulus with same. So if you set and do calculation, you will find that after 4, if I do addition here, I will again get 0 only. That's a trick, I mean, to handle the corner case, to handle the the significant, the tricky case. After that, for previous as well, I'll do the same thing and the code will be exactly same. It's just that here instead of plus I will show minus, right? So let me copy and paste this much piece of code, and one more thing I have to do is I will write here minus, because if I am at I want previous image, right? So after current image, if the current image is 2, I want 1 to be shown. So current image 2 minus 1. So let's run it and see if it's working, if this much piece of code is working fine or not. So this will be a good opportunity for you to understand how do we check logcat, how do we check the errors. Okay, so this is our logcat, and the it is failing at this point at mean activity dot kit, this one. Okay, it is saying that app compat image view cannot be cast to image button. Okay, this was not image button actually, that's true, because obviously these are image views, right? These are image views. I casted it to image button. That's my bad. Okay, and if I rerun it, it should work fine. Let's rerun it. It failed at 24th line, right? I guess this one should work fine now. So when I'm clicking on next, I'm getting the next images. See, after, so this is the magic. After Lotus Temple, basically this is the last one. After Lotus Temple, I want to see India Gate only. So if I click on next, I'm seeing India Gate, right? After this is Qutub Minar, right? After Qutub Minar, I want to see this picture, which is Akshar Dham Temple. So yes, this is the one. Now everything is working fine, everything is working perfectly. Do create your own travel photos app, but let me tell you one more thing quickly. Right now it is hard coded, it is not showing me the new text, right? New text. So what should we do for that? I mean, pause the video, think for a while, then I'll tell you. Now that this much part is working fine, we are dynamically able to change the images. On clicking next, we are seeing the next picture. On clicking previous, we are seeing the previous image, right? So the code of next button and previous button is working fine. We are getting the current image, we are making it invisible, and we are then showing the next image. We are making the alpha of the next image. Like if we are at pic 0, then we are making the pic 0 as alpha 0 and pic 1 as alpha 1. We are making it visible, right? This is the logic we are using right now. And I also want to change the name of the place in real time, right? So if you were able to think of some logic, paste the code, paste the logic in the comment section, and yes, it will be awesome to check all those replies, all those solutions. If you were not able to think of a logic for changing the names in real time, then let me tell you how can we go about it. Okay, the very first thing I will do is I will create an array. You already learned in my lecture 2 or 3 how to create arrays in Kotlin, right? So where names, or I can say where places, I'll create array of all the places. So the places are, pic 0 is India Gate, right? So India Gate. Then pic 1 is Qutub Minar, right? And then pic 2 is Akshar Dham Temple. So this is one of my favorites temple. I mean, when I was in school as well, I used to so much visit Akshardham as well as Birla Mandir temple. These are so good. And then this is your Red Fort temple, not temple, sorry, Red Fort only. Yeah, Red Fort only, right? 1 second, let me submit. Yes, Red Fort. And then the last one is Lotus Temple. Okay, so this one is your Lotus Temple. Perfect. So I created an array that contains the name sequence wise. I mean, pic 0 is of India Gate, then Qutub Minar, pic 1, pic 2. It is matching with the IDs as well. I mean, picture name, this is picture name, this is not ID, don't get confused. This is name of the picture. But if you go here and see, so pic 4, the ID is same as the name of the image. Okay, if this is pic3.jpg or pic3.png, then the ID is the same, right? So once again, we are back here, and what we have to do is, as we are clicking on previous or next button, the image is getting changed. Our logic is working perfectly fine, but I want to change the name of the place as well. So for that, what I will do is, it's very simple and easy to understand. This much part is crisp and clear. We got the details of the current image, we got its ID, we got its integer address, we got the actual current image, and then we set the alpha to 0, right? Perfect. And after that, what we are doing is, we are doing the same thing, but we are, let's say it's next dot set on click list now. So right now, if let's say we were on pick 0, so I increased its value to pick 1. I did current image plus 1. This 5 plus and modulus 5 is just to take care of the corner case, just to take care that if we are at the last image, let's say 4, it shouldn't go to 5, 4 plus 1, it should come back to 0. And for that, for handling that case, I'm just adding this 5 plus and modulus 5. Basically you have to add and modulus 5 with the total images that you have, that will handle your case. Okay, alright, so I incremented the value of the current image, and then I'm doing the same thing again. I'm finding the ID, and you can write it in a smart way. So you are finding the ID of the image to be shown, and then you are finding the integer address associated with that image to be shown, and then you are finding the actual image that you want to show, and then you are setting its alpha to 1, that is you are making it visible. Okay, and now what I have to do is I have to show the actual, the right name as well. So for name as well, I should first create the variable, right? Text is equal to place name is equal to find view by ID, and this is of type text view, right? Text view. So I will pass here r.id.text view. I don't know what the ID name is. So if you go here, it is TV name. So TV name. Perfect. I now have the actual text view, the address, right? So I will do place name dot set text. So the very first one, get text from get text set text. So set text is equal to, I have the array, right? Places, and I will pass here the value which I want to show, right? So basically I will pass this because I have the exact value. If let's say I was on pick 1, I made it invisible. Now I'm clicking on next, so I want to show pick 2, right? So I have the correct value here, so I'll just say current image. It will do the work for me, just one line of code, and it will show the name of every place in real time. Let's check if it's working fine or not. So I clicked on run button, terminate. So if I click on next, Qutub Minar, you can see in real time picture is getting changed, as well as the text is also getting changed. Next, Akshardham temple. This is Akshardham temple. You can write here travel, instead of travel photos app, you can write top places to visit in Delhi. Next is, this is Red Fort. This is Lotus temple. After this, we'll go back to the first image because we had only 5 images in our database. This is again India Gate. This is again Qutub Minar. If I click on previous button, again India Gate. After India Gate, the last image, because this is the first image, right? So last, that is this Lotus temple should be shown. Perfect. That means our code is working completely fine, right? Alright, so I hope you find this fun and interesting. Make your own application as well. Just watching tutorials, just watching me developing applications will not help you. One more quick thing is I will put the code on GitHub, and you can take that from GitHub, but first try to create it on your own so that things are more clear in your mind. And yes, show it on the internet, show everyone that you are developing, you are learning these skills. I mean, it opens doors to opportunities which you don't even know exist. When you put things on the internet, people will notice it. If someone need app developer, HRs, hiring managers, they'll see your work, and if they like it, they will hire you as well. So yes, go ahead, create the app, right? And tag Skill or tag me, tell us what difficulties you are facing, and how fun it was for you to create this application. Also, if you are interested in learning more about Android development using Kotlin, if you want to create more exciting projects on this channel, only on a Scalar channel, I have created videos, lectures in which I have taught how to create Android application development projects. We will put the links of the previous tutorials as well. If you are interested in creating more projects, go ahead and watch them, and let us know in the comment section if you want new projects, new lectures around the same, and we will bring them.
I will teach you how to develop a music application. Alongside developing the project, you will have an better understanding of how to use API in your application, how to pass queries, parameters, and much more. These are very important concepts of application development. Hello everyone and welcome to Scalar's YouTube channel. I am Soumya, a software engineer and an educator. In the part 1, that is this lecture, I will try to find some good free music API, and then I will teach you how we can fetch data like music, album, artist information, etc. from that free API into our application. So yes, let's get into the system and start working on our project. So first of all, let's understand what an API is. So for example, we all use so many applications in our day-to-day life, like Amazon app is there, Spotify, I mean everywhere, whatever application you are using, the use of API is indeed there. For example, let's say if you use Amazon app, right? So if I search for maybe shoes and then I press on enter, so I get a list of shoes right out there, like from different brands like Adidas, Nike, etc. I get a big list, right? So you would have thought someday, I mean, from where that list is coming. So that is where API comes into picture. So as end user, you will get all the required information on your app screen. That is what you want. But all these things are done by us, that is developers. What we do, we write code in a way that we bring APIs and the end screen both into action. Like developers, we design the app in a way that it could access the data stored in the databases via APIs. And for this purpose, we have multiple third-party libraries like Retrofit is there, right? Volley is there, OKHTTP. These are some of the third-party dependencies using which we work with APIs in our applications. So if these concepts are a bit, tough for you, on this page only, on this Scalar's YouTube channel only, I have created some basic tutorials as well for app development. You can first check out that and then start with this one. Perfect. So talking about APIs, so what APIs are? API will connect the database to access the required information and send it to our application. Like right now it's all theory, but when I will implement it, when I will write the code in the application, then it will become quite easy for you to understand. And assets or databases, it's self-explanatory. Like databases, that's a place where all the data is stored, right? Awesome. And this is a pictorial representation of what an API is. So API, which stands for Application Programming Interface, it allows two programs to communicate on the web API between like an application and a server. It basically facilitates the transfer of data. These are the steps. 3 steps are most important when we talk about API. The number 1, request. API call is initiated by the client. Like let's say if I ask for some clothes, right? So API will be triggered. I mean a call will be made to the API via me, via the end user. And then the worker, that is like here they have given the example of B, that act as an API. It goes to the server and then collect the data. The API goes to the server that collect the data, and then we get the response in our end screen in our phone. The API transfer the requested data back to the like requesting application. Let's say I'm using application Spotify. I requested for some bhakti music. So what the API will do, it will go to the server, it will fetch the data and show on the end screen. That is my Spotify application, right? it all is done in few seconds. You don't even realize what's going on in the background. But we developers, we know that we write code in a way that everything is done fastly. I mean, we don't do these things on the same thread, on the main thread. You won't even realize that an API call is being made, but in the background it is being made, right? So you can take a screenshot of this picture and try to understand yourself as well how everything is done. It all starts from here. Once we make the HTTP request, like here it is get nectar, we can do get music, get clothes, anything, right? And then from the server API collect the data, and finally it is shown to us, the client. Awesome. This is JSON format. So what happens is, like I'm talking so much about API, and now you have a basic idea as well what an API is. Like if I'm requesting some data, so API will fetch that data for me from the database and show it in my application, right? So, and the full form is application programming interface. So the data that we are talking about, that comes in JSON format, okay? And this is an example of JSON format that you see here. So let me explain you right now. I know that it might be a bit difficult to understand, but I will make it all super simple for you, don't worry. So this curly braces, these are called as objects, okay? And inside this we have a bands array. You can see the starting point of bands array is this, and it is closing here, right? It is closing here. And inside the bands array we have two objects, object 1 from here to here and object 2, this one. Then in object 1, that is object 1 and object 2. So in object 1 we have few parameters like name, description, image. In the same way in object 2 as well, we have name, description, image, year, albums, and so on, right? So this is a basic structure of a JSON data. In JSON data, we have arrays, right? Arrays which are represented by square brackets, and we have objects as well. We have objects as well which are represented using curly braces. This is a basic overview of how JSON data looks like. Moving ahead, this is again the same explanation that I just did, that curly braces means objects and square bracket means we have arrays. Perfect. And like if we have square brackets like this, that means that is array of data. Objects means we have information inside object. Perfect. Moving ahead, now you have a basic idea of what an API is, right? You know the full form, you know what the role of API is, and you also know what JSON is, like the basic structure of JSON data. I will use a free music API, and then I will fetch all the information in that application, okay? Once we'll do the practical, then you will get a better understanding of everything. Now that you have a basic understanding of what an API is and what is JSON format, you got a basic structure like in what format JSON data is designed. So now what I will do is, I will quickly get into the system. I will tell you the steps, what we will do, what we will follow to create our application. Perfect. Alright. So let me write the steps here. Steps to create the application. The very first thing is, we have to add the dependencies. We have to add the dependencies in our application, right? In our application, we will add the useful dependencies like retrofit and JSON converter, which will convert the data for us into JSON format. We will use Picasso, etc., some other third-party libraries as well. And second step is, we will convert the data class. We will basically create the data class by converting the JSON data, okay? We will exactly create the data class here. Create data class by converting the JSON data. Like we have some extension, I will teach you, then you will understand it all very well. And after that, we will create an API interface. API interface, right? And the fourth step will be, we will fetch all the data in our main activity. Fetch data in main activity. and then we'll work on the UI UX part as well. Perfect. So these are kind of summarized steps for you. These are the same, like add dependencies, create data class, API interface, get data in main, and then populating the data, that is UI UX. Perfect. So now let's try to search for some free good music API that we will use in our application. Free music API, and this is the first top blog which I'm getting. Top free music data APIs. And if we scroll down, so this is a good list of APIs. The first one is Deezer API, so I'm going with that only. So let me tell you, like Spotify, as it's very popular in India, so Deezer is a similar kind of music application that's heavily popular outside India. People use it a lot to listen to music, etc. So do one thing, as you click on this link, make sure you are signed up to this portal, Rapid API. So Rapid API, basically this is a portal where they have huge collection of APIs, right? Awesome. So Deezer API, Deezer is, you can assume that it's very much like a Spotify only. They have these endpoints, as you can see, infos, radio, search, etc. And depending upon in which language you are writing the code, you can choose the language here. So we will be writing the code heavily in Kotlin for our application. So they have given the option here, Kotlin OK HTTP. So this is the code base example also that they have given. If you want to just copy paste their code, you can do that as well. But I will teach everything from scratch. We will create the application from zero, from scratch, so that you understand everything very properly, right? And if I test endpoint here, so we will get the result in this result tab. Okay, so here you can see we will get 3 keys in our API. Okay, that is object, one object which is having 3 keys. If I open it up, data is the first array, then total, which is of type int, and then we have next variable which is of type string, right? If I open up the data array, then there I have 25 more objects, right? And inside each and every we have multiple data, like what is the ID of the music, the title of the music, then the artist information is here. A lot many, data is available here. So this is, I think, a good API for us. I mean, I will fetch it in my application, and then we will show some basic information like music title, artist information, etc. So first step is done. I mean, not exactly first step. I mean, I'll add the dependencies. That was the first step that I told you. But before that, we have to find a free music API, right? So I have got a good music API. And yes, I mean, these are some header parameters, etc. that we will need to add in our application. I'll teach you, don't worry. And then these are some required parameters as well. Perfect. So let's do one thing. Let's open up Android Studio and start the work. So Android Studio, and if you don't know exactly how to create basic project in Android Studio, I would highly recommend again that you go and check out the basic tutorials on this channel only, which I have created. So go ahead and choose an empty activity. Let's name it music app, and click on finish. You can leave all other stuff as they are. Language, choose Kotlin, minimum SDK 24, and let's click on finish. Once you click on finish, because it's a bit heavy software, I mean, it is a software using which we create applications, right? So it will take few seconds, minute, depending upon your internet, depending upon the storage of your system. And for me, it's almost done. You can see here at the bottom, Gradle build is happening. They are importing some of the Gradle projects, etc. Right? So I won't explain all the features in the application. I'm assuming you have a bit of idea of what an Android Studio is, how it works. So let's go and yes, work on the step number 1, that is adding dependencies, relevant dependencies for our music application. So I'm opening up Gradle scripts. I'll go in build.gradle. And here in the dependencies section, I have to add the relevant dependencies, right? So the very first one is retrofit dependency. So let's go and search for the retrofit dependency. So let me write retrofit dependency Android. So this is their well explained blog that they have created. So if you want to use retrofit in your application, so they have given all these steps, like you have to create the API interface. This is the kind of code that you will be writing. They have written it in Java, and today we will be writing in the official language of Android, that is Kotlin, right? So if we scroll down, so here we have the dependency. So let's copy this, and here we will put the retrofit dependency. So they haven't given the latest version. Let me check from their GitHub repository. If we go here and if we click on the tags, so we will get the latest, that is 2.9.0, right? 2.9.0, and after that I want JSON converter, right? JSON converter. So that is exactly the same, that exactly has the same group ID as retrofit, right? The only difference will be here in the JSON converter, Perfect. And after that, let's just click on sync now, and you can confirm this. I mean, if let's say you are not sure of if the JSON converter dependency is correct or not, so you can just write here something like this, and you might get some good results from here. So you can see, I mean, this is kind of existing dependency, that is the converter JSON that actually exists. Perfect. And the group ID is also exactly same as we have written, and the version is also 2.9.0. And after that, we just have to click on sync now. So what sync now will do, it will download all the relevant data classes, dependencies for the given dependencies that we added, like retrofit and JSON converter. So we have done this step number 1. Let me show you by sharing this iPad screen as well. So this is the step number 1 that we just completed. We added the relevant dependencies in our application, and after that we will focus on the step number 2, that is creating the data class. Perfect. So I have the JSON data ready here. You can see, I mean, if I go here, this is the exact JSON data, JSON information that I want, right? So I just copy it, and to explain it in a better way to you, I will open up JSON formatter, okay, JSON formatter, and let's click on this one. And if I paste the JSON data that I copied from the website Deezer API, and if I click on process here, so you can see, I mean, this is the processed JSON data that we have got. This is one object, right? This is one object. If I expand it, so I have 3 things here. Number 1, array of data. Number 2, total, the variable of type integer. And then I have next variable, which is of type string, right? So inside data array, I have these many objects. If I, like, you can go on, minimizing it if you see here. So we have 3 keys, and then inside data we have 25 items, we have 25 objects, right? In a single object, if you want to see what data that contains, so that contains ID, title of the music, title short, then duration of the music, rank of the music, like music also has some rank, right? What is the rank of the music, popular music, etc. And we have the preview of the music as well, like they will play the music for a short time, kind of trailer or something you can say. And then we have image. Then here is the artist information, the artist who has created that particular music, like Eminem is the name of the artist for this music, picture of the artist, etc. All this is inside artist object, and then album object is there, which contain the information about the album. So inside the single data object also we have 2 more objects, you can say, album and artist. Apart from that, these string or integer variables are there. Perfect. So let me do one thing. I already have the copied JSON data, right? So what I will do, I will right click here, I will go on new, just notice the cursor of my mouse, okay? And here if you see at number 3, Kotlin data class file from JSON. So if you want to convert JSON data into data class, so that we can do using this extension, right? If you don't have this extension, so listen to me very carefully. You just have to go in the files option. Here you can go in the Android Studio, then preferences. Basically you have to go in the settings, and after that just go in the plugins and search here for JSON converter or something like that. So the JSON to Kotlin class, basically this is what I have to do. I have the JSON data, I have to convert it into Kotlin class. So I have installed this. You have to install it and press OK. Perfect. And after that, once you will come here in the Java folder and in the package name, do the right click here and new. After that, Kotlin data class file from JSON, I will just paste it and then click on format and give name to the data class. So I'm giving it the name my data. Okay, my data will be the class name, the main class name, and I will click on generate here. So you can see, it has created 4 files for me, right? The very first is my data, in which we have 3 main data, because we know that in our teaser API we had 3 main data, right? What were they? Data, total, next. So here as well we have data, total and next, right? After that, in data, that is an array of objects, right? So it has created a list of data. If I go on data class now, so you can see inside data we have plenty of information, and as I told you earlier as well, inside data class as well we have 2 more classes, that is album and artist class, right? Apart from that, some string, integer, etc. variables are there. Perfect. So my data is the main class, and then I have data class inside which I have again album, and then I have artist class as well. Let me close all these data classes. Now if I show you, if I again do the screencast, so we have done this step number 2 as well, that is creating the data class. So this step is done. Adding dependencies, let me mark it with yellow. So add dependencies, this is done. This was very easy, right? Just adding the dependencies in the build.gradle, and after that we are also done with creating the data class, right? And after that, step number 3 is something we are going to do right now, that is creating the API interface. And if you want to get an overview of the data, the JSON data that we are using, so this is the overview. We have 3 keys in that data, and after that we have 2 more objects like next, as well as the other was, I guess, total, the total music that the data is having. Perfect. You can use any API for that matter, and I explained you the format as well very clearly, how the JSON data is. Most importantly, you should know the difference between this and this. This is object and this is your array. Perfect. All right. So now is the time that we should create the API interface, that is step number 3. All right. So for that, what you have to do, just go here and create a new class, go on new, and then Kotlin class. I will name it API interface, and instead of class file, just click on interface. So API interface is created here for you. Here you just have to create a simple function. So I will create function get data, okay, and the return type of it. So I'm not doing anything special. Every information is explained here in the retrofit blog itself. If you read here, so they have told you that, okay, you have to create a kind of interface, and that should be of type call, and that should return the list of the Pojo class, basically the my data class that we created. No, that is called Pojo class as well. Alright, so here I will use call of retrofit, and then I will pass here list of my data. Awesome. And inside this, if you notice in our Deezer API, so we have to pass some query as well. This is required parameter. So what I will do is, I have to give a query parameter. That's very simple. You just have to write @query, right, @query, and the name of that query. Like in our API, we have queue here. You can see the required parameter is queue, right? So you just have to write queue, and after that, you just have to write queue and name for the query, and just the type of the query. So here we have to give the name of the artist, right? We are searching music by the name of the artist. So Eminem is the artist name, right? So this is of type string. So I will just write a string here. Perfect. That's all what you have to do. This is the way you pass queries. Like this, let me show you. This is the code snippet, right? This much part is the base URL. This is the base URL that we will pass in our main activity. And after that, we have search, okay, the endpoint. And after that, we have query, in which we are passing the name of the artist. So for that, we have to pass here query as well. And after that, you just have to write here @get, because we are getting some data from the API, right? And just write the endpoint. So you can see multiple endpoints are given here in the API, like infos, radio, search, playlist, artist. So we are using right now search endpoint. So I will write here search. That's it. You have to write inside obviously double quotes. All right. And if you notice here, we have one more extra thing in this API, that is they have given us some header parameters, right? They have given us some header parameters. For that, what you have to do, you can just copy from here as well the header parameters. So you just have to write @headers, and just give all the information of the headers here. Okay, let me put the double quote here, and after that, you can just take the information from here directly. So this is the header 1. Basically, this is Rapid API key and Rapid API host. To access the API, we have to add these headers, okay? Whoops, command V. Okay, I didn't copy, I guess. So let's copy it. And then we will put in our application, okay? Copy, and here we go. So let me put it in a better way. All right. And after this, because we have two headers, right? Not single header, right? So for that, I will add the other one as well, which is the Rapid API host, right? Rapid API host. Here we copied it, and we just have to put it here. Just remove these extra stuff, and you will be good to go. Perfect. All right. I just want to remove this part. All right. Make sure that when you copy these keys, they should be correct. Let's say if I miss 5 from here, or if I put something else, then the API will not work, and we will not be able to fetch the data from the API, right? Awesome. So instead of plus, let me put a comma here, and yes, we are good to go. Perfect. So we are done with step number 3 as well, that is creating API interface. For that, you just have to create a function get data, and that should return call and whatever your Pojo class is. So list of my data, and inside this we have to pass some query, because in this API we are searching for music on the basis of name of the artist. That's why I have passed some query here, and you have to write @get and name of the endpoint. Which endpoint we are using? Search. So I have written here search, and after that you have to write the headers as well. Awesome. And now you are almost kind of done with the basic stuff. Now our main step is we have to get all this information in our main activity, right? So let's go and write the retrofit builder, which is most important, right? So val retrofit builder, it's pretty simple and easy. Retrofit dot builder. Obviously as a beginner, no one expects that you know everything, I mean how to write the code, because I have been writing many softwares, many applications, so kind of these code bases are on tips, but obviously as a beginner no one expects you to know or rote learn all the code. I mean you can just follow these blogs. I mean retrofit, all the information is provided here that you have to create the retrofit builder. So I just created the retrofit builder. After that you have to pass the base URL, right? So the base URL for the API is here. I will just like take this base URL from here. Don't take search the endpoint, because endpoint we are passing here, right? Endpoint we are passing here. So just take the base URL, and after that you have to add converter here, add converter factory, and inside this you have to pass JSON converter factory. So it should auto complete. I mean if you have imported the right dependency, so it should auto complete everything. Let me see what's going wrong with this. So JSON converter, okay, it is not auto picking it. Let me see if we have added the right dependency in our build.gradle. So JSON converter, okay, so maybe it hasn't picked it up, not sure. So add converter, let's read the block once for retrofit. So we added the base URL, we will do build as well as create, but before that we have to add the converter factory because we are using JSON here, right? Alright, so I think the JSON converter, the dependency I have used is, instead of JSON converter, it's supposed to be converter JSON, and if you check that, if you search for it as well, so it should be converter JSON, and that's why it's not auto completing the converter factory which I want to use, right? So converter JSON, and now if I go here, so it should auto complete it, and if it's not happening, then do invalidate the cache, that will do the work for you, right? So, and because Android Studio indeed is a heavy software, right, and sometimes it stops working, or maybe it stops auto completing the code. So in that cases you can just invalidate the cache. So JSON converter factory, you can see the option here. Just go on .create, and after that what I will do, .build, and finally I will do .create, and I will also pass the API interface which I created here. Okay, I will pass the API interface class.java. Perfect. So this much part is done. Basically you have created the retrofit builder. They have asked you to create the retrofit builder here. I mean they have done it all in the same way as I did. The base URL, build, and .create you have to pass the API which you have created in the step number 3. So we are right now on step number 4, that is we are writing all the code for our main activity. Perfect. And after that let's get the retrofit data in a variable. Retrofit data is equal to retrofit builder, one sec, retrofit builder dot get data. Why it's giving me the option of get data? Because in the API interface, no, I have created this function get data, right, which will get all the data from the endpoint search, Awesome. So here we will do get data, and we have to pass a query of type string. So I will pass the same which is given here in the Deezer API, which is Eminem, the name of the artist. So I will just pass this one here. Okay, and now listen to me very carefully. This is a bit tricky but very easy once you understand it. Okay, so what you have to do, you got the retrofit data, right? You got the retrofit data. Now the only thing remaining is you have to use one method, only one method, that is enqueue method. So what happens is, you have got the retrofit data from the API, so you have to run enqueue method, and based on if the API call is a success or a failure, you will do some operation. Okay, so let's write .enqueue, and if you see here, it is telling me that Soumya, you have to pass callback parameter here. So what I will do, I mean it will be a long piece of code if I go on writing the callback everything. So if you do control, let me show you, control shift space, So it should show, one second, just do Control P, it will tell you what data you have to pass, right? And if you do here, one sec, let me write object of type callback. So like it should auto complete it. Either you can write all the function, everything on your own, like the callback and everything, or just use the shortcut Control Shift space, and you can see here it is giving you an object of type callback, right? Alright, so just do Control Shift space and it will give you the first option, that object variable of type callback, list, etc. Just press enter and you can see it has written a bunch of code for you, right? So let me help you understand this, don't worry. Let me erase the to do part from here. So what happens is, once you got the retrofit data, you run an enqueue method, you call enqueue method. So inside enqueue method, it's starting here and it's ending here. Inside this we have an object which is a callback, which is of type callback, right? So here you can see there are two overrided method, on response and on failure. Let me explain you the purpose. So if the API call is a success, then this method, that is on response, is executed, right? If the API call, let's say if it's not happening, maybe due to internet or maybe because the host is not working, the API is not working, any reason, so anything, right? If the API call is a failure, then this method is executed. So you would have seen sometimes, I mean, let's say if you make a request and maybe your internet is not there, so you would be seeing some screen like no internet, or maybe you're offline, or no data, something like that, right? So we have to do all such stuff in the on failure method. So failure, and here we will write spelling is a bit incorrect, well, it's a comment only. Alright, so now what we have to do, once the API call is success, we have to get all the data inside on response. So let me try to get the data in the on response method, right? So I will do val and data list is equal to response dot. Now you can see, I mean, they are giving me bunch of options, right? So what I will do is, this is the response dot body dot again, I mean, plenty of options are here. So what I will do, I'll first check with just response dot body if I'm getting the right information or not, right? So I already have one text view available here, which is hello world. So let's give ID to this. All right, I changed the design section. Yes, split. Let's close it. I'm just minimizing it, and here let's give a name to the text view ID. Let's name it just text view only. Okay, text view or hello text. So first of all, I have to check if my API is working fine or not, and then in part 2 we will learn how to, you know, beautify our application using that data. I mean, how you can use that data in a meaningful manner. So val text view is equal to find view by ID, which is a text view, and then r dot id dot text hello text. Okay, hello text, perfect. All right, so we have the data list here and I have got the text view as well. So let me do one thing, text view dot set text is equal to data list. I want to see once if I'm getting some data or not, dot to string. And also let's do a log as well to confirm if everything is working properly or not. So here I will write on failure tag on response, and inside on response I want to see the response that we are getting, plus a response, once again, response dot message, or is successful, anything you can write. I'm just writing dot body. All right, and if the API call is a failure, then in that case also I want a basic information, right? So tag on failure, and here I will get the message from the throwable, whatever the failure reason is. Obviously I want that reason, right? And another thing is you have to add internet permission in your application. So just go in manifest and add user permission internet and just close it. Perfect. And let's now run the application and see if it's working fine or not. So I think we have completed all the steps that are needed to fetch the data from the API. Let's now see if it's working or not. If not, then we will debug it and see what's wrong at which point, right? Till then, let me summarize stuff. So first of all, we just added these dependencies, right? We just added these dependencies. And secondly, so here you can see at the bottom the Gradle build is happening. You can see the background task is happening, which is they are trying to run the application. Obviously, it's a heavy software, it takes time. And after that, step number 2, we created the data classes, right? So I'm seeing the hello world text here. So okay, let me expand it. So you can see we have got on failure method is being called here. They are saying that they expected begin array but was begin object at line 1 and column 2. Okay, so somewhere the data that the Pojo class or the data we created, somewhere there is mismatch of information. They expected array but we passed an object. So let's see where that incorrect information is passed on, and then we will improve, right? So let's start from the my data class only. If we go here, so this is the data class. So if we debug the code here, so in this step number 3, we created the API interface, but we passed here list of my data. I mean, my data obviously is the, the core data. I mean, we don't have a list of it. So obviously we don't want to pass list of my data here. So I'll just tell it that, okay, you just have to pass my data, not list of my data. And accordingly, we will make the changes here as well. Everywhere, instead of my data, instead of list of my data, you just have to give the actual class, right? So just pass it the actual class, because we can pass list of the data class but not my data, right? I hope that makes sense to you as well. And here we will just correct it everywhere, and then we will run our application again. Okay, perfect. So I think it's done. And if I do here response.body. You can see the 3 variables that we had in our actual API, that is next, data, and another one is total, right? So you can get all these data here. If I try to get here response.body.total, you can see all the 3 datas are available here. Let's try to see how the data thing is. So it's asking me to put a nullable thing, so that if the data is null, then also it can manage the stuff. I mean, it will not crash. Basically, your application will not crash. Awesome. And now I will simply run my application. Okay, so let's rerun it and see if it's working fine or not. So when we are working with API, so obviously there are high chances that we can make some mistakes here and there, because it's a huge code base. And you can see, I mean, the JSON data is available here. We are good to go. I mean, we now know how to fetch the data from the API. You can see the data part. I mean, if you go here, so the data part is here. It has 25 object, and all the JSON format data is available here on our app's screen. But obviously you can't show the data to the user in this way, right? You can't show it in this way. So in the next part, what we will do, we will understand how to utilize this information in a better way, how to design it in a proper way. Perfect. So let me summarize all these steps quickly for you, right? Okay, so here is the screencasting. So step number 1, we added the dependencies retrofit and JSON converter. What we did a mistake there, we wrote the wrong dependency name, right? Make sure you write the right dependency name. Then we created the data class via that extension. We just copied the JSON data, and with the help of the extension we created the data class. It created 4 data classes for me: my data, data class, album and artist, right? And after that API interface, and then we did the retrofit data.enqueue, all those things. We created retrofit builder in our main activity, and after that finally we populated the data in the view. I mean, we just checked right now, I mean, how to if the data is actually working or not. In the next part we will exactly see how to populate the data in the views, right? Awesome. So if you have any queries about this much part, about how to fetch the data, how to use the library, etc., drop them in the comment section below. I will be happy to answer them. So now I hope all these steps are clear to you. What we exactly did, let me explain step by step. So this is step 1. We added the dependencies in the build.gradle, that is retrofit dependency and converter JSON. After that, in step number 2, we created the data class using the extension from JSON to Kotlin class converter. We have those extensions, right? And after that, in step number 3, we created the API interface, and we just wrote a simple function get data. We pass the query here using the @query, the keyword, and then that should be of type call, and the name, the Pojo class name, and then simply added the headers, and we told that okay, search is the endpoint that we want to access, that we want to get. And after that, in step number 4, what we did is we created the retrofit builder. Okay, retrofit builder dot, we pass the base URL, added converter factory dot build dot create, and then we fetch the retrofit data. We called the enqueue method. Then there were on response and on failure, 2 methods. In on response, we write the code which we have to when the API call is success. If it is a failure, then we will use this method, right? We ran the app. Yes, that's all we have to do. So I hope the part is clear to you. This part, the part 1, is completely clear to you. If you are facing any doubt, if you have any bug is coming up or anything, then drop them in the comment section below and I am there to answer them. This is part 2 of developing a music app series. So the very first thing that we need to understand is recycler view. Recycler view is considered as one of the most difficult, and it's not so easy to understand because recycler view is in itself an advanced concept. And when we talk about application developers, their life somewhere revolve a lot around recycler view only. So I will break down all the advanced concept into simpler parts so that you can understand everything very easily. Okay, awesome. So let me do the screencast and I will explain you each and everything very easily. So now I will teach you about recycler view, what a recycler view is. Using that, we will make some list, like let's say, if this is your application, right? In day-to-day life, we use so many applications, right? And in most of them, we see like list of data in any application where you scroll up or down, like you use IG, Instagram, you use YouTube, etc. So in YouTube, if you remember, there is a kind of card and a picture is shown here, the title of the video, right? And a lot many information is there, and we keep like scrolling it up and down. So anywhere, wherever we have to scroll things up or down, so there is the concept of recycler view or list view behind it. Whenever we have a list of data, let's say if that is if this is my mobile apps screen and I have to show a list of activities which I have to do today, right? Kind of to-dos app, let's say. So here activity 1, activity 2, activity 3. So either to show this list, I need list view or recycler view. So let me explain you what recycler view is. Recycler view is a powerful UI widget that allows you to display a list of data in a flexible manner. When I was learning about recycler view, indeed as a beginner, that was very difficult for me. And like there are a lot of resources on how to create a complex one, but very few about how to create a simple project using Recycler View. And while the pieces that make up Recycler View may seem confusing at first, but the way I will explain today, I hope that will make you understand this advanced concept in an easy manner. So there are 3 to 4 parts which you have to remember. Like in the last lecture, in the part 1 also, API is in itself considered a very tough topic. But I broke it down in 5 parts and I helped you understand everything, right? So in the same way, in Recycler View as well, I will break down this topic into parts. So you would have seen Gmail application, right? So in that as well, these are kind of cards, like, right? Multiple cards. And if you scroll down up, you will see multiple mails coming in, right? So here as well, the concept of Recycler View is used. In this sample application as well, you can see the name of the person is there and their image is associated, right? So either in all these concepts, you need list view or Recycler View. Wherever there is a list of data which you want to show in your application, the concept of list view or Recycler View is used. Perfect. So a Recycler View is a container used to display a list or grid of data like text or photos. When a list scrolls, only a handful of views are actually displayed on the screen. And when a view scrolls off screen, Recycler View reuses it and fills it with new data. This makes your app more efficient both in time and space because it recycles existing structure instead of constantly creating new ones. And this is the difference between Recycler View and List View. In case of List View, what it does is it doesn't recycle the already present views. It always create new one, and that's where the space, the time, everything is hampered for your application. And that's why Recycler View is considered to be an upgraded version of List Views. You can do multiple things with the help of Recycler View. So here you can see they have written the pink cell represent the cells displayed on a screen, and the yellow cells shows how the view that is scrolled off a screen is recycled in a new view, right? So this is how efficiently Recycler View do everything in your application. And these are again some of the pointer why should you use Recycler View, especially as compared to List View. And again, like they have explained the important concepts that are used when we make any project using Recycler View. Adapters are most important. These are most important concept when we talk about Recycler View. I mean, when you have to create a Recycler View, adapter is one of the most significant thing, right? Apart from that, obviously data is there, Recycler View is there, view holder is there. When we will develop the project, you will understand these concepts very easily. So here as well, I have divided the complete steps, all these steps into 2 parts. Number 1, we have to create an adapter. This is our step number 1. Like in part 1, we did 5 steps, right? Here we have to do 2 steps only. Number 1, we have to create adapter. Now creating adapter, it involves a lot many stuff, like lot many methods are there, which class you have to extend. You have to understand all those things. And always remember, don't try to rote learn these concepts, be it retrofit code or how to call API, anything. Don't try to rote learn it, because these are some important concepts and it's important that you understand them, right? So in adapter as well, I will teach you how to exactly create adapter. That will be our step number 1 for today. And step number 2, we have to link the Recycler View that we will create in our main activity. In the last lecture, we had a text view. In that text view only, we fetched all the data, right? So here we will link the Recycler View with our adapter. Perfect. So let's go ahead in our laptop, and before that, here is a diagrammatical representation of Recycler View adapter. Like this is adapter, this is database, and this is our UI UX, that is Recycler View or List View. So basically adapter plays the role of kind of middleman. It kind of establishes the relation between databases and the UI UX, like Recycler View or List View, whatever you are using. So that is the role of adapter. They are very important when we talk about Recycler View. Awesome. So let's get into the laptop and understand how we will exactly write the code. Okay. So let's go into the project and see how we can implement adapter in our project. Perfect. So what you have to do here in the package name, you just right click and create a new class. We'll go on new and Kotlin class. Name it my adapter or maybe data adapter, something like that. Okay. My adapter and press enter. Now this is your adapter class. This is kind of very significant when we talk about recycler view in Android applications. So just you have to pass some of the parameters here. Number one, pass context, okay, val context, which should be of type activity, and after that you have to pass the data list. Okay, you have to pass the data list. It should be list of the my data class. Okay, either it can be my data class or even like data class. I mean, based on which kind of information you want in your application, you can use either of them, right? And then you simply have to, based on our use case, I mean, we can later modify it as well. Let's say if I want the data of the other class, the data class in which we have multiple parameters, multiple information present, we can use that as well, right? Extends recycler view dot adapter and after that you have to write the name of the adapter, my adapter, and let me put it down so that everything is clear to you. Dot, you have to create a view holder now. Okay, you have to create a view holder. I will explain everything. I mean, what is view holder, why are we creating that, every single thing. A view holder. For now, just note down these step by step things which I am doing. And in the first go, obviously it might be a bit confusing for you, like how to exactly, you know, write the code. You might need to follow tutorials and watch others code bases, but once everything will be clear in your mind, I mean, once you will have the freedom to write on your own, then it will be super duper simple for you. Okay, so my view holder, and after that if you see here, if you go on my view holder, it is asking me, do you want to create a class? So indeed I want to create a class, and for that I'll click here create class, and I want to create this class my view holder inside the adapter only, right? So I'll click here, 1 second, let me undo this, and here we go. I want to create class and inside my data. Okay, it shouldn't be actually inside my data, it should be here inside the my adapter only. Okay, it shouldn't be my data, here I have to write my adapter, my bad. Cool. And now if you go here create class, then inside my adapter I have to give the instruction that okay, create the my view holder class inside the adapter only. Okay, so press enter and that's it, that's all. After that you have to extend it, recycler view dot view holder, and it is expecting a parameter of type view. So here what I will do, I will pass item view of type view, and 1 second, it is okay, it imported this view, and here I will simply pass the item view, the parameter. Perfect. All right. So while creating adapter, what we did, we followed simple steps only. We first created the class my adapter. We passed two parameters, that is context of type activity and data list of type list of either my data or data, that's completely up to you. I mean, I think we better use list of data only. I will tell you the reason shortly, because in data class if you see we have plenty of information. I mean, I can show the album name, artist name, lot many stuff, right? In the my data class we just have these three information. All right, so let's close these extra things for now and let's just focus on my adapter. Okay, and before that let me tell you what my end goal is. Basically my end goal, let me do a screencast. I will explain, I mean, what kind of functionalities I will be adding in my application. So let's say if this is the screen of my application, right? So I will make some cards here, right? I will make some cards. Basically, these tutorials will help you understand everything about the logic part, UI UX, like how to beautify the app, how to add colors, how to make it look awesome, and all of those stuff you can do on your own as well, right? For now, I want to use these 40-50 minutes whatsoever in just teaching you how you can populate the data from the API in a meaningful manner, right? So I will make cards, and here I will show the music kind of cover image and then title of the image, maybe some play and pause button here and there, to just teach you like how exactly to run music, etc. And then you can make the UI as good as a Spotify, etc. Perfect. So let's now come back here, and if you see, there is some kind of error or hint here at class myAdapter. If I go here, it is asking me that, hey Soumya, why don't you implement some members? So let me tell you, when we create a myAdapter class and we extend it with recyclerview.myAdapter or adapter class, right? So there is always need of 3 significant methods. Those 3 methods are very, very important in adapter. So let me implement them. These are the 3 methods, out of which the second one, that is get item count, is the simplest one. Let's say you have a list in which you have 10 music, right? So get item count, what it will do, it will return you 10. That is the size of the list. So I will simply do return, and where is the list? Here is the list, right? So data list dot size, that's it. I am done with this method, get item count. I am done with the code of get item count. And after that, I have to write code in my view holder and on bind view holder. So here I will write the code. I will try to explain things, and after that we will go in iPad and I will revise all the concepts for you. I will summarize every single thing, okay? So in my view holder, listen to me very carefully. In my view holder, what we have to do, here we have to create the view in case the layout manager, in case the layout manager fails to create view for the data, right? All right. And via on bind view holder, what we do, we have to populate the data into the view. Perfect. And with that being said, we now have to create one very significant design file, okay? So if we go here in the resource directory, in the layouts, right now only one XML file is there, activity main.xml. So what I will do, I just showed you that I want cards of music, like there I will add some information like music image, music title, and so on, like some buttons to play the music, etc. So for that, I have to create a basic layout as well. So let's quickly do that. I will do right click, new, and layout resource file, and here let's name it each item. I mean, I want to design how each item will look like. Just imagine WhatsApp. I mean, on WhatsApp you have some specific, columns or rows, you can say. In each you have one image of the person, then message, the recent message, and the time at which he or she has sent the message. So each item, in that way, like I have to design each item. So I will do kind of I will follow similar pattern, like I will put one cover image for the music, then music title, and some buttons to play and pause the music, okay? I'll show you, I mean, what I am exactly going to do. So let's design each item, how each item, or you can say each row, will look like, okay? Press return, and here it is. So right now it is constraint, right? I'll just make it linear, and once again I won't spend too much time on design part, because my focus is to teach you the core coding part, right? How exactly we can populate data. I mean, you can beautify the design as much as you want. Let's bring it here, and let's do it like this. Perfect. And here I want the height to be wrap content, okay, because I don't want one item to take all the space, right? Each item should take a particular space, right? Awesome. And then orientation vertical. After that I will go in the design section and card view. I will drag and drop a card view here, and inside, one second, it has not been dragged dropped. So card view inside the linear layout, and after that I want one image, okay, in which I will show the cover picture for particular music. Okay, here is the card view. Let's for now put this random picture. Okay, whoops. So I have dragged and dropped an image in which I will add the cover picture for the music. Alright, and after that I want a text view here, but before that we want horizontal here, because I actually want to put everything horizontally, like music, image, then text view, and then some buttons. So what exactly I want to do is, before this image view I want a linear layout once again, right? A linear layout which will give it the instruction that be it in horizontal direction, right? So we need one more linear layout inside the card view which should be of horizontal orientation, right? And here we go, like this is the linear layout. Inside this we want some more stuff like image view. So let's first put image view here inside the linear layout. Let's put a random picture here for this one, and after that inside this only I want one text view like this, and also I want two buttons, image buttons, kind of on clicking that we will play the music which we will be getting from the API, right? So I'm not giving much significance to UI UX right now. Once again I'm telling this, I mean, you can make it look too beautiful. Maybe we can have a separate tutorial for the UI UX part, right? So alright, image button and another image button. I actually want the image buttons to be at the bottom, and this is for pause the music. Once again, let's now come in the split section, and obviously it shouldn't be here, the image button. Just copy it and put it here just above the pause button. Perfect. Alright, so looks okayish to me. I mean, yes, our focus again is to check the code part. So let me give some meaningful name to these views. Okay, so this is music image. Alright, this is your let me give some fixed height and width to this one, and text view as well. Let's give it the name music title, and from we are not going to hard code any information. I mean, everything will be fetched from the API only, right? For the width, I guess 100 dp is more, maybe 80 dp is fine for this, right? And again for this one as well, I want to make the width 100 dp. No, it's more for it. 50 dp is good, cool, and 50 dp for this one as well, so that everything looks constant, right? Awesome. And this should be named BTN, that is button play, to play the music, and this will be BTN. Let's click again, BTN and pause. Okay, so a rough design part for each of the item is done. Here we will put the image of the music, right? And let's do a bit of good stuff, give some radius to the card. So let's give it 5 or maybe 4 dp, and some margin between each and every view, right? Okay, for that maybe we can add margin of 1 dp, and in the linear layout as well, like this is the card view, right? Inside each card view we have linear layout, so let's give margin of 1 dp here as well. Cool, we can maybe escape the margin for the card view here. Alright, and we will see, I mean, based on how clean the data is looking, we can make more changes here and there. Cool. So let's now come back to the my adapter class. Okay, my adapter class. And now what I will do is I will write the code for my view holder class. Okay, my view holder class. So here is the my view holder class. Alright, this explanation was for on create view holder. Like when layout manager fails to create the view, then we ask the on create view holder to create the view, right? And this is for populating the data. And right now we have to do stuff in my view holder. Okay, my view holder. So the name is somewhere self-explanatory. My view holder class, it is there to hold the data, right? To hold the data. So let me create the everything that we have in our single row or each row design. Let me create variable for each and everything. So music image, this is of type image view, right? Image view, and then I have val music title. This is of type text view. I think we should give a different kind of, like here as well we are giving the same name, right? To avoid confusion, maybe we can write image only. Let's write image. Okay, and here maybe just title. Okay, title, and then we have play and pause buttons, right? Image buttons. So val play of type image button, and then we have pause of type image button. So you'd be thinking, I mean, why it is throwing some errors, because we haven't yet initialized all these values, right? So what I will do inside init, I will initialize all these values with the help of holder, which is here in the class, which is inside this only. Okay, one second. So this is my view holder, and I have, now we have to initialize all these values, right? So image is equal to item view dot find view by id, and r dot id dot, we have music image somewhere, right? Music image, let's bring it up. Awesome. And then I will initialize title is equal to item view dot find view by id, r dot id dot music title should come up here, right? And after that we have play and pause buttons as well. So play is equal to item view dot find view by id, and here we have r dot id dot play btn play, right? And then finally pause is equal to item view dot find view by id r dot id dot btn pause. Perfect. So basically in the my view holder class, what we are doing, we are using it so that it can hold all the views for us. Like what all views are, we have 4 views: image for the music image, music title, and then 2 buttons for playing and pausing the music. So I have a habit since the beginning that I keep this my view holder class at the bottom of the my adapter class. So let me do that. I just copied it and I'll put it down here. Awesome. So the work of my view holder is done. I told it that, hey my view holder, these are the views that I am having, and these are the kind of initialization for them. And here it is telling you that you can make it private as well. It's up to you. I mean, you can make it private. It is giving some hints and all to you. And now is the time that I write code for on create view holder, right? So here what I have to do, I will write layout inflator. Basically I will create one item view and layout inflator dot inflate, layout inflator dot from, like from where you are inflating, you have to tell that from. It's itself giving me a hint that you have to pass context here. So I will pass context dot inflate. Now you have to see command P. It is giving you a list of parameters that you have to pass inside the inflate method, right? So here first of all I will give r dot layout dot, where I have created the design of each and every row, that is in each item, right? Each item dot xml, and after that you have to pass the root. Here it is parent, you can see this is the root, right? And after that just pass false and return. So here you can see, I mean, you have to return something of type my view holder. So I will return my view holder and pass this item view, perfect. As you can see in the my view holder class as well, I am passing item view, right, of type view. Alright, so here in the adapter, step number 1, we created the adapter, we passed some parameters, 2 parameters exactly, we extended it, recycler view dot adapter, and after that I created my view holder. My view holder, basically I told it that okay, these are the views I am having, 4 things like music, image, title, etc. And after that I obviously get item count is super duper simple. I mean, if you have, let's say, 10 music in your API, so it will give you number 10, that okay, this is the size of your array or whatever list you are having. And then on create view holder, it create view for me in case layout manager it fails to create a view, right? So here also I created the item view and I told it that okay, this is the layout which I have created, etc. I have given it all the information. And now this is the most interesting part, on bind view holder. Inside this, what we have to do, we basically have to populate the data into the views like music, image, music, title, everything via this method, that is on bind view holder. So let's do one thing. Let's get the value of current data is equal to what is the name of your list? That is data list, right? So just get the data list and pass here the current position, that is here position, right? So now you have the access to the current data in the API. Whatever the current data is, you have the access to the current data. So what I will do now, I will like fill all the details into each and every view. So first of all, you know that I have the title, right? So holder dot, this is the title where I have to write the name of the music, right? So I will just press title is equal to current data holder dot title dot set text, right? Because I want to set a text there. Current data dot title link, a lot many stuff are given here, right? So if you go on Deezer API and check here that what exact information is present in the title. So if you click here, so title is basically the music title only, right? Like this one is a stand, the name of the music. And if you look at the 7th object here, so the title is Love the Way You Like. This is also music, right? So these are kind of mostly in Deezer API you will get to see English music. I mean because Spotify, if you use Spotify API, you will get to see a lot of Bollywood music, Punjabi, everything. In Deezer API you will mostly get to see English sort of music, right? Perfect. So current data dot title. So I'm assuming, I mean at this point, if I run this application, it should show me at least the title of the music which I will be getting from the API, right? But let me complete it. I mean after title I have to fill data in the image view as well, right? Perfect. So I will get the image from where? From album, and then cover image is there, right? Awesome. So for image, what you have to do, you have to use one third-party library, that is Picasso. Let's go and find the dependency for Picasso. Picasso Android dependency. Okay, Android dependency. The first link that you are getting, this is their GitHub page. The second one is their complete detailed blog. So this is how you have to use Picasso.get everything. And if you check their dependency, so scroll down and this is their dependency. So let's add it in our build.gradle, right? In our build.gradle file. Here we go. I'm putting here Picasso for converting image link, for converting image link given into API. So basically you are given one image link and you have to show it in image form exactly in your application. You can't show the string, the link that you are getting for the image, right? So for that I have to use Picasso, which is a third party library. So what is the latest version of this? Let's go on GitHub and check. So if you go here, 2.8 is the latest version, right? So just copy it and here we go, 2.8. You just have to click on sync now and it will do the work. After that, if you check the basic syntax of it, this is how you have to use it. I mean, it's a one-liner code which will help you do everything, right? So come back in my adapter and here Picasso, just import it. Okay, all right, Picasso.get. So you have to load this image into this image view, right? So image view, I know, holder dot image, right? And what is the URL exactly? So I will get the URL from the API. Like this is the exact URL which I want. Inside album I have the cover variable. So from there I will get the image, right? Awesome. So if I do here current data dot album, then here is the cover, right? I think cover is having the link to the image. Yes, right. Dot image dot cover. Yes. If I click on this link, if I try to open this up to see if actually I'm getting some image of the music or not. So yes, I'm in some sort of music. I mean, depending upon what music that is. And as I told you, I mean, you won't get too much of Bollywood etc.'s music, right? So expect these kind of data only from this API. All right. So we are done with the Picasso part as well, like image view as well. Now the very next thing that we have to do is we have to play the music as well, right? We have to play the music as well. So for that you have to use media player somewhere, right? Media player, val media player is equal to media player dot create, and then you have to pass inside your media player, you have to pass the exact music which you want to play, and you can get that from your API itself, right? So context, and then you have to pass the music. So you will get the music from your API only. Let me see from which variable. So if you see here, this is the data, right? 7th object, and this is the title of the music, link. So preview is the variable which will give you the preview of the music, kind of trailer, right, which I want. So let's go here and I will do current data dot preview dot, you have to convert it into URI, okay, to URI. Perfect. So basically in media player now you have the right music which you want to play, right? Awesome. Holder dot play button, holder dot play dot set on click listener. When I click on the play button, I want the music to start. So media player dot start. That's it. and then holder dot pause dot set on click listener. When I click on pause button, I either can pause the music or I can stop it as well, right? That's it. I mean, for all the 4 views, for all these 4 views, like the music image, music title and the buttons, what I did, I have written the code. I mean, I have populated data into them. In the title, I am fetching the music title. In the image, I am fetching the album cover from the API only, right? And for play button and pause button as well, I am starting the music and stopping the music. Awesome. So in adapter, I will summarize it in the end now. Like, we are done creating the adapter. I know it's a bit lengthy understanding how adapter is designed, but for now we are done with that. And now my main task is in the activity main. I mean, you can see last time when I was writing code here, so I dragged and dropped it somewhere at the bottom. So now in the main activity.xml, what I will do, I will remove this text view and add one single recycler view. Okay, so let's remove this text view from here and I will add linear layout. So everything is sorted. Linear layout, this one, and orientation, let's put vertical only. And this is the design section, right? So let's quickly drag and drop recycler view here. Awesome. And now I will just add a single ID, which is recycler view, because it's important to give meaningful name to each and every view, right? And now we are almost done. I mean, we have to do the last step only, that is we have to create the recycler view here and attach it with the adapter. Okay, perfect. So latent where and recycler view, let's name it my recycler view, right? My recycler view of type recycler view, and latent where my adapter of type my adapter. So latent where, basically what does it mean? It means that, hey, I am putting you here, I am initializing you here, but I will give you a value later. I mean, I am declaring you here, but I will initialize you. Means I will give you some value later in the project. Okay, that's where we use latent the variable. And now what I will do is I will initialize recycler view as promised above, somewhere here, r.id.recycler view. Awesome. And now in the on response, I mean, I have deleted the text view, right? So what I will do, let's comment it. And last time we checked, I mean, we were able to fetch the data from the API. In the text view, we were able to see everything in JSON format. This time we have created some cards, etc., right? To see if music and everything works fine, right? And here, what I have to do, I have already initialized recycler view. Let's initialize the my adapter as we promised in the beginning. Here we gave it latent where, right? That means we'll initialize it later. So now is the time. My adapter is equal to my adapter, and here I have to pass context, that is this @ main activity, and after that I have to give the data list, right? So I'm getting the data list here. So let's quickly pass the data list as well. Awesome. So it is giving me some error. It is saying that they required this and we are giving them this. Perfect. I mean, not a big deal. Just put nullable stuff and you will be good to go. And then recycler view dot adapter. This is most important step. I mean, you have created the adapter. Now is the time that you set link between the adapter and the recycler view. Okay. All right. Set adapter and is equal to my adapter. After that, you have to set layout manager as well. So recycler view, my recycler view dot layout manager is equal to linear layout manager. Linear layout manager. Oops. Oh God. Okay. Linear layout manager. And inside this, you have to pass these parameters which they are showing. First of all, context. And that's all. So hopefully this should work fine. Right now it is saying that there is nothing like recycle view. So what happens, Android Studio is heavy software. I mean, I just created recycle view. Might be it is not able to fetch it, but once we'll run the application, it should work all good, right? So I think we are good to go. Let's see if it works fine or not, else we'll debug the code, right? So yes, my adapter, I understand. I mean, the code might be a bit lengthy if you are first time writing recycler view code. So you can see last time we were able to fetch everything using JSON. I mean, the data that was there in the API, we were able to fetch it. Now we are putting each and everything at its position, like music image, music title, and so on. Right now the Gradle build is happening. The background tasks are going on. We have created an application. And yes, I mean, in Android Studio, if you have been using it, so obviously when we run an application, it takes some time, right? So I think the build is done. Let's see if, okay, it is saying something. And in on response, you can see, I mean, I'm able to fetch the data. I'm able to get all the data in on response. Once again, yes, you can see on response, and it is giving me all the data. My data album is here. I mean, cover image, etc. Now if I put it down, so the same information should come here as well. So might be because my internet is a bit slow, that's why it's taking a lot of time in loading the information from the API, right? Now you can see, I mean, it's all the information is loaded, and it's a bit slow obviously because of the Wi-Fi. So make sure, I mean, whenever you are using API, no, few things are there. Number one, internet permission should be there in your manifest. So these are some of the few songs. Number one, check your internet that permission is there. Number two, the internet should be good, then only the API data will fetch in a good way. So these are the songs: Superman, the Without Me, Love the Way You Lie. If I play something, stop, so the music is stopped, right? So right now I didn't focus much on the UI UX part, but yes, I mean, once you'll have this knowledge, like how to write the logic, how to fetch the data from the API, you can obviously, I mean, beautify the app the way you want to. I mean, you can exactly clone the design of Spotify as well. But yes, in this Deezer API, because this is not having Bollywood music, etc., you can in the same way use a Spotify API as well, right? All right, so I think we are good to go. It's working fine, so I'm closing it for now, and let me now summarize everything for you, what all we did. Okay, so let me again screencast my iPad so that I can explain everything to you. All right, screencast, and here we go. So basically, the very first thing that you have to do, I mean, this was in part 1 as well, how we use retrofit, etc. This is the retrofit code. The complete code is of retrofit. For recycler view, we only added few parts, like we created our recycler view adapter, and this is the only part that we added apart from part 1 lecture. In the part 1, these are all the code bases of part 1. I mean, how to deal with retrofit, how to call enqueue, on response, everything I explained very well in the part 1. You can watch that. And after that, if you talk about my adapter, so let me quickly summarize it. This is your class, my adapter, right? So here you have to pass context, right? So this is the adapter class that we created. We have to pass two parameters here. One is context of type activity, and the data list. I mean, whatever data you have to use in your application from the API, just pass it, and then extend the recycler view dot adapter class, and you have to create your own my view holder as well. My view holder, as I already explained, the name is self-explanatory. It is to hold the views that we create in our single row or each row design file, right? Perfect. So this is our on create view holder method, this is get item count, and then on bind view holder. So these three methods are the most important ones when we talk about adapter concept inside recycler view. Okay, the simplest one is obviously get item count. Let's say if in your data list there are 20 items, 25 items, like we used music API, right? So if let's say there are 10 music, it will return you the size 10. Okay, that in this data list there are 10 music present. And after that there is on create view holder. Basically if your layout manager fails to create a view in case, then we use on create view holder, and then on bind view holder is there to populate the data into the views. Like we populated the data in each of the view. We had text, we added music title there. In the image, we added the cover image of the music you just saw in the application, right? And then play button and pause button. So once again, I mean, you can improve the UI UX as much as you want. My task was to explain you each and everything, like how to fetch the data and how to use the information of the API in a meaningful manner in your application, right? So I mean, that's the summary of what we did, how we did. My view holder class, you already saw how we created it. This is to just hold the view. Like we had 4 information and we created it, we declared it, we initialized it. And that's all about recycler view and adapter. To summarize, these were the steps for the part 2. Like in part 1 we had 5 steps when we were fetching the data from the API. In this case, when we had to populate the data in a meaningful manner, we use the concept of recycler view, and for that the most important thing is adapter. Just practice creating recycler view adapter for very small projects. Once you'll be comfortable doing that, you can easily create adapter for the big projects as well, like when you are dealing with APIs, music API, shopping API, any such thing. I would highly encourage, like if you have, let's say, array of data, list of data, just try to put it in kind of some recycler view, or to start with list view also works. I'll try to put links of some of the easy to follow tutorials which you can follow step by step to create some quick and easy projects around recycler view. And then step number 2, we just linked the adapter with the recycler view. Linking of recycler view with the adapter, which we did in the main activity inside the on response method. So in this tutorial, if you have any doubts, any queries, drop them in the comment section below. I will be happy to answer them. If you are facing any bugs around recycler view, if you are facing difficulty how to create adapter or in any of the methods, anything, just tell in the comment section and I will be there to answer your doubts. If you like the tutorial, make sure you hit the like button and also subscribe to Scalers YouTube channel for more such insightful content. Do you want to understand how such mind-blowing applications are developed? This tutorial will be your first step towards learning mobile application development. Hello everyone, welcome to Scalers YouTube channel. I am Soumya, a software engineer and an educator. Today I will teach you how to code, how to develop a portfolio application. An application where you can showcase your achievements, skill, work experience and everything that's needed in a resume or CV. Even if you are a complete beginner, I will make things super simple for you. And do make sure you check out our free masterclasses by industry leading experts. Link is in the description. Let's get into the video and make our application. Whenever you are going to develop an application, first of all, we need to understand what are the prerequisites, what are the softwares that you will need. So let's discuss that. The very first thing, the very first tool that you will need is an Android Studio. You can install it from the internet, open up your favorite web browser and just type download Android Studio. It's as simple as that. I can show you on Chrome, just you have to go and type download Android Studio. That's the only thing you have to do, and here is the first link that you will get. This is the official link from developer.android.com. You just have to click on that, and based on the operating system you are using, like Mac, Windows, anything, you just have to install the Android Studio. It's as simple as it sounds. Moving ahead, once you are done installing Android Studio, the very next thing, the very next step that you have to do, because we know that we are going to develop an application, right? So we will need
either an Android phone or maybe an emulator. So what is an emulator? It's very much like your mobile phone only. It resembles your mobile phone. It's just that whenever you will develop any application in the Android Studio, you will run that in the emulator in your laptop, in your desktop itself. You will be able to see how your app looks like, right? And the benefit of using emulator is that you can test your application on a variety of mobile phones. Like there are different mobile phones, Android phones, which is having different API levels, so you can test on variety of softwares, variety of apps. Let's move ahead and discuss if you want to use your Android phone as the testing point. So you have to enable the developer option. To become a developer, you have to click on about phone. In the settings you will get the about phone option, and after that you have to click on build number 7 times. It will show you a toast option, toast pop-up that you are now a developer. That's all you need to do. Apart from that, you have to enable USB debugging as well in your phone. So here is the developer option that you will get, and you just have to enable the USB debugging so that whenever you test your app, whatever you have developed, you can easily do that in your mobile phone. Now another thing, once you are done installing these softwares, these are the prerequisites. Number 1 is Android Studio. It's very simple to download, as you download any other application like Zoom or something in your laptop. Android Studio is very much similar. You will get all the next step, like how to directly install, they will show you what are the next steps. So it's very simple, and you will hardly take like 3 to 4 minutes to install that. After that, you just have to follow these steps if you are going to use your mobile phone for testing the apps. Otherwise, if you are going to use emulator, I am here to help you. I will tell you how to set up emulator in your Android Studio. Okay. Now this is very important thing when you are going to develop Android applications. Very commonly asked question: should I develop applications in Java language or Kotlin? So let me tell you, I started my journey with Java itself, because in engineering, we do DSA, data structure algorithm, and all those stuff. So I started with Java and gradually shifted to Kotlin. So nowadays Kotlin is very much in trend. Both the languages are good. Native Java is there. Kotlin has some extra features, and there are some advanced feature advancements which are there in Kotlin, which Java somewhere lacks. So if you are starting in 2020 to 23 learning to develop application, I would say you can go ahead with Kotlin. If you don't know Kotlin, trust me, it's very easy. If you have learned any programming language like C++, Java, learning Kotlin will be very simple and easy for you. Okay, if you want, let us know in the comment section. We can bring like 1 or 2 hours tutorial on how to learn Kotlin, the syntax and all the basic stuff. So yes, that's about the language. Don't get confused. Follow this tutorial first of all, develop your first application, and things will be easy for you. You will be at a better position to decide which language you want to use to develop your application. Both are pretty much good. Kotlin is something which is better because it has more features, enhancements. Okay. Now talking about the application that we will develop today, it's a portfolio application. Let's discuss what the app will look like. It will be a very simple app, your first kind of application in any programming language. Whenever we are going to learn to code, we write that hello world kind of program, right? So this is kind of hello world app for you, a portfolio application where you can showcase your achievements, skills, everything. So this is how your app looks like, right? So here we'll put one kind of image of yours, and after that here will be your name and designation. After that, what we will do, one of the most important concept when it's about developing application, it's intent. Don't get scared of the word, it's easy. Whenever we open any page from any button or something, intents are used in the background. So what we will do to help you understand this significant concept, I will use some kind of button concept here. We will write skills and experience, let's say, and then education details will be here, and the last button we can write work experience or something, right? I'm writing short form here, you have to write in detail. And talking about the design of applications, you can do many stuff there. I mean, it is a very basic thing. We are just starting with this normal concept, like this will be image view, and then we will have text views over here, and these will be some buttons. On clicking these buttons, new activities will open up. Let's say you are clicking on work experience, right, or your like achievement or something, any button. So a new page, a new activity will open up. In websites, whenever we click any button and open a page, that's a new web page, but in applications that is called as a new activity. Okay, sorted. So whenever any button we will click, like work experience, achievements, anything, so we will open a new activity, and that will have another set of like views. These are called as views. If you have this image, this is image view, then text view, and this is button. So let's move ahead. This is how your app will look like. Now that the UI UX part of the app is clear, we know where to place which view. We will jump into the coding part. We will first create the UI with the XML code, and then we will write some Kotlin code to make our application. So I hope you are excited and ready to make your portfolio application. Let's get into Android Studio and do the code, yeah? Awesome. So when we come in Android Studio, the very first thing that you have to do when you are going to develop an application is click on the new project button. So here you can see multiple options are here: basic activity, empty compose activity, and you know, a lot many options are here. Let me tell you, in the beginning you just have to use an empty activity. In the basic activity, here this floating button is there, right? And similarly, if you scroll down, if you are going to develop an application where, let's say, your main focus is on developing maps or integrating maps, maybe you can start with Google Maps activity, right? Or maybe navigation drawer. In many of the applications, like you know, those side options are there. Nowadays bottom navigation is very much famous as compared to navigation drawer activity. This is called navigation drawer option. Whenever you use any app, some of them still have this option. Otherwise, the other one is this bottom navigation activity. In applications like Instagram, Amazon, they all have multiple options in the bottom, Myntra, etc., right? So we will today choose empty activity, that is just a normal activity. Click on the next button. After that, you have to write the name of your application. So today we are going to develop portfolio, right? So let's write portfolio application, or maybe you can write like your first app, hello world app, something like that. This is the name of the package and the location where you will save your project. You can change it from here. This is the browse button. And language, we are today using Kotlin, not Java, so we'll choose Kotlin. This is the minimum SDK. It tells you on what percentage of devices your application will run. Then you have to click on finish. It will take some time to do the Gradle build, as you can see here, and at the bottom it's doing some of the Gradle build. If your laptop is having low RAM, like 2 GB or something, then you will face a lot of difficulty, to be honest, in developing application, because Android Studio is a very heavy software. So make sure it's one of the you know, requirements that your laptop RAM should be at least 8 GB. It will give you a smoother experience of developing applications. Android Studio will run very smoothly if the storage, if RAM is good enough. Sorted. So our application is almost there. We'll just simply, like, you know, this is hello world thingy. We haven't developed anything. This is normal thing. To run your application, what you have to do, you just have to click on this run button. I will help you understand all these stuff, what all these options are, like manifest file, Java source code, resource, everything. Let's first check how the apps look like. I already have emulator installed here, but I'm assuming you have downloaded Android Studio fresh, so you will not be having emulator and all those settings. For that, what you have to do, you have to go in device manager. Here you will see one option, create device. You just have to click on that, and then you can see multiple phone options are here, Pixel, Nexus, and different orientations are here, right? Click on any of your favorite devices, let's say Pixel XL or Pixel 6 Pro. You have to click on next. Moving ahead, this is the release name. These are some of the system images. You have to click on install. I already have these installed, so I will not do that. This will take like 10 to 15 minutes based on your internet speed. Okay, you just have to download either of these and then click on next. That's it. Your emulator will be ready, and to develop, not develop exactly, to run your application, you just have to click on this run button here, and you will be able to, okay, wait, let me select one emulator from here. It's getting ready. This when you run any application, the emulator might take 3 to 5 minutes if your laptop is slow. But here you can see the build is done, and this is the Hello World application. Very simple, very easy. So now you have kind of created and developed your Hello World application, right? Let me help you understand more stuff here, what all these options are, because Android Studio is such a software which is having multiple options and it might be very confusing for a beginner. So let's get into the feature part, like what are options here in the Android Studio. I'll help you understand all the options, like what is manifest, what is Java folder, resource folder, everything. Cool. So the iPad is connected, and this is how Android Studio looks like. We just saw these things, like we started a new project, and these were the options we already filled: the name of the project, package name, and language. All these things are very simple. We choose basic activity, and there are empty activity, and there are more options as well, like basic activity, navigation, drawer activity, etc. This is how typical Android Studio looks like when you are in your main activity.java or main activity.kt file, right? So these are some of the options here. Manifest folder is there, Java folder is there, resource folder is there. Let's talk about the very first option, that is manifest folder. Inside manifest, you will get one file, Android manifest.xml. It's a very important file. It contains all the important information, like what will be the icon of your application, what's your app name, like when we use Zomato, Swiggy, something, we see that icon and the name of the app, right? So all those important information will be there. Let me show you here. The manifest file is right here. You can see manifest folder is here, and inside this we have this Android manifest.xml file. So here you can see the activities that you will create. Right now we just have one activity, that is main activity.kt. We can create a skills activity, experience activity, because we will be adding those options in our application, right, to showcase the portfolio. So these are some of the activities which will be here in your Android manifest XML file. You can add user permissions here. Let's say you are developing any application where camera or location permission is needed. So you will need to write all those things, permission and the name of the permission, like whatever the permission is. So all those important significant things will come here in the Android manifest file only. Okay. After that, now you know what the manifest file is, and Android manifest.xml file is very significant. It contains all the important information, right? Moving ahead, we have the Java folder where we write all the code part. So this is the Java folder. Here we have main activity.kt, which is the most significant file. I mean, this is the main activity, as the name is self-explanatory, right? We will write our source code here. Let's say in your application you are having some buttons, you are having some images. On clicking a button, what action should be performed? Let's say you are clicking on pay button. So what next action will be there? All the code, all the source code in Kotlin or Java will come here in the main activity, okay? Similarly, you can have multiple activities, like this is main activity, you can have your skills activity, experience, etc. Linked to every source code, there is UI part, there is design part as well. So
this is kind of source code part, the Java folder. Inside app we covered the manifest folder, like Android manifest file we already know. Inside Java all the source code will come. If you write in Kotlin or Java, everything will go there in the Java folder. Moving ahead, whenever we develop application, so what's very significant thing for the user? The UI part, right? How the app looks like. So all the UI stuff, the images, the layouts, the design, everything will come here in the RES folder, that is your resource folder. This is drawable. Here we keep all the images, designs, those stuff, and then layout is very significant. This is activity main.xml. Whenever we run any application, so whatever UI we draw here in the XML part, in the layout directory, that will be shown. I mean, this is kind of a very significant thing, core of Android applications. The XML part will come here in the layout folder. XML is used for designing the application, for the you can say front end part, for the UI stuff, okay. And then source code is there in the Java folder. Map is here, values directory. Here we can have our style, our own style of the application. We can change the theme, colors, strings. We can define if you are using many strings in your application, you can predefine all of them in the strings.xml, okay. And theme is also here. You can change the theme and everything. This is kind of all the important stuff on the right hand side of your Android Studio. Not exactly right hand side, it's right hand for me, for you it will be on the left side, right? So these are all the important stuff on the Android Studio, the options that you have to understand. The Java source code part, the UI part, drawable is there. Most important is your .kt, that is .kotlin file, or .java, and .xml, okay. And this is kind of Gradle script. You won't need this much in the beginning. This is kind of very beginner tutorial, right? But let me help you understand few of the stuff. So if you are using any third party dependency or something, you will add all those stuff here in the dependencies part. Let's say you have to enhance the UI part, you have to make your application look very beautiful, you are using some third party library, so you will add all those stuff here, and that will make things like simpler for you. And after that you have to just click on sync button here at the top. You will get the sync button once you add any dependency. Sorted. And this is all the plugins and all. If you have to add any extra plugin, you can add in the build.gradle project part, and this is the build.gradle module stuff. Don't worry much if this is a bit tricky for you. The most important thing that you have to keep in your mind is the .kt, the source code part, and the layout part that we will write with the help of XML code. So let's move ahead and understand some more things. Let me connect my iPad with the Mac. Perfect. So now we will understand a bit of the XML part, what all options are here. So you can see here at the top on the right part, the code option is here, split and design. These are three options. If you just want the XML code part, you have to click on code. This is a split. You will see both the things, the design as well as XML code. And one more thing is, if you want, like if you have just installed Android Studio, might be that you are seeing something like this, the blueprint as well as design. For that you can just click on this blue button and choose the design thing if you want just the design stuff on your XML option, okay. Moving ahead, this is just the design part. Talking about making designs for your application, there are mainly two things that we can do. One is you can just write the XML code here, right? These are the layout options. There are multiple layouts when it's about designing your application. The other thing is you can use the drag and drop feature as well. If let's say you want a button somewhere in your application, you can just drag and drop it, okay. That's another way. It's easy, but when you will run your application, when you will start developing applications, you will understand like it's a bit, it's though easy, but not a very much efficient way of designing your app's UI. So what we will do now, these are some of the options, some of the view options. These are very common views that we use, like text view to show some text in your application. Buttons are here, image view is here, recycle view. Whenever you scroll something, let's say in your WhatsApp, you have the chat options, right? So when you scroll, that's because of recycle view. That's a recycle view of all the names, whatever names you have in your contact, right? We will be developing all the advanced applications as well. This one is to help you understand all the basic stuff of Android Studio and how to develop the application exactly, okay? These are some text option, multiple button stuff like radio button, checkbox, floating action button. Floating action is usually here at the bottom. Like just notice the cursor of my mouse, that will help you understand. And some layout options. Most commonly used ones are these ones, like linear layout, constraint layout, frame layout, table layout, etc. What we will do for developing our portfolio application, you can go through all these options once you have downloaded Android Studio. First of all, take your time and understand some of these options. Explore the application as much as you can. Whenever we buy any new phone, we explore all the features, right? So whenever you install any new application, this is a very big software, Android Studio. So go ahead and explore all the options, what all features are here. I have already explained the important ones, okay? And another important one is this logcat, which you will see at the bottom. This will help you in debugging your application. Let's say you are using the app, you are running the app and it's crashing. So you can get the crash report, the log errors in the logcat. Perfect. So now we will design our application in activity main.xml. I'll click on a split so that I get the code part as well as the design part all on the same screen. So what I'll do, this is right now constraint layout. I will choose a linear layout. That's way better and easy. That keep things, keep all the views in a very proper position. In constraint layout, let's say you are missing some of the parts. Let's say you forget to give constraint to any view like button or something, it will get misplaced. I mean, in your laptop you might place a button here, but when you will run it, you will find it somewhere there on top or something, okay? So constraint layout, start using that once you have a bit of experience with app development. In the starting, for smooth experience, we will use linear layout, okay? That will keep things in our control. The very next thing that I will do is set orientation for our view. So let's write the orientation. There are two options whenever we use linear layout, vertical or horizontal. I'll choose vertical here because I want all the views one after the another. We have seen the UI, right? We want image, then name of the user, name of, let's say you are developing portfolio for yourself. So your name, designation. So everything will be vertical, not horizontal, right? This is vertical sequence. So I have given the vertical orientation. After that, the very next thing that I want, you can do some of these steps with drag and drop. Let me show you how it works. So I'm deleting the hello world for now, and I'll go ahead in the comment section and drag and drop the image. So we want the image somewhere here, right? What I have to do, I have to choose one image. For now, I'll choose this normal avatar. You can put your own image. I'll try to find my image from the laptop, from the PC, and we'll put it here, okay? After that, the very next thing is I want a text view for my name here, and we will set the design part. Don't worry, padding, margin, everything. And another text view for the designation, like whatever your designation is, software engineer, artist, you can write anything in your portfolio, okay? Let's now jump to the split part and write some code in XML, okay? So we have kept our image view here. What you can do is, because it's very much touching the top of the app, right? We don't want that. So you can add some padding or margin options. I'll give padding of 10 dp and similarly some margin here for the image view. So margin around like 20 dp we can give, and that will bring the image somewhat like away from the top of the screen. Perfect. And if you have to give the image or something, you can put that in the drawable section, in the drawable folder, as I showed it earlier, okay? And then let's move ahead and try to do some of the design part for the text view. This is our text view. Let me tell you, these IDs are very, very important. like you are called by your name. If your name is Soumya, Ankit, anything, so people call you by that particular name. In the same way, for all these views, there is a particular name, and that is this unique ID. For each view, if we will have another image, let's say, or we have two text views, so the ID of first one is just text view and the other is text view 2. When we will write code in the main activity.kt file, so we will call all these views by their IDs, by their names. Let's say you have to click on this text view, so we will write like text view, whatever the ID is, dot set on click listener. While clicking on that view, what action should be performed, that code will go there. Okay, so this ID is very, very important. And let's write here name. For our convenience, I mean, we will set up all the stuff, like one way is you can hard code many of this stuff in design, which I don't recommend much, because when you are developing bigger software, there is not a good idea to hard code stuff, right? So try to make sure that everything is dynamic in your source code itself, in your Kotlin or Java code. So another important point is write meaningful names for your ID. This can be image view, profile, this is your profile picture, right? And text view, we can write TV in short, TV and name, because this is for your name, and then TV designation, or yeah, you can write designation here. Perfect. And this is camel case, which I am following whenever you declare any variable. This is a good habit to follow camel case, that is make the capital, use capital letter when a new thing is there, like TV, and N is capital here, that is making it more readable. Okay, and after that we will give gravity to our text view, layout gravity center, and also I want the gravity here to be center, so that the name comes in center. You can give more designing, more style stuff, like you can make the text style as bold or something if you want the name to be in bold. You can use your favorite font style, you can download that as well, or simply like if you want to use font of Android Studio, so from font family, we want font for our text, right, not for Android. So text font, and this is font weight, you can give that as well. For now we just want some font style. Okay, let me choose from here. Okay, it's not showing that option right now. If you let's say want to give some color for your text or something, so text color, text size, text alignment, all these options are here, and font will also come somewhere here only in the text options. Okay, so let's right now I'm keeping it simple, but obviously when you are developing your application, you can add multiple design here, like color, font, text size, anything. And text size right now it's too small, maybe we can give 25 dp to make it a little bigger, because it's the name of the user, right? And after that some more stuff can be text color is right now black. If you want to use any other color or something, you can change with the help of this option. And you can see, I mean, based on your need, you can choose options from here. This will show you all the significant stuff, all the significant option. Perfect, this thing is sorted. After writing the name, we can move ahead and do some stuff for designation in the same way. The very next thing is we will do the same styling stuff for our designation text view. So let's just copy the gravity and all the things that we did for name part and paste it here. Okay, awesome. So that's we are done with the text view styling. If you want some font, so you can just add some font options, font family, and here are some popular ones like sans serif, mono, space, like those stuff are here, right? So I'm just choosing right now sans serif. Awesome. So the very next thing after name and designation is we want some buttons, so that on clicking the buttons, like a skills button, we'll go on a new page, new activity. Okay, so let me change the size of designation to 22 dp. It should be a bit less than that of name. And apart from that, it looks good to me. We can give some padding also, so that there is some spacing and all. So let's give padding of 10 dp on name, as well as designation and margin of 10 dp as well. I'll just put the same stuff here in the designation part. Cool. And the very next thing after this is having some buttons, like it should be horizontally placed. So what I'll do is I will create another linear layout, and the orientation this time will be horizontal. Okay. I'll tell you how and why. There are two options, match parent and wrap content, whenever we create height or width of any view. Let me quickly explain what these options are. First of all, for this linear layout, I want width to be match parent and height should be wrap content. Alongside that, I want orientation to be there. So what I will do is I'll write orientation, and this should be horizontal. Perfect. So let me tell you what wrap content and match parent means. Let's say you are having this name option, right? If I make its let's say width as wrap content, it will use only that much space which is needed for it, like name. It will only use the space that it need to fulfill the name of the user, right? If I do match parent, it will occupy all the space that's present. Like let me show, right now it's using only that much space. If I do match parent, it's occupying all the space that's available in the app. Okay, that's the difference between match parent and wrap content. Wrap content will only occupy that much space which it needs. Match parent will use all the space available. Perfect. In the name, I'm going to hard code my name right now. Okay, I prefer making dynamic stuff in the application. Everything should be done in dynamic way in real time, not hard coding. Hard coding only for few stuff. It's like for which we can't do the dynamic things. I'll quickly change the designation as well to software engineer here, and after that, okay, let me do it, software engineer. You can write, I mean, obviously your designation, everything in your portfolio, and preferably not hard coding. Okay, and educator. Awesome. After that, we'll put some buttons. For that, we want this linear layout. And before that, let me quickly tell you, if you want to put your image here, a hard-coded one. So in the resource directory, I've already explained what resource directory is to you. Okay. In the drawable, you can put your image. What I'll do is I will quickly find one image and put there. So downloads, and this is one image here. I'll just copy it and put in the drawable folder. This is drawable. I'll just paste the image here so that I can use it in my code. Awesome. Okay, so what I'll do, I will change here the source src is the option that you have to use, and after that the image that you want. So right now, as you can see, it has occupied all the space, right? So what I will do is I will give some specific instruction to the view that this is the space that you can use. Wrap content is using the whole space because you know, this picture is large, that's why it's occupying all the space. Even if you will do match parent, then also it will occupy all the space. Right now I will hard code it to somewhere, let's try 100 dp, and it's a bit small, so we'll make it 200 dp. Awesome. These parts are done. You have to use the source option if you want to insert an image in the image view. Moving ahead, this is our linear layout. Inside linear layout, what I want is I want two buttons. We can do that with the help of drag and drop feature as well. So I'll put two buttons here quickly in the linear layout. Awesome, these two are here, and after that I want similar thing, like we want kind of 4 buttons in the UI we have seen, right? So let's first finish off with these two. This is kind of taking, it's quite congested, right? For that we can use margin and padding. So let's quickly add some margin and padding. This is 20 dp, and similarly here as well, 20 dp margin. Perfect. And after that we will write here skills. On clicking the skills button, we have to open up a new activity, a new page, and similarly here we will write education details. Okay,
education details. Right now you can see the width is different for both of these. Why is it so? Because we are using width wrap content, so it will according to the need it will expand. So let's do one thing. For the width part we can make it like a fixed number. We can give 150 or 2 dp something, so that it looks like uniform in the application. When we will run it, we will see how it is exactly. And this is 150 dp. So let's add just education here so that the UI is a bit better. Awesome. And we need similar stuff for 2 more features. So we'll just copy paste it, and you can see we can't have non-unique IDs. That's why it's showing error. So we'll name it button 3, and this will be your button 4, and quickly change. Let's change the options here. This is a skill, so we want, let's say, work experience, so we'll just try to work here. And another thing that you can showcase in your portfolio is your achievements. Okay, awesome. Now we are almost done with the UI part. It's very simple UI. To make it more beautiful, you can use some third-party libraries as well. You can add that in the Gradle scripts here in the build Gradle, and you can add your own styling, your color theme, a different theme for your application. And if you want to use, let's say, dark mode or something, you can use all those options in the, add all those options in the theme.xml or style.xml. Perfect. So what we will do is, let's give a meaningful name to this skills button. We will write btn is skills, much better. And now we will directly jump to the code part here. I hope this is a bit clear to you how XML exactly works. These are some of the options like code split design, and you can use drag and drop or simply use the XML code. It's very simple, and kind of the words are also self-explanatory. If you want a button, you have to use the button view. These are all our views, okay? Button, text view, image view, etc. Now we will go here in our main activity.kt. This is class main activity. If you have done a bit of programming, if you know any language, Java, C++, you would already be knowing what a class is. This class is extending app compact activity because we want many of its functions. Whenever an application is built, there are some activity life cycles involved. That's very important. If you are going in any software engineering interview, and the team you are interviewing for is Android related team, you will be certainly asked this question: what is Android app life cycle? Whenever an app is opened up, which is the first method which is called, that is on create method. This is the first app method which is called whenever you open any app, WhatsApp, Instagram, anything. After that, on start, on resume, lot many stuff are there. Let me quickly explain you the activity life cycle. I'll try to cover it up in detail in the advanced tutorial and further tutorials, but let me give you an overview of how exactly the app activity life cycle looks like, so that things are a bit clear in your mind. This is exactly how your app activity life cycle looks like. On create is the first method, and then on start, on resume. When I'll give you an example like how exactly this is done, it will make things clear. But for now, this is the diagram that you have to kind of keep in mind. And app activity life cycle is really a very, very important topic when you are going to deep dive into the app development domain. Perfect. Moving ahead, what we will do is we will jump back into our coding part, and we will quickly add the features, like on clicking the skills button, what should be done. Okay, for now, if you quickly run your application, it will show you all the stuff that you have developed. The image view will be there. You can see, right, this image is there, your image, your name, designation, all those stuff will be there. If you want to reduce the gap and all, you can use margin or padding features. Okay, right now these buttons are not clickable at all because I haven't written any code for these buttons. So what we have to do next is we have to write some code here. I have already explained the activity stuff, what is why we are extending this app compact activity.
In this onCreate method, you observe here, this is saved instance state parameter, which is of type bundle. Now, why are we passing this parameter? Listen to me very carefully, it's important. So, let's say you are using an application, you are listening to some video, you are watching some video on YouTube app, and you got a ping, you got a message on WhatsApp. So what we simply do, we just switch to WhatsApp. The video, the YouTube video will be there. We simply go on WhatsApp and try to give a reply and all, then come back on YouTube. So what we are doing here is, as a user, for us things are normal, but in the background onCreate method, this method that you see here, it's getting recalled. So we want to give the information to this method that this was the video that the user was watching. This was all the information, like the video was watched till 10 minutes or something. Whatever page you were at, you expect the same page, right? When you go back on that application. That's why this is important. Saved instance state, it is to save the information of your state, of the user's state, whatever you were doing. We want to store that information so that if you quickly jump between apps, so that when you quickly jump between applications, we can pass on this information. Awesome. And after that, the set content view is also very important. What this will do, this is just the source code, right? To which layout this source code is connected to. So here we are connected with activity main, that is this file. Whatever the UI thing here is in the XML part, activity main.xml, we want the same information here. That's why we are writing set the content view. The app's content view, we are setting that here. And in this one, for the main activity.kt, it is activity main. So this is a simple syntax that we use to set the UI of the application. Perfect. Now what we will quickly do is, we will write some code. So let me tell you, if you don't know Kotlin, so val and where are two keywords which we use for declaring variables. Okay, if let's say you have to declare something which is having constant value, very much like final keyword in Java, then we will use val, otherwise we use var. So right now what I will do, I will create one button for my skills button, for this one. Okay, I'll create a variable for this button. So we'll call it button skills. Okay, and quickly I have to fetch this view. For that we have a feature, we have a method find view by ID. Here the type is button, so I'll write the button type of the view, and after that you have to give the ID. So whatever is the ID of your button, it is BTN skills, right? So I'll write that. Perfect. You don't need a semicolon in Kotlin, it's simple. And then we want to write some code. On clicking button skills, what should happen? We want a new page to open up. This is a very important concept now. It is called as intent. Whenever we have to open up something new, whenever we click any button or something, we use intents in background. There are two types of intent. Button skills dot set on click listener, that is, on clicking the button, whatever action we want to perform, we will write everything here inside set on click listener. Awesome. So what we will do now, this much part is, I hope, clear. If not, tell us in the comments whatever issues you are facing in developing the application. I hope you are following this tutorial as well. Let me quickly explain what intents are, so that the code that I will write now onwards, that will be easy for you to understand. I'll quickly connect my iPad to show that. Whenever we go from one page to another, this is activity 1, this is activity 2, we are using the concept of intents here. Okay, this is really very important concept when you are getting into this domain, intents. These are of two types mainly. One is, let me write here. So very first is your implicit intent, and the second one is explicit intent. So let's understand what these two intents are, implicit and explicit. Whenever you click on any button and you have to go to a new page, new activity which is in the same application. For an example, let's say you are using WhatsApp. You clicked on any chat and the detailed chat will open up, right? The page will change. So that is something you are doing transition within your application, within WhatsApp only. That is an example of explicit intent. Whenever you transition between activities within the same app, like right now we are doing the portfolio app, when you will click on skills activity, we want to open up a new page. When you click on skills button or any button, we want a new page in the same application. So that is a good example of explicit intent. Okay, and in case you are using any application and you have to make a call or maybe switch to another application, let's say you purchase something from Amazon and for making payment you have to go to another application, Paytm or something, that is example of implicit intent. Sometimes in our phones as well, let's say you have to open up a music video or something, you see option like this, you have to complete action using play music or Ghana app. So that is because you are going to another application completely, okay, and that is where implicit intent comes into picture. What we will do in this application that we are developing, we are going to use explicit intent. So for that, what you have to do, I will write here intent is equal to, I just have to use the intent method here, which is kind of inbuilt in the studio, okay, and you have to pass some important parameters here. This is your method, okay, the second one, this, and here you have to give two parameters. They are showing you the option as well. The very first is package context. For that we will pass this, that will give the package context. After giving the first parameter, we have to pass the name of the class. So we haven't yet created the skills activity, so let's quickly do that. Just observe the cursor here, what actions I'm doing. So we will click here, right click here and new and then activity. Last time we created empty activity, we have to do the same stuff for a skills activity. Let's change the name from main activity to a skills activity quickly. Okay, a skills activity, this is the second activity that we want. When we'll click on a skills button, this should open up. Okay, we want a layout file as well for this and click on finish. Perfect. Now I'll go back here and whenever I click on button skills, I want that class to open up. So I'll give the name of the class here, that is skills activity and simply class.java. Awesome. Now here what I will do, this design is clean right now. This is the layout for activity skills. I will quickly just write a text here, and that is, let's change the layout to linear and just add a simple text view here. Maybe we can quickly drag and drop a text view from the design part. Here is your text view and we will just write this is a skills activity. For now I am not designing this skills activity. You can design it in the way you want. You have got a basic overview of how to put views in the design part, how to write the XML code, right? So you just have to create this skills activity. For that you can add colors, you can add you can put as much creativity as you want. I will put this in the center somewhere. Awesome, and let's quickly run the application to check if our code is working fine. On clicking the button skills, we want a new page to open up, right? Awesome, and this is the old one, I guess. Let it finish the build. And okay, if you notice here, we have to write one more piece of code. We created the intent, but we haven't started the activity. It's very important. Whenever you create an intent, you have to write start activity and pass the intent as well. Otherwise, if you click the button, a new page will not open up. Awesome, and we'll just click on run, terminate. And now when you click on skills, and this page is opening up, which is this is a skills activity. So our code, this piece of code is working fine. This is exactly how you do stuff in your complex applications as well. Okay, if you have to click some button, you will just simply write button skills, any button ID, right? That can be any button, set on click listener, and then this part will come, the intent part. Right now we used explicit. We will understand in future tutorials what is implicit intent, how we can use that as well. So let me quickly tell you that there are some extra features as well which you can use. So I explained you the basic stuff, how you have to install the Android Studio, what all are the options, the XML part, the Kotlin part. Now what you have to do, I hope you have developed the portfolio application till this point. It's not yet complete. There are much more features that we can add, right? So as an assignment after following this tutorial, what you have to do, like we created our application, we added the image view here, we added the name designation, and there were 4 buttons, right? We implemented this one, and you have to complete the UI of skills, and in the same way you have to complete the 4 other options as well, the work experience, achievement, all those things. And after completing the project, after completing the tutorial, what you have to do, you have to share your project on the internet, do it on LinkedIn, on Twitter, push the project on GitHub. It will really help you in excelling your tech career. When people will see your project, such exciting projects, that will help you improve your profile, as well as hiring managers, recruiters, they might notice your work and you might get an opportunity to give some interviews, etc. as well. And make sure whenever you share your projects, if you have followed the tutorial till now and you have completed all those features, tag Scalar, tag me, Soumya One Singh on Twitter, LinkedIn, and tell us how you created that project. We will be very happy to see your project, your progress, and if there is any doubt, let me know in the comment. I will be helping you in resolving your doubts. So in this tutorial, from prerequisites, from installing Android Studio to developing our portfolio app, we covered almost everything, and I hope you will complete your assignment as well. If you like this tutorial, make sure you hit that like button and subscribe to our channel. Complete the assignment and let us know in the comment section which app you want us to build next.
Hey Soumya, can you do this calculation for me? 5237 times 1998.
One sec. I can't really live without this calculator. Can you? We all use calculator application on our mobile phones to do quick calculation. In this tutorial, I will help you understand. I'll teach you how to code and develop a calculator application. Hello everyone and welcome to Scalar's YouTube channel. I am Soumya, a software engineer and an educator. This is tutorial 2 of the Android app development series where I will help you understand the calculator application. Before we deep dive into the tutorial, make sure you check out our free masterclasses by industry leading experts on Scalar's event page. Link is in the description. Let's get into the video and write the code. These are the 2 app UIs that we will be building today. This is UI 1 and this is UI 2. If you have followed the first tutorial of mine where I have taught how to build a portfolio application, in the first UI, things will be pretty much similar. This is edit text. Like in the last one, we use some of the views like buttons, text views. This will be also very much simple. This is a bit tricky and I'll help you understand how to design the second one. So let's jump into Android Studio and try to make the first UI and the logic of that one. So for that, we know what to do. The very first step is we have to click on new project and empty activity. As always, you also know what other activities are and in what cases we can use them. For now, we have to keep it simple. So we will start with the empty activity. Let's name the project. This is our calculator application. So let's write calculator app and package name as it is. This is the location of the project and we will write code in Kotlin. So this is the language Kotlin and minimum SDK is API 21. Let's click on finish and then some Gradle builds will happen depending upon what your laptop RAM storage and all is. It will take 1 to 2 minutes. For me, it's quick right now. So this is main activity.kt. It's loaded. If you want to understand what all these features are, the manifest file, app file, Java folder, everything, We have covered everything in detail in the first tutorial, the portfolio one. So you can check out that one. We will put the link in the description. So let's move ahead, and we now know what the UI is. So we will go into the split section. We have to make a simple calculator application. The very first thing that we want is we will use linear layout. If you have again follow the first one, you already know what layout options are. So here we will use the linear layout and orientation. Let's keep it vertical only because I want all the views to be one after another. First of all, we will have two edit text to get the input from the user. Then a result text view will be there where I'll show the result. If you're doing addition, subtraction, anything, we have to show the result there in the text view. And apart from that, we will have some buttons to do the operation like plus, minus, divide, everything. Okay. Next, we have to bring some text input layouts. So let's quickly drag and drop this text input layout here on the screen. This is first one and this is second one, because in our calculator, we'll expect two inputs from the user. For, let's say you want to do addition, multiplication, anything. So we'll need two inputs. And after that, we also need a text view to show the result. This is our text view in which we will show the result. Right now, the layout is obviously distorted. So let's get into the code part in the XML code and fix the design of this one. So we have used linear layout here to keep stuff simple. We will remove this hello world text from here. And this is vertical orientation because we want everything in vertical orientation. Okay. This is the first text input layout, inside which we have this text input edit text to get the input from the user. The very first thing that we will do is we will give it one name, that is the ID. Every view should have a unique ID. We know that. This should be called, we can keep it short like edit text input 1 or something, to make it simple, because in our Kotlin or Java code, we will be directly referencing these IDs, right? So this is our first text input edit text. And here you can see like it's occupying too much space. We know match parent and wrap content as well from the last tutorial. So what we'll do, this one is match parent, that is we have given it the instruction to occupy all the space available, right? And height is wrap content. Let's quickly give some padding and margin to this view, and margin as well. Okay, we should better give all these margin and padding to the text input layout. So because this input edit text is inside the input layout only, right? So let's quickly put it here in the input layout. Awesome. And in the same way, we will do for this one, so that there is enough there's enough gap between them. See, in this one, in the first one, this text input layout, the width is match parent and the height is also match parent, but we don't want the height to be exactly match parent, otherwise it will occupy all the space, right? So we'll make it a wrap content. Perfect. And inside this first text input layout, this is our text input edit text. And if you notice here, so the other text input layout and the edit text, it is somehow coming inside the first text input layout because we use the drag and drop feature, and that's why it's not really recommended to use that, because sometimes it really messes things up. So what we'll do, we will keep it outside, and let me fix the UI first. This is our text input layout, first one, and inside this we don't want this text view, we want the result to be out of the edit text, right? So this is sorted, the first text input layout, and after that we have this text input layout for the second input, and we'll give the padding, margin, everything here, so that these both look very much, similar. This is padding, and quickly we will give the margin as well. Let's keep it 10 dp, same as the first input, better. And we want the height to be wrap content. Perfect. These two inputs are sorted now. After this, what we will do, we will create a text view to store the result. We see that the height is wrap content here and it's occupying all the space, right? And width should be match parent. And let's give it a height, fixed height of 100 dp. Okay. And at the same time, we will write here result text view. Awesome. And right now you can see like height is getting, it is covering all the space in the layout, right? So quickly we will fix that. Before that, the gravity should be center, and the layout gravity as well as the normal gravity both should be center. We will quickly change the hint text here and write enter input 1, so that our user understand that here they have to enter the number 1, enter input 1, and in the same way we'll ask the user to enter the second input here. Awesome. And moving ahead, we have to remove the weight here so that its height is adjusted. Perfect. And we will quickly make the text size better because we want the result to be better, right? It should be bigger. Let's make it 25 dp. Awesome. And this is a typo here, input 1. If you want, you can reduce the padding and margin so that these both input texts are a bit closer. Let's move ahead and try to put some buttons quickly here so that the user can perform some operation. For that, what do you think? I mean, which layout should we use? You already have developed one application, the portfolio one. So tell us in the comment which linear layout or constraint layout, which layout you would like to use here. I'm going to use linear layout here. In that, I'll put like 2 buttons horizontally, and you can use the like drag and drop feature as well if you are more comfortable there and do the fixing stuff there in the code part. You already know how to do this. In the layout section, you can see all the layouts are here. A layout horizontal is something which we want here, right? So I'll quickly put linear layout horizontal. So as you can see right now, none of the views are visible. We will quickly copy this and bring this at the bottom so that the buttons are placed at the bottom. Okay. Awesome. Now we will give some buttons here. We will add some buttons in this layout. You can do this either via code or maybe from here. So here goes the button 1 and the button 2, where we will add some options like plus, minus, something like that. Don't worry about the congested space. We'll fix all those stuff quickly. And let's write here plus, and this will be your minus operation, and similarly more basic operations like division and all. Okay. Cool. The very important thing, we will use these buttons in our code. On clicking this, what action should be performed? So we have to give it a meaningful name, an ID. Okay. BTN plus, that is button plus, it is the ID, and this one is BTN minus. Awesome. And moving ahead, let's quickly fix the spacing and everything. If I will give weight 2, so it will occupy more space. We don't want that. So we'll just keep the weight 1. It was just to tell you the significance of the weight parameter, layout weight. So we'll quickly give some margin here so that it looks better. 20 dp, and same goes to the minus button. Margin of 10 dp. These margin padding, these are some of the quick features, to fix the view where it should be, especially when you're using linear layout. In constraint, you mostly will be using the drag and drop feature from the design section here. If you see here, it's a bit like they are not in the same position. Let's quickly see what's wrong in our layout, in our design. So this is linear layout. We have used horizontal, width is match parent. We want it to be wrap content and not match parent.
so that only this much space is used. And okay, margin we are giving 20 here and 10 here. That's why a bit of change in the height was there. Now it's perfect. We will quickly copy this for the remaining operations and paste it just below this one. And we want to change the ID, the names of the view. Let's make it divide, and this should be multiplication. Okay, awesome. We are almost done with the UI part. Let's change it to divide, and this should be again multiplication. Now we have to quickly write the code, the logic part for this one. You can see here if the spelling and all is going a bit more, so it's getting stretched. So what you can do here is, because we are using wrap content, and I have already told you the significance of wrap content is it will occupy space as per need, and match parent occupies all the space available. So I will hard code the width so that all the buttons are kind of in the same, they look similar, right? So let's try 200 dp. It's a bit more, so we'll keep 150 dp constant for all of these views. Okay, 150 dp is also, I guess, a bit not suitable for this one. It's better. I mean, multiplication should be adjusted in this one, so we will give it width of 150 dp, and here as well 150 dp. Way better. It's look like all these are looking a bit similar, right? And quickly, because there should be some gap between result text view and all these buttons, so we will add margin here, margin of let's say 10 dp only. Better. And same with this layout. Awesome. So UI part is done. Let's quickly jump and write the code part. Let me tell you, in the code part in Kotlin, although Kotlin itself is very simple and sweet language, but what we will do is in our Gradle scripts, in our build Gradle, we will add one plugin. The plugin will help us use these IDs directly. Like the name of this plus button is btn plus, so I can simply say btn plus dot set on click list. Now in the last project what we did, we used the find view by id, that feature, that method we used, right? So here we don't need to do that. What I'll do is I'll put a plugin, apply plugin, and okay, the name of the plugin is Android Kotlin extension, something like that. If you exactly don't recall the name, you can just Google it out. Android Kotlin extensions. I hope the name is correct and there is no spelling mistake. So we just have to click on the sync now button. Android Kotlin extensions. Okay, the name is incorrect. Let's quickly check the name of the extension. Android Kotlin extension. Android Kotlin extension plugin, and it is Kotlin Android extensions. Perfect. So swapping off some of the words, Kotlin Android and extension. Let's click on try again. It should build fine now. Build successful. Awesome. So we'll quickly go in the main activity, and you already now know what all these classes are, why we use onCreate method. I've explained it thoroughly in the last tutorial. We will quickly jump into the code part now. I already have told you well and where are the keywords used for creating variables in Kotlin. So we will create our first variable, that is input1, and we'll initialize it here only. Now let me tell you, our next step is we want the input from the user. Whatever we have to fetch that input, whatever the user will write here, we have to get that, right? And before that, let's say when the user clicks on plus button or something, let me do this here first of all. Let's write it multiply, and let's say the user clicks on plus button, so we have to fetch the input1 and input2, and we have to show that in the result text view. That's our goal. So you already know, we have to now we can get the IDs directly because we have used this plugin, Kotlin Android extensions, right? So btn plus dot set on click listener. When this button will be clicked, then we have to do some operation. That operation is we want to fetch the input, and at the same time we have to do the operation in the background and show the output in the result text view. For fetching the input from the user, what we have to do, now you have to listen to me carefully. We have created these input layouts, right? This is the text input layout, the outer area, and inside this we have one text input edit text. What we will do, we will give it a name. It already has a name. We have given it et input 1. So I will do et input 1 and get text. We will get the text from the like whatever is written there, we will get that. To get text or set text, we have this you can see text option is here. This is from the method get text only. Input 1 dot get text dot, we have to convert this into a string first, and after that, because we have to perform operation, we can't do multiplication, subtraction, all those on a string, so we have to convert it into integer. So to int, perfect. And in the same way, we have to fetch the input from the second input text, that is this one. The name of this one is not yet defined, so let's quickly give it a name, id, and in the same way as we gave name to this one, et input 1, so we will name it et input 2. Perfect. So here we will say input 2. Input 2 is equal to et input 2 from the activity main.xml dot get text, and again we have to convert it first into a string and then in integer, because we have to do some operations. So we have fetched the input whatever user has entered. Now our next step is we want to do something in the result text view. We have to quickly show the result in this text view. So it is having text view as the id, as its name. We will rename it to tv text view result. This is our result text view. Okay, it is to make things clear when you write code, when you will develop bigger applications, then these namings will be very much helpful, because in your code you will always be calling these views, right? So now we will say tv result dot set text. We will set the text. Now what do we want to display here? The user is clicking on plus button. We have fetched the input from the user. Input 1 we have, input 2 you have. It can be 20 input 1 and input 2 can be 50. So we have to print 70, right? So what I will do now, I will perform the addition operation on input 1 and input 2. After doing this, you can see it showing some error. So why it is showing error? You have to read the error messages and all. This way, when you keep the cursor on the error line, it will tell you there is a type mismatch. It is expecting char sequence, but we are giving integer. Input 1 and input 2, both these variables are of int type, right? But this is expecting a string. It is expecting char sequence. For that, you simply have to use inbuilt method. That is, you have to convert this integer result into a string, and for that this is a simple method. So anytime you get error, you just have to keep your cursor on that error line and you will get the hint, I mean what the error is, and you can quickly fix that, right? So we have done the code part for the plus button. Whenever the user will click on the plus button, we simply will fetch the input 1, input 2, and we will set the result text. We'll do this operation input 1 plus input 2 and we'll quickly print it. Let's run the app and see if our code is working fine or not. Click on the run button. It will take some time to do the build, and till then these are the dependencies section. We haven't added any third-party dependencies. It should be quick to build. So this is the app that we built. Let's try writing some input 80 and 20.
If I click on plus button, the output should show up here hundreds, and it's showing up, right? So that means our code is working completely fine. This is the basic logic for this simple calculator application. Now, in the starting of the video, I told you that we will be building one simple UI as well as a complex one. Let me get back to the iPad and give you some assignment for this one, because the app is not yet complete. We wrote the logic for the plus button, right? We have to complete the other operations as well. Now that we have built the logic for one of the operation, for you the assignment is, we had this calculator application, we took input from the user and we showed the result here in the result text view, and then we have some of the operation buttons like plus, minus and multiplication, division. We wrote the logic for the first one. In this one, we didn't use implicit, explicit intent or any such concepts. It's just simple maths, and you have to implement the logic for the remaining ones. You have to write the logic for the other operations. Once you are done with the tutorial with your application, the simple one, after this we will be doing the little bit complex UI. I will just explain quickly the UI part to you all, so that you can understand in XML if you have to do some a bit complex UI, then how you will do that. Once you are done completing the logic part of this application, make sure you show it on the internet, tag Scalar, tag me, put it on LinkedIn, Tech, Twitter, and like people will see it, right? It will help you build your own portfolio. If you are pushing it on GitHub, there is a complete tutorial. Let me tell you, I have explained on this channel itself, on Scalar's YouTube channel. We will put all the details in the description. There I have also explained, like if you have to do open source contribution, if you have to make pull request or do some contribution any other project, you can learn that as well from there. And maintaining a good developer profile is really helpful in excelling your tech career. So now you have to complete this assignment, the simple application, and let's get back in the Android Studio and try developing the other UI, that is this this UI, in which you have to make some more buttons. It's a bit like standard UI of calculator, the orange theme and everything. We'll quickly develop this one. For that, let's create a new project, right? You already know the steps to create a project. Now we'll click on new project. We will choose one empty activity from here. Let's quickly do that. Click on next, and this is calculator 2, or you can write anything, whatever you want the project name to be. Then package name, we will keep the language Kotlin only, and this is the minimum SDK. Let's click on finish, and we will quickly see how to make UI of such a bit like complex application. The main purpose I'm picking this UI because I have to explain the style.xml, theme.xml, those parts. In this logic, I'll ask you to write on your own. If you can't, I can make a separate detailed tutorial on completing the logic of this one. It will be a bit similar to the first one, but not exactly. So let us know in the comment if you want us to make a detailed logic video for this one. But first of all, let's understand the style.xml, the theme.xml, all such stuff, because whenever you are going to do some real world app development, these things are very important. When you are doing UI where you have to do same stuff every time, so it's a good thing to keep all these stuff at one place, and that's how style.xml, all those stuff come into picture. First of all, what I will do is, you are already now familiar with this Android Studio, all the features here. I will go in resource folder. Resource folder is the folder in which we keep all the important design stuff, UI, UX stuff, okay? So this is our resource folder. The drawable is here. We will directly jump into the values directory. Just remove the night theme because we don't want that, to keep it simple, okay? In colors.xml, I don't want these many color themes to be here. First of all, we will go here and remove all these extra options. I just want black and white, maybe we can keep. If you look here, the theme here is kind of
orangish, right? So we will use that only, orange and almost black color, white and red, right? Let's quickly do that. Let's remove all these extra color options and we will declare our own color based on what theme and everything we want. First of all, orange. Obviously, as a developer, no one expects you to remember the hexa code for all the colors. For orange, it's I guess somewhat like FF8C00, but yeah, it's almost orangish. Then after that, we have this black color, white color, and we also want somewhat black, which is kind of light black color, right? I'm telling you so that you get to use the values directory as well whenever you are doing the design part, okay? Almost black, and for that we will use the code like 222 is the like light blackish code, so let's use that one. You can see here, this is one of the finest feature. I mean, they give the live preview of the colors as well, whatever code you are writing. Awesome. So we'll get into the theme section. Here you can see there are so many errors. We don't want all these secondary brand colors. We'll just remove it. We want the primary color to be, we want this orangish to be our primary color, right? And we will do the theme to be app compact. So let's fix the theme as well. Theme dot app compact. Okay, it's not showing the option right now. So what I'll do is I'll quickly refresh it. We will change our theme here to app compacts and remove the dark action bar. Perfect. And we will change the color here, the primary color to orange, and this one we want like light blackish. Awesome. After this, we'll quickly jump to the layout section, that is activity main.xml. This is the split part. Now what we will do here, the very first thing, we will use linear layout, and obviously we want everything to be in vertical orientation, right? So let's give it orientation vertical, and we don't need this text view hello world. We can like maybe reuse this for the working text view. So for now I'm writing here some like numbers. We want the users to write some numbers here, whatever operation they want us to do, okay? And after that we will give it some ID that you can do on your own, like when you write the logic, and quickly we will make it look better. We don't want this constraint options because in linear layout you don't need this, right? And this is your text view. Let's make it size better, 25 dp, and it should be match parent the width so that it covers the entire area. We will quickly change the gravity as well to center, layout gravity as well as the normal gravity to center. Perfect. And simply we also want the user to after they're done writing the like expression part, we want to show the result. For that as well we'll need one text view. This is result text view. Let me explain that to you why we did that with the help of the iPad. So let's quickly connect it. Awesome. So if you see the second UI, first one we already have done. So in the second one, what we want is here in this area, let me write with the pen. In this area, what the user will do, they will write some stuff like, let's say they will press on 2 plus 5 or multiply something like that, okay? So this is first text view in which we want the user to write something. I mean, whatever key they will press, we are not using edit input text here. There is a reason for that. I'll tell you. This is the second text view in which we want to show the result to the user, okay? Here, because
obviously it's not visible when the user will write something, so like the text will show here. This is how exactly most of the calculators work, right? So this is first text view, and the second one is to show the result. So let's get back into our Android Studio. We don't want to exactly show these options here. The text view, like we can remove the numbers part and the result text view to make the UI a bit better. After that, the main stuff comes. You have to create your own styles.xml. This is the main part that I wanted to tell you when it comes to UI, UX part and mobile application. After this, we want to create a kind of button area here. Let's do one thing. For that, we will create a linear layout, and in every row, for example, there like each of these are rows, right? For every row we want a specific design rule. So we will create our own styles.xml here, new, and to create new file like new xml, you just have to click on file, and in the values directory, let's create our own styles.xml so that we can reuse the same style for all the button rows. Okay, so I'll go in values folder, right click, new, and we have to create a value resource file, right? So let's quickly do that, or you can do by clicking on the file button as well. You can create a file and give the extension name .xml. We here now want value resource file. Let's quickly create that. This will be our styles, the file name, and press on OK. Perfect. Here we want to create some styles. Wait, not a style sheet. So, okay, inside resource, we have to create the tag style. So here we will create our own style. The name of this one can be, because we want to define a style for each row. Like this is row 1, this is row 2, right? So we will give it a name, button row. Makes sense, right? And inside this we will create some items. We will give it some name, like we want here the width to be match parent. If you have been following the last tutorial, then you already would be knowing why we give match parent or wrap content, right? So quickly we will give the width here, width, Android layout width as match parent. And in the same way, we will create another item quickly, that is height, Android layout height, and we want the height to be a wrap content, or you can keep it like 0 dB. It will occupy the needed space only. Perfect. And also we will give it a weight. Weight should be 1 dB. Perfect. Okay, it's asking some other input here. So weight, if you like have been following the tutorials, we know that weight is to help the view understand how much weight, how much area it should take up in the entire space. So for each of the rows, we have given match parent as the width, we have the height as wrap content, and for the weight we can just define 1. Perfect. And similarly, let's quickly do one thing. Let's split the screen so that we can see what's going in the style section and the design part. Let's stretch it a bit, and now we will jump on and create the linear layout again. So in this linear layout, what I want is, I'll do nothing. I will just tell this, I will give it the instruction that use the same style what I created here in styles.xml. So style button row, this is exactly what I want to do. This is the beauty of creating your own style. I mean, you can just reuse the style whenever you want, however you want. I will be creating similar button rows multiple times. Like we have to use this. There are kind of 5 rows, right? So we'll use this style 5 times. It would be like
if let's say I would have not created this style, then I would have to write this code multiple times, 5 times. So let's be wise and try to create some common styles in the styles.xml. Okay, so once you are done creating the linear layout, the very next thing that you have to do is, right now it's not much clear, I understand, but it will be once we have done all stuff. For buttons as well, now you can see we want similar buttons multiple times. So again, what I will do is, I will go here in the styles.xml. For the buttons as well, I will create a style. Let's name it button number. This will be the style for all the buttons which are having some numbers. Okay, the words are pretty much self-explanatory. We will create the options here like width and everything. In this case, we will keep the width as 0 dp and height as match parent. Item name, and here goes the height as match parent. Just a second. Height, and this is your Android layout height, which is match parent. Awesome. And we will also give it the same weight. These are done. After this, for our text, we want some some styling or such a stuff. So you can do this from here. You can see multiple options here, like text size. If you want to give let's say 20 dp or something, you can do that. We will see how much is needed, what is needed. And we want the color to be text color to be white, right? So let's use the white color from the colors.xml. Now let's come back to the XML part. Let's close the split section, and this is our XML part, right? So we will just reduce its space, and here we will instruct it to use the style, same style as we declared, that is button number, the second one. Awesome. After we have created the first style here, it's occupying a lot of space right now, but what we will do is we have to create kind of 5 similar buttons, and once we will like do this for all of these, then it will look better. So if you look here, we'll need 4 such buttons, and we have created 4. So quickly let's do this. We want similar 5 rows. Okay, so just some sort of repetition that we have to do, and it's kind of helping us save time. Otherwise you would have written the same thing multiple times really. So that's it. After that, what we will do is we will go here, and we want all these areas to be kind of, we don't want the buttons to start from like that much top, right? So let's quickly give some margin here, margin of maybe 20 dp, and here as well margin of 20 dp. One by one we will fix the UI stuff, and this is button number design, right? Let's quickly go in the style section, and we don't want the text size to be this much big. It should be around 10 dp. And back to the activity main, let's go to the project section. Let me open it up, drag and drop it. And here is our, in the layout section, activity main.xml. Okay, you can see, I mean, we have created the designs, but somewhere it's like based on the layout, we will change our common style.xml here. Let's try making the numbers here. So the very first thing is, in this button we want to show text.
it should start from like clear button, right? So we'll quickly summarize it. You just have to fill in the numbers here in the boxes, and to make the layout a bit, to keep a gap between the result text view and the buttons, you can add a linear layout here, as simple as I have been doing in all other tutorials. I'll quickly do this linear layout thingy here, and we will close it here after the two text boxes, text views. Perfect, way better. And you just have to follow the UI from here. Like, we'll make it red and oranges, all those stuff. We'll create new styles for them. Let's quickly write the numbers here, like 7, 8, 9. Okay, here we go. This is the button and this is the text view. I was just going to write the numbers in the text itself, like in the design part. We can't do that, right? We have to write the XML code. So here we'll write 9, or is it 7? So we'll start from 7 and then 8 and 9. Let's quickly do this part. 7. Similarly, we will fill the numbers in all the remaining buttons. Now we have to increase the weight of this equal button so that it occupies this kind of a space. For that, you have to use the layout weight and give it value 2. We don't want this extra button, so let's quickly remove it. Now, if you observe here, for some of the buttons, for some of the operation buttons, there is a different design. So what you can do is, in this one, let's quickly fill in the background as orange, right? And apart from that, we can create a style. We will quickly go to styles.xml and create a new style for the button operations. Okay, let's paste this. Wait, let's copy this, and we will quickly paste this here. Change the style to button operations. And what we have to do is, we have to change the text color here to orange, because we want the operation to be visible in orange color, kind of, right? So text color, here is the option, text style, text background. For the operation button, let's quickly change the text color to orange, and when we'll come back to our main activity, so we just have to change the style here to button operation instead of button number, and it will do the work for you, right? So for all the operation ones, we'll do the same thing. So almost we are done developing the UI of this one. Let's quickly run and see how this looks like on the emulator. If you are using your Android phone for the testing purpose, you can do that as well. Okay, so it's almost like cool. It looks like a real world calculator app, the orangish and light blackish theme. So the main purpose of explaining the UI of this one is, you can use the themes.xml to create your own themes. You can use styles.xml if there is a design which is repetitive, like we had to make these rows multiple times, right? So instead of writing code multiple times, we can put everything here in the styles.xml. So the UI part, I hope, of this one is a bit clear. You already know how to use linear layout, how to use these views, and now styles.xml, themes.xml, all those parts are also clear. So what you have to do, apart from completing the logic of the first one, where it's very simple, you have to do this project as well and put it on the internet once again, complete both these assignments. And let me quickly tell you few of the extra things that you can do in your mobile application project. So we can cover this maybe in the coming tutorials and all. If you are developing any application, so you can use these onboarding examples as well. Let's say you are developing chat application or Spotify, any application. So there are some third-party libraries. It's very easy to integrate these features in your application. Main part is the logic and using all those concepts like intents and all those things, which are very core concept of application development. For stuff like onboarding example, you can just use a third party library where we use that plugin, apply plugin, Kotlin Android extension. At the same place, you just have to put a dependency. They will provide you their docs. You just have to read that and integrate those features. Okay, so don't worry about these extra stuff, these extra UI thingy. These are very simple. All you have to understand is the logic part, how to create the application. If the flow is clear, the life cycle thing, all those stuff are clear, then it will be very easy for you to develop awesome applications. An assignment, you already know what you have to do. You have to complete the projects and push it on GitHub, show it on the internet, do a recording of your project and tell the world like you have developed this application. So if you have any doubts about this tutorial, drop them in the comment section below and we will be happy to answer them. If you love this tutorial, make sure you hit that like button and subscribe to our channel. Also, make sure you complete this assignment and let us know in the comment section which app you want me to build next.